Welcome to the channel. Today's audiobook is The Conquest of New Spain by Bernal Díaz del Castillo, first published in 1632. A first-hand account from a soldier who was actually there, not a polished court historian rewriting events from afar. This is a ground-level narrative of the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire, the marches, the battles, the alliances, and the realities behind one of the most consequential campaigns in world history. This work is presented for historical and educational purposes and reflects the ideas and context of its time. If you value primary source, is real accounts and unfiltered history in audiobook form, consider subscribing. Now, let's begin. Bernal Díaz, TheConquestofUSpain. Introduction. Bernal Díaz del Castillo, the last survivor of the conquerors of Mexico, died on his estates in Guatemala at the age of 89, as poor as he had lived. Born in 1492, the year in which Columbus discovered the New World, he survived to see a great part of America subjugated by Spain. But despite the leading role he had played in the heroic overthrow of the Aztec Empire, he left his family no other riches than his true and wonderful history of the conquest of New Spain, of which he made his fair copy at the age of 76, when he was, according to his own certainly exaggerated description, both deaf and blind, and to which he added his preliminary note at the age of 84, he had been over 70 when he began it, and had at one point given it up. For on comparing the fine style of certain other chroniclers who had told the story of Cortés' achievement, with less first-hand knowledge than he had with the roughness and lack of polish of his own language, he had been discouraged. Certainly Bernal Díaz was not an accomplished stylist. He had, however, a graphic memory and a great sense of the dramatic. Moreover, he was conscious of having taken part in a great achievement unparalleled in modern history, the overthrow of a great empire by a company of adventurers, inspired partly by a sense of mission and partly by a crude greed for gold. Their success, even their survival, could in his belief be accounted for only by the miraculous intervention of God and the saints, who wished New Spain to be added to the realm of Christ and the Emperor Charles V. So, when Bernal Díaz found the story misrepresented by Cortés' chaplain and official panegyrist Francisco López de Gomara, and also by Gonzalo de Illescas, who spoke the truth neither in the beginning nor the middle nor the end, he decided to resume his work and carry it to completion. Many times in the course of his history, he refers to these chroniclers, setting right their errors and often angrily accusing them of ignorance and malice. His purpose was by no means simply to vindicate his own part in the march on Mexico. True, he frequently informs the reader that Cortés consulted his captains and soldiers, including himself, at important junctures in the campaign, and did not, as Gomara asserted, make all his decisions alone. Bernal Díaz, however, never attempts to claim a bigger role for himself than for his fellows, and for long passages of his narrative he describes events at which he was not present, sometimes because of wounds or in which his part is indicated only by the use of we or of us soldiers, where the stay-at-home historian would have had to write a plain thee. The narrative here translated covers the two preliminary explorations of the Mexican coast under Córdoba and Grijalva, with both of whom Bernal Díaz served the first march on Montezuma city, the Spaniards' expulsion and flight, and their subsequent build-up of a new army with which they captured the island capital of the empire, which Guatemala had now inherited from Montezuma. Bernal's history, however, is a much longer book than this. It covers the long tales of intrigue in Spain, Cuba, and Hispaniola, which almost succeeded in replacing Cortés by weaker leaders who would have been content to make a few modest settlements on the coast. And it continues after the final reduction of the Mexican capital to tell of further campaigns in search of the gold which had so far evaded the conquerors. Bernal describes also the terrible march through the forest of Honduras, Cortés' final prosperity, and his own efforts on a visit to Spain to secure some better fortune for himself, the oldest conquistador of New Spain, than what came to him from his estates and his magistracy in Guatemala. By his own confession, as we saw, Bernal Díaz was a poor stylist and a retranslation of his whole narrative would have filled almost 2 volumes of this size. I have therefore printed his story of repetitions and digressions, among other things, cutting away his scoldings of Gomara and the other chroniclers, and his frequent lists of men, horses, weapons, and provisions which hold up the story, where the omitted chapters contain facts essential to the understanding of events. I have given a brief account of them in brackets. And I have ended my translation with Bernal's reflections on the capture of the Aztec capital. The rest can be read by those who wish to know the tale of Cortés' later campaigns and final triumph in W.H. Prescott's classic, The Conquest of Mexico. In writing his immortal history 120 years ago, Prescott borrowed freely from Bernal Díaz, whom he praised in terms on which I could not hope to improve. Bernal Díaz, the untutored child of nature, is a most true and literal copyist of nature. He transfers the scenes of real life by a sort of daguerreotype process, if I may so say, to his pages. He is among chroniclers what Defoe is among novelists. He introduces us into the heart of the camp. We huddle round the bivouac with the soldiers, loiter with them on their wearisome march, is listen to their stories, their murmurs of discontent, their plans of conquest, their hopes, their triumphs, their disappointments, all the picturesque scenes and romantic incidents of the campaign are reflected in his page as in a mirror. The lapse of 50 years has no power over the spirit of the veteran. The fire of youth glows in every line of his rude history, and as he calls up the scenes of the past, the remembrance of the brave companions who are gone gives, it may be, a warmer coloring to the picture than if it had been made at an earlier period. Time and reflection, and the apprehensions for the future which might still over the evening of life, have no power over the settled opinions of his earlier days. He has no misgivings as to the right of conquest, or as to the justice of the severities inflicted on the natives. He is still the soldier of the cross, and those who fell by his side in the fight were martyrs for the faith. Where are now my companions, he asks? They have fallen in battle, or been devoured by the cannibal, or been thrown to fatten the wild beasts in their cages. They whose remains should rather have been gathered under monuments emblazoned with their achievements, which deserve to be commemorated in letters of gold, and to give light to those who sat in darkness, and also to acquire that wealth which most men covet. The last motive, thus tardily and incidentally expressed, may be thought by some to furnish better key than either of the preceding to the conduct of the conquerors. For they died in the service of God and of his majesty. It is at all events a specimen of that novit which gives an irresistible charm to the old chronicler, and which, in spite of himself, unlocks his bosom, as it were, and lays it open to the eye of the reader. It is not surprising that an American Protestant should suspect the honesty of the Spaniards' crusading spirit. Notwithstanding the horrible decadence of the Aztec religion, the deeds of the conquerors, which included massacre, torture, and forcible conversion, were not by 19th century standards very much better, yet as one reads Bernal Díaz one credits him and his comrades with a true sense of mission. One sees that by their own standards they were often behaving with moderation. On several occasions the Merce, Darien Friar Bernal Díaz seems to have forgotten his name, urged Cortés to restrain his proselytizing zeal, and it must not be forgotten, as Prescott points out, that disbelief in Christianity, whether by conviction or from ignorance, was in that age punishable by burning. About the heroism of the Spaniards there can be no two opinions. The risks they took were enormous, since their superiority in weapons was often cancelled by lack of powder and by the inability of their cavalry to maneuver. As for Bernal Díaz's attitude to Cortés, I can only endorse Prescott's opinion that he endeavors to adjust the true balance between his pretensions and those of his followers. And, while he freely exposes his cunning or cupidity, and sometimes his cruelty, he does ample justice to his great and heroic qualities. The same may be said of Bernal Díaz's characterization of the other Spanish captains, of the chiefs of the various Indian nations, and of many less important members of the Spanish expedition. His portrait of Montezuma ably reveals the Aztec ruler's divided mind and the very real qualities of nobility and generosity for which the Spaniards came to respect and even to love him. His successor Guatemoc is shown as a brave man and a dignified leader, whose last defense of his capital earned his enemies' admiration, which however did not prevent them from torturing him, and finally executing him for allegedly encouraging a revolt among the conquered Aztecs. The caciques, the Spaniards' early enemies, who afterwards became their allies, stand out as individuals as do also the Spanish captains Pedro de Alvarado, Cristobal de Olid, whose final rebellion and cruel execution by Cortés falls outside the scope of this narrative, Andrés de Tapia, and Alonso de Avila. The fate of the last named captain provides a note of heavy irony at the expense of the whole story of the Spaniards' search for gold. He was captured by a French privateer on his way back to Spain with the Royal Fifth, which was in fact the major part of the booty. So the much disputed spoils of Montez's Empire finally arrived in the treasury of His Most Christian Majesty of France. The only satisfaction which the Spaniards obtained was that they finally captured and executed the French pirate. For all the roughness of his style, Bernal Díaz could sometimes be picturesque. How graphically he calls up the moment in which the Spaniards first saw, from the summit of the Sierra de Ajulco, the Valley of Mexico with its lakes and lakeside towns, its maize fields and stone causeways, and the distant towers of the capital itself riding like a second Venice on the waters. But his writing is generally on a more pedestrian level. His narrative is not skillful, and his choice of words is restricted. Often he gossips, and often he resorts to clumsy tricks of style. But however much we may criticize his history, it will, in Prescott's words, be read and re-read by the scholar and the schoolboy, while the compositions of more classic chroniclers of Gomara, for instance, who wrote briefly in a polished style, slip undisturbed on their shelves. For Bernal Díaz was singularly free from the temptation to pervert his story in the interests of affections, or feuds, or personal vanity to have marched with. Cortés was for him sufficient glory. He did not need to increase his reputation or self-esteem by tricks of the pen. Taking as my authoritative text the edition of the Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España of Joaquin Ramirez Cabella's 5th edition, editorial Peru 1960, I have translated the greater part of Bernal Díaz's first 157 chapters, omitting only certain extraneous incidents which I have in some case is briefly summarized, and the very frequent repetitions which mar his narrative, ignoring his chapter divisions which are uneven and arbitrary. I have given each campaign or principal incident a separate section. As for the names of persons and places, I have departed from Bernal Díaz's often haphazard transliterations in favor of those most familiar, either from Prescott's narrative or from present-day maps of the country, where Bernal Díaz was in actual error as to a locality or a date. I have generally corrected him in a footnote based on the observations of Sir Ramirez Cabeas or some equally reliable scholar. Any reader who wishes to know the subsequent story of Mexico cannot do better, as I have said, than turn to Prescott, who, for all his inevitable bias against Catholic and Aztec alike, wrote a first-rate narrative based on the best authorities he knew, and chief among them on Bernal Díaz himself, who now for the first time is able to tell his own story to a wide English-reading public of previous translations, that of A. P. Maud. Lay is the best. Printed for the Hack Lit Society, it is complete and fully documented. It is, however, ungainly in style, and to be found only in a few libraries. The Life of Bernal Díaz by R. B. Cunningham Graham of Vell. I. Nash, 1915, is in effect our sum of the history made by an able writer who was an enthusiast for the deeds of the conquistadors. It is most valuable when its author allows Bernal Díaz to speak for himself, but hardly a substitute for his history. Recent years have seen a great development in our knowledge of early Mexican civilization, of which the Spaniards found relics among the Toltecs of Cholula, but which was in a general state of decadence, especially among the savage Aztecs, who had only recently conquered the Valley of Mexico. An able account of the thought and religion of early Mexico is given by Lauret Stern in Burning Water, Thames and Hudson, 1957, and a study of the poetry and symbolism of the Aztecs and their predecessors is provided by I. B. Nicholson's Firefly in the Night Faber and Faber, 1959, London J. M. C. May 1963, THECONQUESTOFNE USPAIN. Preliminary note. IHAVE observed that before beginning to write their histories, the most famous chroniclers compose a prole in exalted language in order to give luster and rebut to their narrative, and to whet the curious reader's appetite. But I, being no scholar, dare not attempt any such preface. For properly to extol the adventures that befell us and the heroic deeds we performed during the conquest of New Spain and its province is in the company of that valiant and enterprising captain, Don Hernando Cortés, who as a reward for his heroism was afterwards created Mox del Valle, would require eloquence and rhetoric far greater than mine. What I myself saw, and the fighting in which I took part with God's help, I will describe quite plainly as an honest eye witness without twisting the facts in any way. I am now an old man over 84 years of age, and have lost both sight and hearing, and unfortunately I have gained no wealth to leave to my children and descendants, except this true story, which is a most remarkable one, as my readers will presently see. The expedition of Francisco Hernandez de Cor Dobo. IBRNALDELCASTILLO, citizen and governor of the most loyal city of Santiago de Guatemala, one of the first discoverers and conquerors of New Spain and its provinces, and of the Cape of Honduras and Higueras, native of the most noble and famous city of Medina del Campo, and son of its former governor, Francisco del Castillo, known as the Courteous, and his legal wife, Maria Diaz Regen, may their souls rest in glory. Tell you the story of myself and my comrades, all true. Conquerors who served His Majesty in the discovery, conquest, pacification, and settlement of the provinces of New Spain, one of the finest regions of the New World, yet discovered this expedition being undertaken by our own efforts, and without His Majesty's knowledge, my ancestors having always been servants of the crown and my father, and one of my brothers being in the service of the Catholic kings, Don Ferdinand and Doa Isabella, I wished in some sort to emulate them. When therefore in the year 1514 a gentleman named Pedrorias de Villa went out as governor of Tierra, for my eye agreed to accompany him to the newly conquered country, and after an uneventful voyage we arrived at Nombre de Dios, as it was called. Some 3 or 4 months, however, after the settlement was made, there came an epidemic from which many soldiers died, and all the rest of us were ill with bad ulcers on the legs. In addition, there were disputes between the governor and a rich gentleman named Vasco Nuez de Balboa, who had conquered the province and was then commander of the army. Pedrorias de Villa had given him his daughter in marriage, but had afterwards been suspicious that his son-in-law might raise a rebellion and lead a body of soldiers towards the southern sea. He had therefore given orders that Balboa should be beheaded and certain of his soldiers disciplined. As we were witnesses of these events and of other revolts among the captains, and as news had reached us that the island of Cuba had lately been conquered and settled, under the governorship of a kinsman of mine named Diego Velasquez, some of us gentlemen and persons of quality who had come out with Pedrorias de Villa decided to ask his permission to go there. This he readily gave us, since he did not require all the soldiers he had brought out from Spain, the province being a small one and now entirely conquered. Once we had received permission, we boarded a good ship and with fare, whether reached the island of Cuba. On landing, we paid our respects to the governor, who was pleased to see us, and promised to give us Indians as soon as there were any to spare. I was at that time 24. After spending 3 fruitless years in Tierra Firme and Cuba, about 110 of us, settlers from Tierra Firme or Spaniards who had come to Cuba, but received no grant of Indians, decided to make an expedition to seek new lands in which to try our fortunes and find occupation. We arranged with Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, a rich man who owned a village on the island, that he should be our leader, and he was well fitted for the post. With this expedition in view, we purchased 3 ships, 2 of them a good capacity, and the third, barque, bought on credit from the governor Diego Velasquez, who let us have it on condition that all 3 vessels should go to some islands lying between Cuba and Honduras, and now called the Guanax, islands, and there fight the natives, whom we could then sell to him for slaves, and thus pay for the barque. Realizing the wickedness of the governor's demand, we answered that it would be against the laws of God and the king for us to turn free men into slaves, and when he learnt our plans, he decided they were better than his, so he helped us with provisions for our voyage in quest of new lands. Certain interested persons have asked me why I have recorded this proposal of Diego Velázquez, since it is discreditable to him and has nothing to do with my story. My answer is that it is in keeping with his subsequent persecution of us, in alliance with one Rodriguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos. We found ourselves in possession of 3 ships loaded with cassava bread, which is made from a rit, and we bought pigs, which cost us 3 pesos each. At that time there were no sheep or cattle in the island of Cuba, for it was only beginning to be settled. We added a supply of oil and some inexpensive articles for barter. We then sought out 3 pilots, of whom the chief, who took charge of our fleet, was Alaminos, a native of Palos. We also engaged the necessary sailors and the best supply we could get of ropes, cordage cables, and anchors of casks for water, and everything else we needed for our voyage. And all this at our own cost on credit. When we had collected all our soldiers, we set out for a port on the northern coast, which the Indians call Axe, our Buco, 24 miles away from San Cristobal, where there was then a settlement which was transferred 2 years later to the present town of Havana. In order that our fleet should take the right course, we asked a priest of San Cristobal called Alonso Gonzalez to come with us. We also chose for the office of inspector a soldier named Bernaldino Aiguez of Santo Domingo de la Calzada, so that should we by God's will come up on rich lands, or peoples possessed of gold or silver or pearls or any other kind of wealth, there should be someone to guard the royal fifth. When all this was arranged and we had heard Mass, we commended ourselves to God and his Blessed Mother, and began our voyage. On the 8th of February, 1517, we sailed for Axe, Arauco, and 12 days later doubled Cape San Antonio. Then, once in the open sea, we steered at a venture towards the west, without knowledge of the depths or currents or of the winds that prevail in those latitudes. So we were in great hazard of our lives when a storm struck us, which lasted 2 days and 2 nights, and had such force that we were nearly wrecked. When the weather moderated, we resumed our course, and 21 days after leaving port, to our great joy we sighted land, for which we gave thanks to God. This land was as yet undiscovered, and we had received no report of it. From the ships we could see a large town which appeared to lie 6 miles back from the coast, and as we had never seen one as large in Cuba or Hispaniola, we named it the Great Cairo. We decided that the 2 vessels of Shallows draught should go in as near as possible to see if there was any anchorage close to the shore. And on the morning of 4 March, we saw 10 large canoes called pirogues full of the inhabitants of that town, approaching us with oars and sail. These pirogues are shaped like troughs. They are large and hollowed out of huge single logs, and many of them will hold 40 Indians. These canoes came close to our ships, and we made signs of peace, waving our hands and our cloaks as an invitation to them to come and speak to us. For at that time we had no interpreters who knew the languages of Yucatan and Mexico. They approached quite fearlessly, and more than 30 men came aboard our flagship. We gave each of them a string of green beads, and they spent some time examining the ships. Then the principal man among them, who was the cacique, told us by signs that they wanted to board their canoes and go back to the town. He indicated that they would return another day with more canoes, in which we could go ashore. These Indians wore cotton shirts made in the shape of jackets, and covered their private parts with narrow cloths, which they called mastels. We considered them a more civilized people than the Cubans, for they went about naked, except for the women, who wore cotton cloths that came down to their thighs. Next morning the same cacique came back, bringing 12 large canoes with Indian oarsmen. With a smiling face and every appearance of friendliness, he made signs that we should go to his town, where they would give us food, and everything else we needed, and to which they would take us in their canoes. As he invited us aboard, he repeated in his language, "Cones Catoch," which means, "Come to our house." For this reason we called the place Cape Catoch, and so it is still named on the charts. When our captain and the soldiers saw these friendly demonstrations, it was agreed that we should lower our ship's boats and all go ashore together in the smallest of them and the 12 canoes. We saw the whole coast crowded with Indians who had come from the town, and therefore decided that we would all land at the same moment. When the cacique saw us land but make no move towards the town, he again made signs to our captain that we should go with him to the houses. He gave so much evidence of peaceful intentions that after some discussion, most of us soldiers agreed that we should go forward, taking all the arms that we could carry. We took 15 crossbows and 10 muskets, and started to follow the road along which the cacique was going with his great company of Indians. We advanced in this way until we came to some brush-covered hillocks. Then the cacique started shouting to some bands of warriors whom he had placed in ambush to kill us. In response to the cacique's call, these bands quickly fell on us with great fury, and began to shoot with such accuracy that the first flight of arrows wounded 13 soldiers. The Indians wore armor made of cotton, which reached down to their knees. They carried lances and shields, bows and arrows, slings and many stones, and after the arrow flights, with their feathered crests waving, they attacked us hand to hand. Wielding their lances in both hands, they did us great damage. But thanks be to God, when they felt the sharp edge of our swords and the effect of our crossbows and muskets, they quickly took to their heels, leaving 15 dead on the field. A little beyond this place where they attacked us was a small square with 3 houses, built of masonry, which served as queues or prayer houses. These contained many idols of baked clay, some with demon's face, some with women's, and others equally ugly, which seemed to represent Indians committing sodomy with one another. Inside the house were some small wooden chests containing other idols and some discs, made partly of gold, but mainly of copper, also some pendants, 3 diadems, and other small objects in the shape of fishes and of the local ducks, all made of poor quality gold. When we saw the gold and the masonry house, we were very pleased to have found such a country, for Peru had not yet been discovered, nor was it to be discovered for another 20 years. Whilst we were fighting the Indians, the priest Gonzalez took possession of the chests, the idols, and the gold, and carried them to the ship. In this skirmish we captured 2 Indians who, when they were afterwards baptized, received the names of Julian and Melchior. Both were cross-eyed. Once this surprise attack was over, we returned to our ships, and after attending to the wounded, set sail along the coast in a westerly direction. Believing this to be an island, as our pilot assured us we went forward very cautiously, sailing by day and anchoring at night. And after 15 days we sighted what appeared to be a large town beside a great inlet or bay. Here we thought there might be a river or stream, at which we could take water, of which we were very short, since the casks and other vessels we had brought were not watertight. The reason for this was that we were too poor to buy good ones. The day of our landing was Street Lazarus Sunday, and so we called the place Lazaro, by which name it is still marked on the charts. The proper Indian name for it is Pech, so that we could all disembark at once, and not be caught as we had been at Cape Catoche. We decided to go in the smallest ship and the 3 boats, and to carry all our arms. In these bays or inlets the water drops very considerably at low tide, so we had to leave our ships anchored more than 3 miles offshore. We embarked near the town, where there was a pool of good water, at which the inhabitants were accustomed to drink, for as far as we could see, there were no rivers in this country. We landed the casks, intending to fill them and re-embark. But when we were ready to go, a company of about 50 Indians, dressed in good cotton cloaks, who looked like caciques, came peacefully out of the town and asked us by signs what we were looking for. We gave them to understand that we had come for water and were going straight back to our ships. They asked us by gesture whether we came from the east, and repeated the word a castellan, but we did not understand what they meant. Then they invited us to go with them to their town, and after some discussion among ourselves, we decided to go, but in good formation and very cautiously. They led us to some very large buildings of fine masonry, which were the prayer houses of their idols, the walls of which were painted with the figures of great serpents and evil-looking gods. In the middle was something like an altar covered with clotted blood, and on the other side of the idols were symbols like crosses, and all were colored. We stood astonished, never having seen or heard of such things before. It appears that they had just sacrificed some Indians to their idols, so as to ensure victory over us. However, many Indian women were strolling about most peacefully, as it seemed, laughing and amusing themselves. But as the men were gathered in such numbers, we were afraid that there might be another ambush like that at Catoche. At this point, many more Indians came up, wearing very ragged cloaks and carrying dried reeds, which they put down on the ground. These were followed by 2 bands of Indian archers in cotton armor, carrying lances, shields, slings, and stones, and each of these bands was drawn up by its captain at a short distance from us. At that moment there came from another house, which was the temple of their idols, 10 Indians wearing long white cotton cloaks, which fell to their feet. Their hair was very long, and so clot it with blood that it would have needed cutting before it could be combed or parted. These were the priests of their gods, who, in New Spain, are generally called papas. They brought us incense of a sort of resin, which they call copal, and began to burn it over us in earthen, where braziers full of live coals. By means of signs, they gave us to understand that we must leave their land before the fire, wood that they had piled there burnt out, otherwise they would attack us and kill us. The papas then ordered the reeds to be set alight, and departed without more words, and the warriors who were drawn up to attack us began to whistle and sound their trumpets and drums. When we saw these great bands of Indians threatening us so boldly, we were afraid, for we had not yet recovered from the wounds received at Cape Catoche, and had just thrown overboard the bodies of 2 soldiers who had died. So we decided to retire to the coast in good order, and began to march along the shore towards a large rock which rose out of the sea, while the boats and the small ship laden with the water casks coasted along close to the shore. We had not dared to embark near the town where we had landed, since a great number of Indians were waiting for us there, and we were sure they would attack as we did so. Once we had embarked and got the casks on board, we sailed on for 6 days and nights in good weather. Then we were struck by a norther, which is a cross wind on that coast. It lasted 4 days and nights, and was so strong that it almost drove us ashore, and forced us to anchor in doing, so we broke 2 cables, and 1 ship began to drag. Our danger was very great, for if the last cable had broken, we should have been driven ashore and destroyed, but thank God we were able to ease the strain by lashing it with ropes and hawsers. When the weather had improved, we continued to follow the coast, going ashore as often as we could to take fresh water, for as I have said, our casks were not watertight. They gaped and we could not repair them, but as we were following the coast we trusted that we should find water wherever we landed, either in jag. These pulls ore by digging for it. As we sailed on our course we sighted another town about 3 miles back from an inlet, which looked like the mouth of a river or stream. So we decided to anchor, and because the tide falls so far on this coast and ships are liable to be stranded, we stood 3 miles off. Then we went ashore in our boats and the smallest ship, carrying all our casks and well provided with weapons. We landed a little after midday, 3 miles from the town, where there were some pools, some maize plantations, and a few small stone houses. As we were filling our casks, many bands of Indians came along the coast from the town of Champeton, as it is called, wearing cotton armor to the knees, and carrying bows and arrows, lances and shields, swords, which appeared to be two-handed slings and stones. They wore the habitual feathered crests. Their faces were painted black and white and rust red, and they approached us silently. They came straight towards us as if in peace, and asked us by signs whether we came from the east. We replied also by signs that we did. We were puzzled by the words that they then called out to us, which were the same as the Indians at Lazaro had used, but we could not make out what they meant. All this happened about nightfall, and the Indians then went off to some nearby village. We posted sentinels as a precaution, for we mistrusted these great assemblies of Indians. As we watched through the night, we heard a great band of warriors approaching from the farms and the town, and we well knew that this boded us no good. We discussed what we should do, and some were for embarking immediately, as is usual in such case. There was no agreement. The majority thought, however, that if we attempted to do so, the Indians would attack us at once, and since they were so many, we should be in danger of our lives. But a few of us were for attacking them in the night, for as the proverb goes, the first blow is half the battle. While we were still debating, the dawn broke, and we saw that we were outnumbered by 200 to 1. So wishing one another a stout heart for the fight, we commended ourselves to God, and did our best to save our lives. Once it was daylight, we could see many more warriors advancing along the coast with banners raised and plumes and drums, to join the others who had gathered during the night. After forming up in squadrons and surrounding us on all sides, they assailed us with such a shower of arrows and darts and stones from their slings that more than 80 of our soldiers were wounded. Then they attacked us hand to hand, some with lances, and some shooting arrows, and others with their two-handed cutting swords. Though we fought back with swords and muskets and crossbows, they brought us to a bad pass. At last, feeling the effects of our sword play, they drew back a little, but not far, and only to shoot at us from greater safety. During the fighting, the Indians shouted to one another, Al-Kalat, Shini Kalat, Shini, which means in their language attack and kill, our captain, was hit by 10 arrows and I by 3, one of which gave me a dangerous wound in the left side, piercing beat between my ribs. All the rest received severe lance wounds, and 2 of our men were captured alive. Our captain saw that good fighting did not help us, since so many bands surrounded us, and so many more were coming up fresh from the town, bringing food and drink with them and a large supply of arrows. All our soldiers had received 2 or 3 arrows. 3 of them had their throats pierced by lance thrusts, and our captain was bleeding from many wounds. Already 50 of our men had been killed, and we had no more strength to resist. So we determined with stout hearts to break through the Indian battalions and seek shelter in our boats, which lay offshore, not far away. Thus we saved ourselves. Forming ourselves up in a close squadron, we broke through. The enemy, who with fearful yells, whistles, and cries showered arrows upon us, and hurled their lance, is with all their might, winding still more of us. Then we ran in't, another danger as we all jumped in't. The boats at the same time, and there were many of us, they began to sink. Clinging to the sides of the waterlogged craft as best we could, and half swimming, we reached the vessel of Shallow's draught, which came in haste to our assistance. Many of our men were wounded again as we embarked, especially those who were clinging to the stern of the boats, for they presented a good target. The Indians even waded in't the sea with their lance, and attacked us with all their might, but, thank God, by a great effort we escaped with our lives from these people's clutches. The battle had lasted an hour, and in addition to the 50 men or more killed and the 2 prisoners, we threw 5 men overboard a few days later, who had died of their wounds and of the great thirst we suffered. As I said, the town was called Champerton, and the pilots and sailors named this coast on their charts La Costa de Mala Pella. When it was all safely over, we thanked God for our escape. But as the soldiers' wounds were being dressed, some of them complained of pains, for they were beginning to grow cold, and the salt water caused considerable swelling. Some of them also cursed the pilot and his voyage to this island that we had discovered, for he was always insisting that it was an island, and not the mainland. After attending to our wounds, we decided to return to Cuba, but as almost all the sailors were wounded, we had not enough men to tend the sails. So we abandoned our smallest vessel, and set fire to her after removing her sails, cables, and anchors, and dividing her unwounded crew among the 2 larger vessels. But we had even worse trouble in our lack of fresh water, owing to the attack at Champerton and our retreat to the boats. We had not been able to fetch off the casks and barrels we had filled, but had left them on shore. We had such a thirst that our mouths and tongues were cracked, and there was nothing to give us relief. Such are the hardships to be endured when discovering lands in the manner that we set about it. No one can imagine their severity who has not himself endured them. We kept our course very close to the land in the hope of finding some river or bay where we could get fresh water, and after 3 days we sighted an inlet in which we thought there might be a stream or a freshwater creek. 15 of the sailors who had stayed aboard and were unwounded, and 3 soldiers, whose wounds were no longer dangerous, landed with pickaxes and some barrels. The creek was salty, and they dug some holes on the shore. But there the water was as salty and bitter as in the creek. However bad as the water was, they filled the casks and brought them aboard. But no one could drink it, and it pained the mouths and stomachs of the few soldiers who tried. In this creek there were so many large alligators that it has always been called El Estro de los Lagartos, by which name it is marked on the charts. While the boats were ashore taking water, a northeast gale rose, so violent that the ships dragged their anchors and were driven towards the beach. Seeing this danger, the sailors who had gone ashore hastily brought the boats back, and had just time to throw out additional anchors and cables, so that the ships rode in safety for 2 days and nights. Then we raised anchor and set sail, continuing our voyage towards Cuba. The pilot Alaminos discussed our course with the 2 other pilots, and it was agreed that we should now make for Florida, which, according to his readings of the chart, was only 200 miles away. Once we had reached Florida, he said the crossing would be shorter than the course by which we had come. The ships sailed to Florida, and there took water just in time to save the lives of the parched adventurers. There was a sharp skirmish with the Indians, after which the expedition returned to Cuba, where its leader, Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, and 3 of the soldiers died of their wounds. A report was made to the governor Diego Velázquez that a thickly populated country had been discovered, whose inhabitants built stone houses, wore cotton clothes, possessed gold, and cultivated maize. The objects taken from the temple at Catoche appeared much superior to anything so far found in the New World. The idols aroused particular interest, and some attributed them to the Jews who were exiled by Titus and Vespasian and sent overseas. The governor examined the 2 prisoners, Melchior and Julian, as to the existence of gold mines in their country. They replied that there were some, but Bernal Díaz considered this to be untrue. The Spaniards understood the newly discovered country to be called Yucatan. In fact, the prisoners were explaining that they cultivate the yucca or cassava, the plant of which they make their bread. Diego Velázquez reported to the Royal Council for the Indies that he had made the discoveries himself at very great expense, and the president of the council, Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos, advised the king, the Emperor Charles V, who was in Flanders, that this was so. Bernal Díaz was reduced to poverty, and after a disastrous trading expedition, asked for the help of the governor, who was, as we have heard, his relative. Velázquez asked him if he would be prepared to return to Yucatan, and Bernal Díaz, after twitting him on the mistaken name and expatiating on the hardships of Hernandez's expedition, was told that such hardships are to be expected by those who set out to discover new lands and gain, and Bernal then agreed to serve in the next expedition, the expedition of Juan de Grijalva. In the year 1518, the governor of Cuba decided to send out another fleet to the lands which we had discovered, and which are called Yucatan, and he looked for 4 ships to compose it. 2 of these had taken part in Francisco Hernandez's expedition, and the other 2 he bought with his own money. At the time when he was fitting out the fleet, there were present in Santiago de Cuba, where Velázquez resided, Juan de Grijalva, Alonso de Avila, Francisco de Monteo, and Pedro de Alvarado, all of whom had come to see the governor on business, for they held encomiendas on the islands. All 4 were men of importance. Juan de Grijalva there, for who was a relation of the governor, was appointed commander-in-chief, and the other 3 gentlemen each received command of a vessel. The captains contributed the provisions and stores of cassava bread and salt pork, and Diego Velázquez provided the 4 ships a supply of beads and small articles of little value for barter, and some vegetables. He then ordered me to go with these captains as ensign, as the report had spread that these lands were very rich, and the Indian Julian said there was gold. Those settlers and soldiers in the island, possessed no Indians were eager and greedy to go. So we quickly collected 240 companions, then each of us, out of his own funds, added such stores, arms, and other necessities as he could. It appears that the governor's instructions to the expeditions were that they should obtain all the gold and silver they could by barter, and settle if they dared and if the land was suitable for settlement, but otherwise return to Cuba. When all of us were assembled, and the pilots, 3 of whom had served on Hernandez's expedition, had received their instructions and lantern signals had been arranged to be used at night, we set sail after hearing Mass on 8 April 1518. In 10 days we doubled Guanigunico or Strait Anton's Point, and after another 10 days sailing discovered the island of Cos, Imol, which we had not sighted before. For with the current that was running we were driven much farther to the leeward than when we sailed with Francisco Hernandez. We followed the southern shore of this island, and sighted a village with a few houses, and a good anchorage beside it, which was free from reefs. The captain and a number of us soldiers went ashore. But the inhabitants of the village had fled when they saw our ships under sail, for they had never seen such a thing before. We soldiers who landed found old men who could not run hiding in some maize fields, and led them back to the captain. Julian and Melchior, whom he had brought back from Francisco Hernandez's expedition, understood their language perfectly, since it was the same as their own. The islands being only some 12 miles off the coast, through these interpreters, the captain spoke kindly to the old men. He gave them some beads, and sent them to summon the caciques of the town. They went off, but never came back. While we were waiting for them, a good-looking Indian girl appeared, and began to talk in the Jamaican language. She told us that all the men and women of the village had fled to the woods in fear. As I and many of our soldiers understood this language very well, since it is the same as is spoken in Cuba, we asked the girl in some surprise how she came to be there. She answered that 2 years ago she had gone out from Jamaica with 10 men of the island in a large canoe, intending to fish from some nearby islets. But the current had carried them to this land where they had been thrown ashore. The inhabitants had killed her husband and all the other men, and had sacrificed them to their idols. Thinking that this woman would make a good messenger, our captain sent her to summon the Indians and the caciques of the village, and allowed her 2 days to go and return. For we were afraid that if we let Melchior and Julian go off, they would go back to their own country, which was not far away. But to return to the woman from Jamaica, the reply she brought was that none of the Indians would be persuaded to come, whatever she said. We called the village Santa Cruz in honor of the day on which we discovered it. When Juan de Grijalva saw that it would be wasting time to stay there any longer, he gave us orders to go on board, and the Indian woman went with us. We then continued our voyage, following the route we had taken with Francisco de Hernandez, and in 8 days reached the neighborhood of Champerton, the scene of our defeat by the Indians. As the tide runs out very far in the bay, we anchored 3 miles from the land, and put half our soldiers ashore in the boats near the houses of the town. The Indian inhabitants and others from the district at once assembled, as they had done before, when they killed 56 or more of our men, and wounded all the rest, as I have related. They were carrying their usual weapons, bows, arrows, lances of various sizes, some of which were as large as ours, shields, swords, single and double-handed, and slings and stones. They wore cotton armor, and carried small trumpets and drums. Most of them had painted their face, is black, but some had daubed themselves with red and white, and very proud of their recent victory. They were drawn up to the shore, ready to fall on us if we landed, but we had gained some experience from our earlier expedition, and had brought with us in our boats some small cannon and a good supply of crossbows and muskets. As we approached the shore, they began to shed arrows and to hurl lance, is at us with all their might, and although we did them great damage with our cannon, such a flight of arrows rained down on us that half our soldiers were wounded before we got ashore. But once we had landed, we checked their fury with good sword play and with our crossbows. For although they continued to shed at us, we were all wearing padded cotton armor. They continued to attack us for some time, however, before we drove them back in some swamps near the town. In this fight, 7 soldiers were killed, among them Juan de Quiteria, a man of importance. Our captain Juan de Grijalva received 3 arrow wounds and had 2 of his teeth broken, and more than 60 of us were wounded. As soon as we saw that all the enemy had fled, we entered the town, attended to our wounded, and buried our dead. We did not find a single person in the whole place, and those who had retreated to the swamp had all disappeared. We took 3 prisoners in this skirmish, one of whom was a person of importance, and Grijalva sent them off to summon the cacique of the town, giving them clearly to understand through the interpreters Julian and Melchior that we pardoned them for what they had done as a sign of peace. He gave them some green beads to hand to their cacique. They departed but never returned, so we concluded that our interpreters had not repeated what they were told, but the exact opposite. We stayed in the town for 3 days. I remember that this skirmish took place in some fields where there were many locusts of the small variety, which jumped up and flew in our face, as we were fighting. The Indian archers were many. The arrows fell on us as thickly as hail. Sometimes we mistook them for locusts, and failing to put up our shields, were struck and wounded. But on other occasions we took the flying locusts for arrows, and were severely hampered in our fighting. Keeping on our course, we reached what appeared to be the mouth of a very great and broad river. However, it was not, as we had thought, a river, but a very good harbor, because there was land on both sides of us, and the water was so wide that it looked like a strait. The pilot Alaminos said that here the island ended and the mainland began. Therefore we called it the Boca de Terminos, and so it is named on the charts. It was in fact a lagoon enclosed by islands with 3 entrance channels. Our Captain Grijalva went ashore with the other captains and soldiers, and we spent 3 days taking soundings at the mouth of the strait. After thoroughly exploring the bay up and down to discover where it ended, we found that there was no island, but that we were lying in a very good harbor. On shore there were some stone buildings used as prayer houses, which contained many idols of baked clay, wood, and stone. Some of them were female figures, others represented serpents, and there were many deer's antlers. We thought that there must be a town nearby, since a place with such a safe port would be a good site for a settlement, but we were wrong. It was quite uninhabited, and the prayer house merely belonged to those traders and hunters who put in there when passing in there, use and offered a sacrifice. We found good deer and rabbit hunting, and with the help of a greyhound bitch we killed 10 deer and many rabbits. When we had finished our explorations and soundings, we re-embarked, but the bitch remained behind, making our way by day westward, close along the shore, but not daring to sail at night for fear of reefs and shallows, After 3 days we sighted the mouth of a very wide river, and brought our ships in shore, since it seemed a good harbor. As we came nearer in, however, we saw the water breaking over the bar at the mouth of the river. So we lowered our boats, and discovered by sounding that our 2 larger ships could not enter. It was agreed that they should anchor outside in the open sea, and that all our soldiers should go up the river in the 2 ships of smaller draught and the boats. We took this course because we saw many Indians armed like those at Champerton with bows and arrows and other weapons, lying in canoes alongside the river banks, and therefore realized that there was a larger town close by. Moreover, as we came along the coast, we had seen nets set in the sea for catching fish, and had gone by the boat which was towed behind the flagship to take the fish from 2 of them. The river was called the Tabasco River, after the cacique of the town who was so named. But since we discovered it on this voyage, and Juan de Grijalva was the discoverer, we called it the Rio de Grijalva, and so it is marked in the charts. When we arrived within 1.5 miles of the town, we heard a great noise of wood being cut, for the Indians were setting up obstacles, strong points and stockades, and undoubtedly preparing to fight us. Realizing this, we landed 1 mile or more from the town on a headland where there were some palms. When the Indians saw us go ashore, a fleet of some 50 canoes approached, full of warriors clad in cotton armor and carrying bows and arrows, lances and shields, drums and feather plumes. Many other canoes full of warriors were lying in the creeks, and they kept at some distance from us, as if, unlike the others, they had not the courage to approach. On seeing these preparations, we were on the point of firing on them with guns, muskets and crossbows, when, thanks be to God, we decided to call out to them. Through Julian and Melchior, who spoke their language very well, we told them that they had nothing to fear, that we wished to talk to them, and that when they heard what we had to say, they would be glad we had come to their country. Moreover, we intended to give them some of the things we had brought with us. When they understood our speech, for canoes carrying about 30 Indians approached us, and we showed them some strings of green beads, some little mirrors and blue diamonds, at the sight of which they assumed a more friendly attitude, for they thought they were chalche, heights which they value very highly. Then our captain informed them, through our interpreters, that we came from a distant country, and were vassals of a great emperor called Charles, who ruled over many great lords and chieftains, and that they must accept him as their lord, which would be greatly to their advantage, and that in exchange for these beads they must give us poultry and provisions. 2 of the Indians replied, one of them a chief and the other a papa, who, as I have said, in New Spain is a sort of priest who serves their idols, saying that they would give us the provisions we asked for, and would barter their things for ours, but that as for the rest, they already had a lord, and yet we, who had just arrived and knew nothing about them, wished to offer them another. They warned us not to attack them, as we had done at Champerton, for they had more than 3 sequiples of warriors from all the near-by provinces in readiness. Their sequiples are made up of 8,000 men. They said that they were all well aware that we had killed and wounded more than 200 men only a few days before at Champerton, but that they were not such weaklings as those others, and for this reason had come to talk to us and find out what we wanted. Whatever we said would then be passed on to the caciques of many towns who had assembled to decide on peace or war. Our captain then embraced the Indians as a sign of peace, gave them some strings of beads, and told them to go and bring an answer as soon as possible. He warned them however that though we did not wish to provoke them, we would have to break into their town if they did not do so. These messengers whom we sent spoke to the caciques and to the papas, who also have a voice in their decisions, and they decided in favor of peace and gifts of food. They also decided that they and the neighboring towns would presently look for a present of gold to give us, and so secure our friendship, in order that they should not meet with the same treatment as the people of Champerton had suffered. From what I saw and learnt afterwards, it was the custom in that district, and in other parts of New Spain, to give presents when making peace, and this we shall see later on. On the following day, more than 30 Indians came to the headland of the palm trees, where we were encamped, bringing roasted fish and fowls, sapota frit and maize cakes. Also braziers with live coals and incense, with which they perfumed us all. Then they spread on the ground some mats, which they here call petates, and covered them with a cloth, and presented us with gold jewels, some in the form of diadems, some shaped like our own Spanish ducks, and others like lizards. They also gave us 3 necklaces of hollow beads, and other gold objects of small value. The whole lot was not worth more than 200 pesos. They also brought some cloaks and skirts of the kind they wear, and begged us kindly to accept all this, since they had no more gold to give us but that further on in the direction of the sunset there was plenty. They kept on repeating Icolio, Colio, and Mexico, Mexico, but we did not know what Colio or Mexico meant. Although the present that they brought us was not worth much, we were satisfied, because we now knew for certain that they had gold. Immediately after the presentation they asked us to go on our way, and when Grijalva had thanked them and given them some more beads, we decided to go on board at once, since our 2 ships were in great danger, for if a northerly gale had blown it would have driven them on the lee shore. But we were also anxious to push on towards the place where they said there was gold. Once on board, we set our course along the coast, and after 2 days came in sight of a town and district called Galulco, where many Indians marched along the sandy beach, carrying shields of turtle shell which sparkled when the sun struck them, and which some of our soldiers swore were of low-grade gold. The Indians who carried them were cutting capers, as if mocking at the ships, for they knew that they were at a safe distance, being some way up the coast. We called this place La Rambla, and so it is named on the charts. Sailing further up the coast, we sighted a bay int, which flows the river Tonela, which we entered on our way back and named the Rio de San Antonio, as it is now marked on the charts. Continuing on our course, we noted the position of the great river Cotaco, Alcos, and decided to enter the bay, not in order to explore it, but because of bad weather. Soon we came in sight of the great mountains, which are snow covered all the year round, and we saw other mountains nearer the sea, which are called the San Martin Range. We gave them this title because the first to see them was a soldier from Havana of that name, who was in our company. As we followed up the coast, Captain Pedro de Alvarado went ahead with his ship and entered a river, which is called in the Indian language Papalopan, but which we named the Rio de Alvarado. Since he was the first to enter it, here some Indian fishermen, natives of a town called Tacatalpa, gave him some fish. We were waiting with the 3 other ships at the mouth of the river for him to sail down, and the general was very angry with him for having gone up without his permission. He ordered him never again to go ahead of the other ships, in case he should meet with some accident in which we could not come to his assistance. We then sailed on all 4 ships together, till we came to the mouth of another river, which we named the Rio de las Banderas, because we saw a great number of Indians with long lances, from each of which hung a great cloth. Some readers who have visited New Spain, and other interested persons who have not, may be aware that Mexico was a very large city, built in the water like Venice, and governed by a great prince called Montezuma, who was king of many neighboring lands and ruled over the whole of New Spain, which is a country twice the size of our own. This prince was so powerful that he wished to extend his sway and information further than was possible. He had received news of our first expedition under Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, and of the battles of Catoche and Champeton, also of the happenings at Champeton during our present voyage. He knew that our soldiers, though few, had defeated the warriors of that town and the very numerous allies who had joined them. He knew that we had entered the Tabasco River, and of our dealings with the caciques of Tabasco. Moreover, he realized that our purpose was to barter the goods we had brought for gold. All this information had been presented to him painted on cloths made of sisal hemp, which is like linen. Knowing that we were sailing up the coast towards his provinces, he ordered his governors, if we brought our ships in't, their districts to barter gold for our beads, especially the green ones, since they somewhat resemble their chalche, heights which were valued as highly as emeralds. He also ordered them to find out more about our persons and our intentions. Now, it is a fact, as we afterwards heard, that the Indians' ancestors had prophesied that men with beards would come from the direction of the sunrise and rule over them. So, for one reason or another, many of the great Mont, as Ima's people, were posted beside that river, watching for us, and carrying long poles with a white cotton flag on the end of each, which they waved at us, calling to us, seemingly as a sign of peace, to come and join them on the shore. Astonished at this unusual sight, the general and his captains decided to lower 2 boats, ordering all our cross, bowmen and musketeers, also 20 of us soldiers, the youngest and nimblest. To jump in, they sent Francisco de Monte. Go with us with instructions to report immediately if the men with flags proved to be warriors, or if we saw anything else of importance. At this time, thanks be to God, the weather was good, which it rarely is on that coast. And when we got ashore, we found 3 caciques, one of whom was Mont, Ezima's governor, and had many of his followers with him. They had brought some of their local poultry, and of those maize cakes that they eat, and some pineapples and sapota fruit, which in other parts of the country are called mamies. They had spread mats on the ground, and were seated under the shade of some trees, and they invited us to sit down also, all by signs, because Julian, who came from Cape Catoche, did not understand their language, which was Mexican. Then they brought clay braziers with burning coals, and incensed us with a sort of resin. Captain Mont, you reported all these facts to the general, and Grijalva decided to cast anchor and go ashore with his captains and soldiers. When the caciques and governor saw him land and realized that he was the commander of us, all they treated him ceremoniously according to their custom, and he behaved very ingratiatingly to them. He ordered that they should be given diamonds and green beads, and conveyed to them by signs that they should bring gold to trade with us. Then the Indian governor sent messages to all the neighboring towns that gold jewels must be brought to be bartered. And during the 6 days that we stayed there, they brought more than 16,000 pesos worth of jewelry of low-grade gold worked in a variety of shapes. This must be the gold which the chroniclers Mara Iliscas and Jovio say was given to us at Tabasco. They state this as the truth though it is well known that there is no gold in the Rio de Grijalva province or anywhere near it, and very few jewels. We took formal possession of this country in His Majesty's name, and when we had done so, the general addressed the Indians, telling them that we intended to return to our ships, and giving them some shirts from Spain. We took one of them aboard with us, who, when he understood our language, became a Christian, taking the name of Francisco, and I afterwards met him with his Indian wife. Now, when we had been there 6 days, the general saw that the Indians would bring no more gold to barter. So, the ships being in danger from a north or northeast wind, he thought it was time to embark. As we sailed along the coast, we sighted an island of white sand washed over by the sea, which lay about 9 miles from the shore. This we called the Isla Blanca, and it is so marked on the charts. Not far from this we sighted another island, on which were many green trees. This lay about 12 miles from the shore, and we called it Isla Verde. Sailing on, we saw yet another island, larger than the others, and less than 5 miles from the shore. And in front of it was a good road, steed in which the general ordered us to anchor. The boats were then launched, and Juan de Grijalva with many of us soldiers landed to inspect this island, for we saw smoke rising from it. We found 2 stone buildings of good workmanship, each with a flight of steps leading up to a kind of altar, and on those altars were evil-looking idols, which were their gods. Here we found 5 Indians who had been sacrificed to them on that very night. Their chests had been struck open, and their arms and thighs cut off, and the walls of these buildings were covered with blood. All this amazed us greatly, and we called this island the Isla de Sacrificios, as it is now named on the charts. We all went ashore opposite this island, and on the wide, sandy beach we set up huts and shelters made from the boughs of trees and our ship's sails. Then many Indians came down to the shore, bringing various small gold articles to barter, as at the Rio de Banderas. This they did, as we afterwards learnt, on the instructions of the great Montezuma. But the Indians who came were fearful, and brought very little there, for our captain ordered the anchors to be raised, and we set sail. Our next anchorage was Apes, it another island about 1.5 miles offshore, and this is the place where the port of Vera Cruz now stands. We landed on a sandy beach, and to escape the many swarms of mosquitoes built our huts on the tops of the highest dunes, which are very extensive in these parts. From our boats we took careful soundings of the harbor, and discovered that there was a good bottom, also that under the shelter of the island our ships would be safe from the northerly gales. Once this was done, the general and 30 of us soldiers went to the island, fully armed in 2 boats. There we found a prayer house with a huge and ugly idol, which they called Tezcatlipoca, in charge of 4 Indians in black cloaks and hoods, very like those of our Dominicans or canons. These were the priests or papas. That day they had sacrificed 2 boys, cutting open their chests, and offering their blood and hearts to that accursed idol. And these priests came to incense us with the same incense as they used on Tezcatlipoca, for at the time of our arrival they were burning something that smelt like incense before him. But we would not allow them to burn it over us. We were all upset by the sight of those 2 dead boys, and too indignant at their cruelty. The general asked the Indian Francisco, whom we had brought from the Rio de Banderas and who seemed fairly intelligent, why they had done this, and he replied by signs, because, as I have said, we had then no interpreter, Julian and Melchior, not understanding Mexican, that the people of Culua had ordered the sacrifice. But as he was slovenly in his speech, he said, You so our commander, who was present being named Juan, and it being St. John's Day in June, we called the island San Juan de Olio. This port is now very famous, and great sea walls have been erected there to protect ships from the northerly gales. It is here that all merchandise from Castile is landed for Mexico and New Spain. While we were encamped in the dunes, Indians from the neighboring towns came to barter their gold jewelry for our goods. But they brought so little, and it was so nearly valueless, that we took no account of it. We stayed there 7 days, but found the mosquitoes unbearable, and realized that we were wasting our time. We now knew for certain that these were not islands but the mainland, and that there were large towns and great numbers of Indians. But the cassava bread we had brought was all moldy and full of weevils, and was going sour. Moreover, there were not enough soldiers in our company to found a settlement, especially as 13 had died of their wounds, and another 4 were still disabled. Taking all this into account, we agreed to inform Diego Velázquez of our situation, in the hope that he would send us some help. For Juan de Grijalva was most eager to found a settlement, even with the few soldiers he had with him. He was always a courageous man, with all the qualities of a brave and bold leader. It was therefore decided that Pedro de Alvarado should take the good ship San Sebastian and carry the message to Cuba. There were 2 reasons for this choice. Firstly, that Grijalva and the other captains were annoyed with Alvarado for having sailed up the Rio Papalopan, and secondly, that Alvarado had come on the expedition against his will, as he was not in good health. It was agreed that all the wounded men and all the cloth and gold that had been gained by barter should be sent back with him. Each of the captains then wrote to Velázquez expressing his own opinion, and the ship set sail. No sooner had we left Cuba on our voyage with Grijalva than Velázquez began to be afraid that some disaster might befall us. In his anxiety for news, he sent a small ship with a few soldiers to look for us under the command of Cristobal de Olid, a valuable and very resourceful captain, who was afterwards called. Quartermaster Velázquez instructed him to follow Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba's route until he overtook us. His ship, however, was struck by a heavy gale while anchored off the coast of Yucatan, and his pilot ordered the cables to be cut to save it from foundering at anchor. So he returned to Santiago de Cuba, having lost his anchors. Diego Velázquez was waiting at the port, and on hearing that Olid had no news of us, became even more anxious than before. But at this point, Pedro de Alvarado arrived with the gold and cloth and the wounded men, and told the whole story of our discoveries. And when the governor saw the gold that Alvarado brought, he greatly overestimated its value on account of its being in the form of jewelry. With Diego Velázquez were many men from the city and other parts of the island, who were there on business when the king's officers took the royal fifth, which is due to his majesty. Everyone was astonished at the riches of the lands we had discovered. Pedro de Alvarado was a good storyteller, and they say that Diego Velázquez could do nothing but embrace him, and there were great rejoicings and sports for the next 8 days. There had been rumors enough already about the existence of rich lands, But now, with the rival of this gold, they were exaggerate it still further throughout the islands and in Castile, as I shall tell later, but I must leave Diego Velasquez to his rejoicings, and return to our ships at San Juan de Ulloa. After Captain Pedro de Alvarado had left us for Cuba, the general, the captains, and the soldiers decided, with the approval of the pilots, that we should continue to hug the shore and discover all we could along the coast. Keeping on our course, we sighted the Sierra de Tuxtla, and further on 2 days later, we sighted another and higher range, which is now called the Sierra de Tuxpan. After a town of that name which is nearby, as we followed the coast we saw many towns, apparently some 6 to 9 miles inland, and belonging to the province of Panuco, and sailing further, we came to a great and very rapid river, which we named the Rio de Canos, at the mouth of which we anchored. When all 3 ships lay at anchor and we were a little off our guard, about 20 large canoes, full of Indian warriors armed with bows, arrows, and lances, suddenly came down the river and made straight for the ship which seemed to them the smallest and lay nearest the shore. It was commanded by Francisco de Monteo. The Indians then shot a flight of arrows which wounded 5 soldiers and cast ropes about the ship, intending to tow it off. They even cut one of its cables with their copper axes. However, the captain and soldiers put up a good fight and overturned 3 of their canoes, and we hastened to their assistance in our boats with muskets and crossbows. We wounded more than a third of these Indians who returned from their unfortune adventure to the place from which they had come. We then raised anchor and sailed along the coast until we came to a great cape, which was very difficult to double, for the currents were so strong that we could make no headway. The pilot Alaminos told the general that it was no use trying to follow our course any further, and gave many reasons for his opinion. A discussion was held to decide what should be done, and it was resolved that we should return to Cuba. One reason for this was that the winter rains were already setting in, but we were also short of provisions, and one ship was leaking badly. However, the captains were not of one mind. Juan de Grijalva said that he wanted to plant a settlement, but Alonso de Avila and Francisco de Monteo objected, saying that they would not be able to defend it against the great number of warriors in that country. Moreover, we were all worn out by our long voyage. So we turned round and set sail before the wind, and in a few days, with the help of the currents, reached the mouth of the great Rio de Cotacoalcos. But we could not enter it on account of unfavorable weather, so hugging the shore, we entered the Rio de Ton, which we had named San Antonio. There we careened one of the ships which was making water fast, for as we came in, it had struck the bar, where the sea was very shallow. While we were repairing the ship, many Indians came quite peaceably from the town of Tum, which is about 3 miles away, bringing us maize cakes, fish, and fruit, which they gave us freely. The captain treated them most kindly, and ordered that they should be given green beads and diamonds. He asked them by signs to bring gold for barter, and we offered them goods in exchange. So they brought jewels of inferior gold, which they exchanged for beads. Some Indians came also from Cotacoalcos and other neighboring towns, bringing their jewelry, but this was of no value. Besides these objects for barter, most of the Indians were in the habit of carrying brightly polished copper axes with painted wooden handles, apparently for show or as a sign of rank. And we began to barter for these in the belief that they were made of low-quality gold. In 3 days we had collected more than 600 of them, and were very well pleased. But the Indians were even more pleased with the beads. There was no profit for either party. However, since the were made of copper, and the beads were of no value, one sailor bought 7, and was quite delighted with them. I remember that a soldier named Bartolome Pardo went to one of their temples which stood on a hill. I have already said that these were called queues, which means houses of the gods. Here he found many idols and some couple, which is a kind of resin that they burn as incense, also some flint knives used for sacrifice, and circumcision. And in a wooden chest he discovered a number of gold objects, such as diadems and necklaces, and 2 idols, and some hollow beads. This soldier kept the gold for himself, but took the idols and other objects to the captain. However, someone reported the matter to Grijalva, who wanted to take his booty from him. But we begged that he might be allowed to keep it, since he was a decent man, and Grijalva let the poor fellow have it after deducting the royal fifth. It was worth about 150 pesos. I sowed some orange pips near another of these temples, and this is the story. As there were so many mosquitoes near the river, 10 of us soldiers slept in a temple on a hill. It was near this that I sowed these pips which I had brought from Cuba, for it was rumored that we were returning to settle. The trees came up very well, for when the papas saw that these were different plants from any they knew, they protected them and watered them and kept them free from weeds. All the oranges in the province are descendants of these trees. I know that people will say these old stories have nothing to do with my history, and I will tell no more. We left the Indians of that province very happy when we re-embarked for Cuba, which we reached after 45 days of variable weather, landing at the point of Santiago. Where Diego Velázquez was staying, he gave us a good welcome, and was pleased with the gold we brought, which amounted to about 4,000 pesos. The total, including the quantity brought by Pedro de Alvarado, came to 20,000 pesos in all, and some said even more. The king's officers then took the royal fifth, but when the 600 that we thought were inferior gold were produced, they were all tarnished and looked like the copper they were. The officers laughed at us very heartily and made great fun of our bargain. The governor was delighted at this, for he seemed to be on bad terms with his kinsman Grijalva. He had no cause, except that Francisco de Montejo and Pedro de Alvarado had quarreled with Grijalva, and Alonso de Avila made the trouble worse. Once these squabbles were over, there began to be talk of sending another fleet, and about who should be chosen as captain. The expedition of Hernando Cortés, preparation, Diegovel, Azquez, was afraid that some court favor it would supplant him now that it was established that the new countries were rich in gold. He therefore petitioned the Royal Council of the Indies for authority to trade with and conquer the newly discovered lands, and to settle and apportion them when peace was established, and he claimed in his letters and report that he had himself spent several thousand pesos on their discovery. By means of bribes in the form of concessions in Cuba, he gained all that he wanted from the council during the king's absence in Flanders. Before he received his answer from Spain, however, Cortés' expedition had already set out. At this point, Bernal delivers a violent attack on his fellow chroniclers, Gomara, Illescas, and Jovio, accusing them of exaggeration, misrepresentation, and, in the case of Gomara, of undue adulation of Cortés. He goes so far as to accuse Mara of having his palm greased by Cortés' son. When the governor Diego Velázquez realized that the newly discovered lands were rich, he ordered a new fleet to be sent out, much larger than Grijalva's. For this purpose he collected 10 ships in the port of Santiago de Cuba, where he resided, 4 of them being those in which we had returned with Juan de Grijalva. These he immediately had careened, and the other 6 were collected from all over the island. He then loaded them with provisions consisting of cassava bread and salt pork, for at that time there were neither sheep nor cattle in the island of Cuba, it having been only recently settled. But these provisions had only to last until we reached the port of Havana, for it was there that we were to take our stores aboard, which we daily did. But I must leave this and speak of the disputes that rose over the choice of a captain to lead the expedition. There were many arguments and much opposition, for many gentlemen said that Vasco Porcolo, a relative of the Conde de Feria, ought to be captain. But Diego Velázquez was afraid that Porcolo would raise the fleet against him, for he was a daring man. Others said that Agustin Bermudez or Antonio Velázquez Borrego or Bernal Dino Velázquez, all kinsmen of the governor, should have the command, and most of us, soldiers who were there, wanted to sail again under Juan de Grijalva, for he was a good captain, and no fault could be found with his character or his powers of command. While all this was going on, 2 great favorites of Diego Velázquez, his own secretary Andrés de Duro and Amador de Lores, his Majesty's accountant, made a secret compact with a gentleman called Hernando Cortés, a native of Medellin, who held an income of Indians in the island, and had recently married a lady named Catalina Suarez. La Marquesa, she was the sister of a certain Juan Suarez, settled in Mexico after the conquest of New Spain, as far as I know, and by general report theirs was a love match. But some who saw it more closely have had a great deal to say about their marriage, and for that reason I will touch this delicate subject no more, but return to the compact. These 2 intimates of Diego Velázquez agreed that they would get him to appoint Cortés captain general of the whole fleet, and that the 3 of them would divide the spoil of gold, silver, and jewels that fell to Cortés' share. For although Diego Velázquez announced and proclaimed that the expedition was for the purpose of settlement, his secret intention was not to settle but to trade, as was afterwards apparent from the instructions he gave. Once this arrangement was made, Duro and the accountant went to work on Diego Velázquez. They addressed him in honeyed words, praising Cortés highly as the very man for the post of captain, since he was not only enterprising, but knew how to command and inspire fear. Moreover, they said he would carry out whatever orders he was given in regard to the fleet and everything else. They also pointed out that since Velázquez had been his sponsor at his marriage to Doa Catalina Suarez, he was in fact the governor's stepson. Thus they persuaded Velázquez to choose Cortés as captain general. Andrés de Duro, the governor's secretary, drew up the appointment in his very best ink, as the proverb goes, and gave Cortés the ample powers he wanted. When the appointment was proclaimed, some were pleased and some were angry. One Sunday, when Diego was on his way to Mass and as governor, he was escorted to church by the most distinguished men in the town. He called Hernando Cortés to walk on his right. As a sign of honor, then a buffoon called the Mad Cervantes ran in front of him, making grimaces and jokes, and crying, "Way for Don Diego, the procession of Don Diego, Don Diego, Don Diego." What a captain you have chosen, Don Diego, a captain from Medellin in Estremadura, a very valiant captain. But take care, Diego, or he may run off with your flit, for he knows how to look after himself as every, but he can tell you, and he shouted more nonsense as well, all with a spice of malice in it. Andres de Duro, who was walking on the governor's other side, gave him a couple of slaps to make him stop, be quiet, you drunken fool, he said, and stop your tricks. This so-called wit of yours is nothing but malice, and we know very well you didn't invent it yourself, either, but the more Duro slapped him the more. Persistently the fool went on. Long live Don Diego! Way for my master Don Diego and his bold captain! I would rather go off with him to these new rich lands than stay behind and watch ye. Weeping over the bad bargain you've made today, there is no doubt that some of Velasquez's relatives had given the buffoon a gold piece or two to utter his spite in the guise of wit. And let me tell you, friend Diego, moreover, all that he said came true. As they say, the utterances of fools sometimes do. Yet the choice of Hernando Cortés certainly served to exalt our holy faith and benefit it his majesty, as I shall presently relate. Before proceeding further, let me say that the valiant and enterprising Hernando Cortés was born a gentleman by 4 lines of descent. First, through his father Martin Cortés, secondly, through the Pizarros, thirdly, through the Monroys, and fourthly, through the Altamiranos. And though he was a valiant, bold, and enterprising captain, I will henceforth give him none of these epithets, nor speak of him as Mox del Valle, but simply as Hernando Cortés. For the plain name, Cortés was as highly respected in Spain, and throughout the Indies, as the name of Alexander in Macedonia, or those of Julius Caesar, Pompey, and Scipio among the Romans, or Hannibal in Carthage, or Gonzalo Hernandez, the great captain in our own Castile. Indeed, the valiant Cortés himself preferred simply to be called by this name than by any lofty titles, and so I will call him henceforth. As soon as Hernando Cortés was appointed general, he began to collect arms of all kinds, guns, powder, and crossbows, and all the munitions of war he could find, also articles for barter, and other material for the expedition. Moreover, he began to adorn himself, and to take much more care of his appearance than before. He wore a plume of feathers with a medallion and a gold chain, and a velvet cloak trimmed with loops of gold. In fact, he looked like a bold and gallant captain. But he had nothing with which to meet the expense, as I have described, for at that time he was very poor and in debt, despite the fact that he owned a good income of Indians and was getting gold from the mines. But all this he spent on his person, on finery for his newly married wife, and on entertaining guests who had come to stay with him, for he was very friendly and a good conversationalist, and had twice been chosen alcalde of the town of Santiago de Barajo, where he lived. And in that country the appointment is considered a great honor. When some merchant friends of his heard that he had been made captain general, they lent him 4,000 pesos in coin, and another 4,000 in goods, on the security of his Indians and his estate. He then had 2 standards and banners made, worked in gold with the royal arms and a cross on each side, and a legend that read, brothers and comrades, let us follow the sign of the Holy Cross in true faith, for under this sign we shall conquer. And he ordered a proclamation to be made to the sound of trumpets and drums, in the name of his Majesty and of Diego Velasquez as his viceroy, and of himself as his captain general, that anyone who wished to accompany him to the newly discovered lands to conquer and settle would receive a share of the gold, silver, and riches to be gained, and an encomienda of Indians once the country had been pacified, and that for this enterprise Diego Velázquez held authority from His Majesty. Now when this proclamation alleging the king's authority was made, the chaplain Benito Martinez, whom Velázquez had sent to obtain it, had not yet come back from Spain. But once the news had spread through Cuba, and Cortés had written to his friends in different towns, asking them to get ready to accompany him on the expedition. Some of them sold their farms to buy arms and horses, and others began to prepare cassava bread, and to salt pork for stores, and to make quilted cotton armor. They made ready all that was necessary as well as they could. Now more than 350 of us soldiers were collected at Santiago de Cuba, whence the fleet was to sail. From the governor's own household came one of his stewards, Diego de Ordaz, whom he had himself sent to keep a watch on the expedition, and see that Cortés did not play him a trick, for he was always afraid that Cortés might turn against him, although he concealed his fears. There was also Francisco de Morla and one Escobar, whom we called the Page, and a certain Heredia, and Juan Ruano, and Pedro Escudero, and Martin Ramos Dolores, and many more who were friends and followers of Diego Velázquez, and I put myself last among them, for I was also a member of the governor's household, being a relative of his. I have put down these soldiers' names from memory, but later, in the proper time and place, I will record the names of all those who took part in the expedition, in so far as I can remember them, and will say from what part of Spain they came. Cortés took great pains with the preparations of his fleet, and hurried everything on, for malice and envy reigned among Velázquez's relatives, who were offended because their kinsman neither trusted nor listened to them, and because he had given the command to Cortés solely on account of his marriage, for they knew that Velázquez had been very hostile to him only a few days before that. So they went about grumbling against the governor and Cortés, and they worked on Velázquez in every possible way to induce him to revoke Cortés' commission. Now Cortés was advised of all this, and for that reason never left the governor's side. He was most sedulously attentive to him, and kept on telling him that, God willing, he would make him a very wealthy man in a very short time. Furthermore, Diego de Duro repeatedly advised Cortés to hasten the embarkation of himself and his soldiers, since, owing to the importunities of his relatives, Velázquez was already changing his mind. When Cortés realized this, he told his wife that all the provisions he wished to take, and such gifts as a woman will give to a husband setting out on a long voyage, were to be sent and loaded on the ships. He had already advised all the captains, pilots, and soldiers by proclamation that they must be on board by nightfall, and that no one must remain ashore. Then, when he had seen his company embarked, he went to take leave of Diego Velázquez, accompanied by his close friends and many other gentlemen, and by all the most distinguished men in the town. Then, after an exchange of gestures and embraces between himself and the governor, he took his leave, and very early next morning, after hearing Mass, we went to our ships. Diego Velázquez himself came with us, and he and Cortés again embraced, with a great exchange of compliments. We then set sail, and with favorable weather reached the port of Trinidad in very few days. Here we put into harbor, and on going ashore were welcomed by most of the citizens of the town, who came to the port to meet us. I have here described all the opposition which Cortés met with, and shown that the true events entirely differ from Mara's account of them in his history. The chief inhabitants of the town found lodgings for Cortés, and the rest of us among their neighbors, and Cortés himself stayed with Juan de Grijalva. He had his standard and the royal pennant set up before his quarters, issued a proclamation, as he had done at Santiago, and ordered a search to be made for arms of all sorts, food, and other necessities which were to be purchased. From that town 5 brothers came to join us, Pedro de Alvarado, of whom I have already spoken, Jorge de Alvarado, Gonzalo, and Gomez, and Juan de Alvarado, the eldest, who was a bastard. From here also came Alonso de Avila, who had served as a captain in Grijalva's expedition, and Juan de Escalante, and Pedro Sanchez Farfan, and Gonzalo Mejia, who was afterwards treasurer in Mexico, and a certain Baena and Juanes de Fuente, Abia, and Lors the good horseman, so called because there was another Lors, and Cristobal de Olid the valiant, who was quartermaster in the Mexican wars, and Ortiz the musician, and Gaspar Sanchez, nephew of the treasurer of Cuba, and a certain Diego de Pineda or Pinedo, and Alonso Rodriguez, who owned rich gold mines, and Barto, Lom Garcia, and other gentlemen, whose names I not remember, all persons of quality. From Trinidad, Cortés wrote to Saint Espiritus, which is 54 miles away, announcing to all its citizens that he was setting out on this expedition to serve his majesty, and offering fine words and inducements to attract persons of quality who had settled in the place. Among the many who joined him were Alonso Hernandez Portocarro, cousin of the Conde de Medellin, Gonzalo de Sandoval, who became in course of time Alguacil May, or in Mexico, and who was for 8 months governor of New Spain, and Juan de Velázquez de Leon, who was a kinsman of Diego Velázquez, Rodrigo Rengel, Gonzalo Lopez de Jimena and his brother, and Juan C. Dio came also. This Juan C. Dio was a settler in the town, which I mention because we had 2 other men of that name in the fleet. All these excellent persons came from Saint Espiritus to Trinidad, where Cortés was, and when he heard they were coming, he went out to meet them with all the soldiers in his company, receiving them most cordially, and they showed him the highest respect. All these settlers had farms near the town, where they kept herds of swine and made cassava bread, and each one was careful to supply all the provisions he could. We continued to collect soldiers in this way, and to buy horses, which at that time were both scarce and costly. As Alonso Hernandez Portocarro had neither a horse nor the money to buy one, Cortés bought him a grey mare, which he paid for with some of the gold loops of that velvet cloak, which was made for him at Santiago de Cuba. At that very time a ship arrived in the port of Havana loaded with cassava bread and salt pork, which Juan C. Dio of that place was taking to be sold at some gold mines near Santiago. Immediately on landing, this man went to pay his respects to Cortés, who, after a long conversation, bought the ship and its cargo on credit. So, we now had 11 ships, and thank God all was going well with us. While, however, Diego Velázquez had sent written orders for the fleet to be held, and for Cortés to be sent to him as a prisoner, I must go back a little, and describe the events at Santiago de Cuba. Immediately after we had sailed, so many things were said to the governor against Cortés that he reversed his decision. He was told that Cortés was already in rebellion, and had crept silently out of port, and that he had been heard to say he intended to be captain in spite of Diego Velázquez and all his relatives, which was the reason why he had embarked all his soldiers at night, for if any attempt had been made to detain him by force, he would certainly have set sail. Velázquez was also told that he had been deceived by his secretary Andrés de Duro, and by Amador de Lors, the accountant who had made a secret arrangement with Cortés. The chief participants in this plot to make Diego Velázquez revoke his authority were some members of his own family and an old man called Juan Millan Nick, named the astrologer, who some said was a little mad since he acted so impetuously. This old man kept saying to Velázquez, "Be careful, sir or car, Tez will pay you out for putting him in price, and he is cunning and determined, and he'll ruin you if you don't stop him at once." Velázquez listened to all this and a great deal more, and having already had his own suspicions, sent two messengers whom he trusted with orders and instructions to Francisco Verdugo, the chief alcalde of Trinidad, who was his brother-in-law, and letters to other friends and relations, all to the effect that the fleet must on no account be allowed to sail. His orders were that Cortés should be arrested and held prisoner, since he was no longer captain, his commission being now revoked and conferred on Vasco Porcalo. Velázquez sent letters also to Diego de Ordaz, Francisco de Morla, and others of his following, requesting them to prevent the sailing of the fleet. When Cortés heard of this, he spoke to Ordaz and Francisco Verdugo and all the soldiers and settlers of Trinidad, who would he thought be his enemies and would accept Velázquez's instructions, making them such speeches and promises that he brought them over to his side. Diego de Ordaz as himself immediately advised Verdugo the alcalde to say nothing about the matter and have nothing to do with it. He pointed out that so far they had seen no change in Cortés. On the contrary, he had shown himself a faithful servant of the governor, and he said further that if Velázquez wanted to make any accusations against Cortés in order to take away his command, it would be as well to remember that Cortés had many important friends who bore a grudge against Velázquez because he had not given them good grants of Indians. What is more, he said, Cortés has a large body of soldiers and is very powerful. He might well raise dissension in the town. Indeed, his soldiers might sack and plunder it, or worse. So the matter was quietly dropped, and one of Velázquez's messengers, Pedro de la Vega by name, joined our expedition. By the other messenger, Cortés sent a very friendly letter to the governor, expressing his astonishment at his honor's decision, and saying that his only desire was to serve God and his majesty, and to obey Velázquez as the king's representative. He begged him to pay no more attention to what was said by the gentlemen of his family, and not to let his decisions be affected by an old madman like Juan Millan. He also wrote to all his friends and to his partners, Duro and the accountant. Cortés then gave orders to all his soldiers to furbish up their arms, and to the blacksmiths in the town to make helmets, and to the cross bowmen to overhaul their stores and make arrows. He then sent for two blacksmiths, and persuaded them to come with us, which they did. We were 10 days in the town, and left it, as I will shortly tell, for the port of Havana. When Cortés saw that there was nothing more to be done at Trinidad, he ordered the followers he had collected there either to come aboard the ships that were lying off the south coast, or to go overland to Havana with Pedro de Alvarado, who was going to pick up some men from the farms along the road. In his company I went. Cortés also sent a gentleman called Juan de Escalante, a great friend of his inn, a ship along the north coast, and ordered the horses to be sent by land. Once these arrangements were made, he himself boarded the flagship to set sail with all the fleet for Havana. It appears, however, that because it was night, the ships of the convoy failed to see his flagship and sailed without him. We arrived overland at Havana with Pedro de Alvarado, and the ship in which Juan de Escalante had come along the north coast was there before us, as were all the horses. But Cortés did not come, and no one could explain why. 5 days passed without news of his ship, and we began to be afraid that he had been wrecked on the Yardens near the Isla de Pinos, and 10 or 12 miles from Havana, where there are many shallows. We all agreed that 3 of the smaller vessels should go in search of him, and another 2 days passed in the preparation of the ships, and in discussions as to whether this man or that man should go, but still Cortés did not come. Then factions formed among us, and we began to play the game of who shall be captain till we have news of Cortés, and the man who was chiefly responsible for this was Diego de Ordaz, Velasquez's chief steward, whom he had sent merely to watch the fleet and to see that there was no rebellion against him. To return to Cortés, he had, as I have said, embarked on the largest ship, which seems to have run aground on one of the shallows in the neighborhood of the Isla de Pinos or the Yardens, where it remained stuck in the sand and could not be floated off. Cortés then had all the cargo that could be removed taken ashore in the boat, for there was land close by to which they could convey it. And when the ship was floating and navigable, they took her into deeper water and reloaded the cargo thereup. And they set sail and continued their voyage to Havana. Most of us captains and gentlemen who were waiting for Cortés were delighted at his arrival, all except some who had hoped to be captain, for the game of choosing the captain now ceased. When we had lodged Cortés in the house of Pedro Barba, who was Velasquez's lieutenant in the town, he ordered his standards to be hung in front of his lodgings, and the same proclamation to be made as before. From Havana there came Francisco de Montejo, a gentleman I shall mention very often, who after the conquest of Mexico became captain and governor of Yucatan, also Diego de Soto of Toro, who was Cortés' steward in Mexico, and a certain Angulo y Garcaro and Sebastian Rodriguez, and one Pacheco, and a certain Gutierrez, and one Rojas, not Rojas the rich, and a lad called Santa Clara, and the 2 brothers Martinez del Friginal, and Juan de Najera. I do not mean the deaf one who played peloto in Mexico. All were persons of quality, and in addition there were other soldiers whose names I do not remember. When Cortés saw all these gentlemen collected together, he was greatly pleased, and immediately sent a ship to an Indian town near Cape Guanaganico, where they made cassava bread and kept many pigs, to have her laden with salt pork. The place belonged to Diego Velasquez, and since Diego de Ordaz was steward of Velasquez's properties, Cortés sent him as captain of this ship. Moreover, he wanted to be rid of him, for he knew that Ord, as had not shown himself too well disposed towards him during the discussions on who should be captain, when the flagship was aground off the Isla de Pinos. So to avoid arguments, Cortés sent him off with orders to remain at the port of Guanaganico after taking aboard the provisions, until he should be joined by the other ship which was sailing along the north coast. Then, unless he sent Indians in a canoe to advise them of a change of plan, the 2 together should set out for Cos Yamul, Francisco de Montejo and the other settlers at Havana put aboard great stores of cassava bread and salt pork, the only provisions to be had, and Cortés then had all the artillery, which consisted of 10 brass guns and some falconets, brought ashore and entrusted to a gunner named Meza, a Levantin called Arbinga, and a certain Juan Catalan to be cleaned and tested. He told them to see that balls and powder were prepared, and gave them wine and vinegar for their cleaning, and chose one Bato, Lom de Zagri, to help them. He also ordered that the crossbows with their cords, nuts, and other parts should be overhauled and tested at the target to see how far each of them would carry. As there is much cotton in the country round Havana, we made ourselves well-padded armor. It was here in Havana that Cortés began to form a household and assume the manners of a lord. The first butler he appointed was one Guzman, who very soon died or was killed by the Indians. This was not his steward Cristobal de Guzman, who took Guatemoc prisoner in the battle for Mexico. As chamberlain he chose Rodrigo Rangel, and as steward Juan de Caceres, became a rich man after the conquest of Mexico. When all this was arranged, Cortés ordered us to embark and the horses to be divided among the various ships. Mangers were made for them, and a store of maize and hay put aboard. Bernal does here list 16 horses and comments on their quality. Not all were good for fighting, and some were shared beat, ween 2 men. The last he mentions a chestnut mare, which was the property of Juan C. Dio of Havana, foaled on board. This Juan C. Dio was reputed the richest man in the fleet, for he came with the mare in his own ship, and brought a negro, also a store of cassava bread and pork. At that time negroes and horses were worth their weight in gold, and the reason why we had no more horses was that there were none to be bought. To make my story clear, I must now return to Diego Velázquez. When he was informed that his lieutenant and brother-in-law, Francisco Verdugo, had refused to drag Cortés from the fleet at Trinidad, and that both he and Diego de Ordaz had helped him get away, the governor roared with rage and accused his secretary Andres de Duro and the treasurer Amado de Lors of making an agreement with Cortés behind his back. He swore that Cortés was mutinous and made up his mind to send a servant with letters of instruction to Pedro Barba, his lieutenant at Havana, and others to all his relatives among the settlers in that town, also to Diego de Ord, and Juan Velázquez de Lin, both of whom were his friends and kinsmen, urgently begging them on no account to let the fleet sail, and to arrest Cortés immediately, and send him to Santiago de Cuba under a strong guard. As soon as Garnica, for this was the messenger's name, reached Havana, the purpose of his coming became known, for this same messenger brought Cortés news of what Velázquez was doing. This is how it happened. Apparently a certain Darian friar, who pretended to be one of Velázquez's followers and was at that time in his company, wrote to another friar of his order, Barto, Lom del Olmedo by name, who was with us, and included in his letter a warning to Cortés of what was going on from his 2 partners, Andres de Duro and the treasurer. Now as Cortés had sent Diego de Ord as off in a ship to collect stores, there was no one likely to oppose him except Juan Velázquez de Lin. Cortés at once spoke to him, and easily won him over, since he had a grudge against his kinsman for not having given him a good grant of Indians. Of all those to whom the governor had written, not one supported him. Everyone took Cortés' part, and especially Pedro Barba, while as for us soldiers, we would all have given our lives for the captain. So if Velázquez's orders were hushed up at Trinidad, they were totally ignored at Havana. Pedro Barba returned the governor a letter by the same Garnica, saying that he dared not arrest Cortés since he had so strong, following that there was a danger he might sack and plunder the town, and take all the settlers away with him. The lieutenant added that from all he could learn Cortés was the governor's faithful servant, and would not dare to be otherwise. At the same time, Cortés wrote to Velázquez in those agreeable and complimentary terms that came so easily to him, saying that he was setting sail next day, and would remain his humble servant. The voyage, W.E., made no inspection of our forces till we came to the island of Cozumel. Cortés merely ordered the horses to be put on board, and directed Pedro de Alvarado to sail along the north coast in the good ship San Sebastian, whose pilot was to await him at Cape San Antonio, where all the ships were to collect and sail together to Cozumel. He also sent a messenger to Diego de Ordaz, who had gone along the north coast for supplies, telling him to do the same. On 10 February 1519, after hearing Mass, we set sail along the south coast with 9 ships and the company of gentlemen and soldiers I have mentioned, including the 2 others on the north coast we had there, for 11 ships in all. In one of these sailed Pedro de Alvarado, with 70 soldiers, among them myself. The pilot Camacho, who was in charge of our ship, paid no attention to Cortés' orders and went his own way, so that we arrived at Cozumel 2 days before Cortés, and we anchored in the port which I have already described in speaking of Grijalva's expedition. The reason for Cortés' failure to arrive was that the ship commanded by Francisco de Morla had lost her rudder in bad weather, and had had to be provided with another from one of the other ships. They then came on all together. When we arrived under Pedro de Alvarado, we landed at the town of Cozumel with all our men, but found no Indians there, for they had fled. So Alvarado ordered us to go on to another town about 3 miles distant, whose inhabitants had also fled and taken to the bush. But they had not been able to take their possessions with them, and had left some poultry among other things, so Alvarado ordered about 40 of the falls to be commandeered. In a prayer house too, there were some old cloths hung up, and some little chests containing diadems, images, beads, and pendants of low-grade gold, and here we captured 3 Indians, 2 men and a woman, before returning to the town where we had landed. Just as we returned, Cortés arrived with the fleet, and the first thing he did after taking up his lodging was to have the pilot, Camacho, put in irons for failing to obey orders and wait for him at sea. When he saw the town empty of its inhabitants and learnt that Pedro de Alvarado had been to the other place, and had taken falls and hangings and other things of small value from the idols, also some gold that was half copper, he was as angry with our captain as he had been with the pilot, and reprimanded him severely, telling him that he would never pacify the country by robbing the natives of their possessions. He sent for the 2 Indians and the woman we had captured, and spoke to them through the Indian Melchior, whom we had brought from Cape Catoche, and who knew their language well. His companion was dead, telling them to go and summon the caciques and Indians of their town, and not to be afraid. He had the gold hangings and everything else restored to them, and in return for the falls which had already been eaten, he ordered that they should be given some beads and little bells. In addition, he presented each Indian with a Spanish shirt. So they set off to summon the chief of the town, and next day he came with all his people. Men, women, and children, they went about among us, as if they had been friendly with us all their lives, and Cortés ordered us not to harm them in any way. Here in this island the captain began to command most energetically, and our Lord so favored him that whatever he touched succeeded, especially the pacification of the people and towns hereabouts. As we shall see later, when we had been at Cozumel for 3 days, Cortés ordered an inspection to see how many of us there were, and he discovered that there were 508, not counting the ship's captains, pilots and sailors, who amounted to 100, and that there were 16 horses or mares, the latter all fit to be used for sport or as chargers. There were 11 ships, large and small, and one that was a sort of launch, which a certain Gines Nortis had brought loaded with supplies. There were 32 cross bowmen and 13 musketeers, 10 brass guns and 4 falconets, and much powder and shot. I do not remember for certain the number of cross bowmen, but it does not matter. After the inspection, Cortés ordered Mesa, the gunner as he was called, and Barto, Lom de Zagri, and Arbinga, and Juan, Catalan, all artillerymen, to see that the guns were clean and in good order, and the ammunition ready for use. He appointed Francisco de Orozco, who had served in Italy as captain of artillery. At the same time he ordered to cross bowmen called Juan Benitez and Pedro de Guzman, the bowmen, who were experts at repairing their weapons, to see that all the crossbows had 2 or 3 spare nuts and cords and forakards, and to keep them carefully stored, also to look after the planes and spokeshaves, and see that the men practiced at the target, and the horses were kept in good condition. I do not know why I should spend so much ink on these preparations, for in fact Cortés was most careful about everything. In his diligence, Cortés sent for me and a Basque called Martin Ramos to ask us what we thought about the Pech Indians' cries of a Castellan that I mentioned in my account of our expedition under Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba. When we had carefully described the incident, once more Cortés said that he had often thought about it, and wondered whether there might not be some Spaniards living in that country. I think it would be a good thing, he said, to ask these chiefs of Cozumel if they know anything about them. So through Melchior, the man from Cape Catoche, who now understood a little Spanish and knew the language of Cozumel very well, all the chiefs were questioned, and each one of them answered that they knew of certain Spaniards whom they described. They said that some caciques who lived 2 days' journey inland held them as slaves, and that here in Cozumel were some Indian traders who had spoken to them only 2 days before. We were all delighted with this news, and Cortés told the chiefs that letters which in their language they colomols must be sent to them at once to summon them to the island. He gave beads to the chiefs and to the Indians who carried the letters, and spoke kindly to them, telling them that when they returned he would give them some more beads. The cacique advised Cortés to send a ransom to their owners, so that they might let them come, and this Cortés did, giving the messengers various sorts of beads. Then he ordered the 2 smallest ships to be got ready. These he sent to the coast near Cape Catoche, where the larger ship was to wait for 8 days, which allowed enough time for the letters to be taken and for a reply to arrive. And when it did so, the smaller vessel was to bring Cortés. It news Cape Catoche is only 12 miles from Cozumel and within sight of it. In his letter, Cortés said, "Gentlemen and brothers here in Cozumel, I have heard that you are captives in the hands of a cacique. I beg you to come to this place at once, and for this purpose have sent a ship with soldiers, in case you need them also, a ransom to be given to those Indians with whom you are living. The ship will wait for you 8 days. Come as quickly as you can, and you will be welcomed and looked after by me. I am staying at this island with 500 soldiers and 11 ships, in which I am going, please God, to a town called Tabasco or Champeton. The 2 vessels were soon dispatched with the 2 Indian traders of Cozumel, who carried the letter on board, and in 3 hours they had crossed the straits. The messengers were then landed with their letters and the ransom, and in 2 days these were delivered to a Spaniard called Jeronimo de Aguilar. For this we discovered to be his name, and I shall call him by it henceforth. When he had read the letter and received the ransom, he carried the beads del. I, Tedley to his master the cacique, and begged leave to depart. The cacique gave him permission to go wherever he wished, and Aguilar set out for the place some 15 miles away, where his comrade Gonzalo Guerrero was living. But on hearing the contents of the letter, Gonzalo answered Brother Aguilar, I am married and have 3 children, and they look on me as a cacique here, and a captain in time of war. Go, and God's blessing be with you, but my face is tattooed, and my ears are pierced. What would the Spaniards say if they saw me like this? And look how handsome these children of mine are. Please give me some of those beads you have brought, and I will tell them that my brothers have sent them from my own country. And Gonzalo's Indian wife spoke to Aguilar, very angrily in her own language. Why has this slave come here to call my husband away? Go off with you, and let us have no more of your talk. Then Aguilar spoke to Gonzalo again, reminding him that he was a Christian, and should not destroy his soul for the sake of an Indian woman. Besides, if he did not wish to desert his wife and children, he could take them with him, but neither words nor warnings could persuade Gonzalo to come. I believe he was a sailor and hailed from Palos. When Jeronimo de Aguilar saw that Gonzalo would not come, he at once went with the 2 Indian messengers to the place where their ship had been waiting for him. But when he arrived, he could see no ship. For the 8 days that Ordaz had been ordered to stay had expired, and after giving him 1 more day, he had returned to Cozumel without news of the Spanish captives. On finding no ship, Aguilar returned sadly to his master in the town where he had been living. When Ordaz arrived without the Spaniards, and with no news either of them or of the Indian messengers, Cortés was very much annoyed, and told Ordaz haughtily that he had expected better things from him, for it was certain that the Spaniards were living in this district. Now it happened that at this juncture some sailors from Gibraltar, who were named the Men of the Rock, had stolen some pork from a soldier called Berrio, and refused to return it. So Berrio complained to Cortés, and the sailors, when put on oath, committed perjury. But on inquiry it was proved that the sailors had stolen the pork, and that 7 of them had divided it among them. In spite of the appeals of their captains, Cortés ordered them to be flagged. I will now describe our stay on the island of Cozumel, to which many Indians, both from the towns near Cape Catoche and from other parts of Yucatan, came on pilgrimage. It seems that a number of idols of most hideous shapes were kept in a prayer house in Cozumel, to which the natives of the country habitually offered sacrifice. At that season, one morning, the courtyard of the prayer house was crowded with men and women who were burning a resin like our incense. Presently an old Indian in a long cloak, who was the priest of these idols, I have already said that in New Spain they are called papas, climbed to the top of the prayer house steps and began to preach to them. Cortés and the rest of us wondered what the outcome of this black sermon would be. He asked Melchor what the old Indian was saying, and Melchor answered that he was preaching wickedness. Cortés then sent for the caciques and all the principal men, and for the papa himself, and told them as best he could through our interpreter, that if they wished to be our brothers, they must throw their idols out of this temple, for they were very evil and led them astray. He said that they were no gods but abominations which would bring their souls to hell. Then he spoke to them about good and holy matters, telling them to set up an image of Our Lady, which he gave them, and a cross, which would always aid them, bring them good harvests, and save their souls. He told them other things too, about our holy faith, and in well-chosen words. The papas and the caciques answered that their ancestors had worshipped these gods because they were good, and that they dared not do otherwise. They said that if we were to throw them out, we should see what harm would come to us, for we should perish at sea. Then Cortés ordered us to break up the idols and roll them down the steps, which we did. Next he sent for some lime, of which there was plenty in the town, and for some Indian masons, and he set up a very fair altar, on which we placed the image of Our Lady. He also ordered 2 of our carpenters, Alonso and Alvaro Lopez, to make a cross of some rough timber which was there. This was placed in a sort of shrine beside the altar, and the priest, Juan Diaz, said Mass while the cacique and the papa and all the Indians stood watching us intently. Cortés took leave of the caciques and priests signing the image of Our Lady to their care, and telling them to worship the cross, which they must keep clean and decorate with flowers. He said they would then see what benefits they gained, and the Indians promised to obey him. Then they brought 4 falls and 2 jars of honey, and Cortés embraced them. We embarked and set sail on a March day, and began our voyage in fair weather. At 10 o'clock that same morning loud shouts were heard from one of the ships which lay to and fired, a shot to attract the other vessels in the fleet. When Cortés observed this, he at once checked the flagship, and seeing Juan de Escalant's ship bearing away in the direction of Cozumel, called out to the ships which were near him, "What is the matter? What is the matter?" A soldier called Luis de Zaragoza replied that Escalant's ship was going down with all the cassava bread aboard. "Pray God we suffer no such disaster," he cried, and ordered the pilot Alaminos to signal to all the other ships to return to Cozumel. So this same day we returned to the port from which we had sailed, and unloaded the cassava bread. We were delighted to find the image of Our Lady and the cross, well tended, and incense burning in front of them. When the cacique and the papas came to Cortés and inquired why we had come back, he replied that one of our ships was leaking, and we wanted to caulk her. He then asked them to bring all their canoes to help our ship's boats bring the bread on shore, which they did. It took us 4 days to caulk the vessel. When the Spaniard Agal learnt that we had returned to Cozumel with the ships, he was very joyful and gave thanks to God. He then came in all haste with the 2 Indians who had carried the letters and the ransom, and embarked in a canoe. Since he could pay well with the green beads we had sent him, he had soon hired one with 6 Indian oarsmen, who rowed so hard that, meeting no head wind, they quickly crossed the 12-mile strait between the island and the mainland. When they reached the coast of Cos, Emil and Werdice, embarking. Some soldiers who had gone out hunting for there were wild pigs on the island reported to Cortés that a large canoe had come from the direction of Cape Catoche and had beached near the town. Cortés sent Andrés de Tapia and 2 other soldiers to see what was happening, since it was something new for Indians to come fearlessly in our neighborhood in large canoes, so they set out. As soon as the Indians who had brought Agal or saw the Spaniards, they took fright and wanted to get back in their canoe and put out to sea. But Agal told them in their own language not to be afraid, for these men were his brothers. When Andrés de Tapia saw that they were Indians, for Agal looked exactly like one, he immediately sent to tell Cortés that there were 7 Indians in the canoe. As he leapt ashore, however, Agal exclaimed in inarticulate and clumsy Spanish, "God and the Blessed Mary of Seville." Then Tapia went to embrace him, and the soldier who was beside him, seeing that he was a Spaniard, ran hurriedly to Cortés to beg a reward for being the first with the news. We were all delighted when we heard it. Tapia quickly brought the Spaniard to the place where Cortés was, but before they got there, some soldiers asked Tapia, "Where is this Spaniard?" Although they were close beside him, they could not distinguish him from an Indian, for he was naturally dark, and had his hair untidily cut like an Indian slave. He carried a paddle on his shoulder, and had an old sandal on one foot, the other sandal being tied to his belt. He wore a very ragged old cloak and a tattered loincloth to cover his private parts, and in his cloak was tied an object which proved to be a very old prayer book. When Cortés saw him in this condition, he was as much deceived as the others, and asked Tapia where this Spaniard was. When Agal heard his question, he squat down in Indian fashion, and answered, "I am he." Cortés at once ordered him to be given a shirt and doublet and breeches, a cloak and some sandals. For he had no other clothes. Cortés asked him his name and history, and when he had come to that country. The man answered, pronouncing with difficulty, that his name was Jeronimo de Aguilar, that he came from Escija, and was in holy orders. He said that 8 years ago he had been wrecked with 15 other men and 2 women on a voyage from Darien to the island of Santo Domingo, where he had some difference, is at law with a certain Inciso y Valdivia. They were carrying with them 10,000 gold pesos and the documents of the case, when the ship in which they were traveling struck the Alacrans and could not be floated off. He, his companions, and the 2 women had then got in the ship's boat, thinking they could reach Cuba or Jamaica. But the currents were so strong that they were thrown ashore in this country, where the Calachians of the district had divided them up, sacrificing many of his companions to their idols. Some too had died of disease, and the 2 women only recently of overwork, for they had been made to grind corn. The Indians had intended to sacrifice him, but one night he had escaped and fled to that cacique with whom he had been living ever since. Now he said the only survivors were himself and a certain Gonzalo Guerrero, whom he had gone to summon but who had refused to come. Agal thanked God for his deliverance, and Cortés promised that he would be well looked after and compensated. He then asked him about the country and the towns. Agal answered that having been a slave, he only knew about hewing wood and drawing water and working in the maize fields, and that he had only once made a journey of some 12 miles when he was sent with a load under which he had collapsed, for it was heavier than he could carry. He understood, however, that there were many towns. When questioned about Gonzalo Guerrero, He said that he was married and had 3 children, that he was tattooed, and that his ears and lower lip were pierced, that he was a seaman and a native of Palos, and that the Indians considered him very brave. When a captain and 3 ships arrived at Cape Catoche, this must have been our expedition under Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba. It had been at Guerrero's suggestion that the Indians had attacked Agal are also related how a little more than a year ago, and that he had been there himself in the company of that cacique of a great town about whom I spoke when describing that expedition. When Cortés heard this, he exclaimed, "I wish I could get my hands on him, for it will never do to leave him here." When the chiefs of Cozumel discovered that Agal could speak their language, they gave him very good food, and he advised them always to respect and revere the holy image of Our Lady and the cross, for they would greatly benefit by it. On Aguilar's advice, the chiefs asked Cortés to give them a letter of recommendation, so that if any other Spaniards came to the port, they would treat them well and them no injury. He gave them this letter, and after bidding them a cordial fare, well, we set sail for the Rio de Grijalva. On 4 March 1519, being now blessed with a useful and faithful interpreter, Cortés gave orders for us to embark in the same order we had followed before we ran back to Cozumel. We sailed along in good weather until about nightfall, when a wind struck us so fiercely that our ships were scattered and in great danger of being driven ashore. But thank God the wind dropped at midnight, and as dawn broke all our ships reassembled, except Velasquez de Leon's. We continued on our course until midday without seeing the missing vessel, which greatly distressed us all, as we were afraid she had been wrecked on a shoal. When the whole day had passed and she still did not appear, Cortés said to the pilot Alaminos that it would be wrong to go any further without news of her. The pilot then signaled to the rest of the fleet to lie to in case the storm had driven her in some bay from which she could not come out against a head wind. But when she still did not arrive, the pilot said to Cortés, "Sir, I am sure she has put into some port or bay which we have passed, and is kept there by an adverse wind." Her pilot, one Alvarez Elmang, Quillos was with Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, and with Grijalva, and he will know the place. So it was agreed that the whole fleet should go back and look for the missing ship, which, to our great relief, we found anchored in the bay of which the pilot had spoken. We stayed in that bay for a day, and lowered 2 boats in which the pilot and Captain Francisco de Lugo went ashore. Here they found farms with maize plantations and places where the Indians made salt. There were 4 of their cues or temples, and many idols in them, most of them very tall female figures. We called the place there for the Punta de las Mujeres. I remember that Aguilar said that the town where he had been held as a slave was near these farms, and it was here that he had been bringing his master's goods when he had collapsed under the weight of his load. He said, too, that the town where Gonzalo Guerrero lived was not far away, and that there was some gold in all these places, though it did not amount to much. He suggested that we should go there, and offered to be our guide. Cortés, however, answered with a laugh that he was not after such small game, but was here to serve God and the king. Shortly afterwards, Cortés ordered Captain Escobar to take his ship, which was very fast and of shallow draught, to the Boca de Terminos, to explore the place thoroughly and see if it would be a good port for a settlement, also to see if game was as plentiful there as he had been told. He did this on the pilot's advice, so that the rest of the ships should not be delayed by putting in there. Escobar's instructions were that after examining the place he should put up a sign and cut down some trees at the entrance of the harbor, or alternatively that he should write a letter and place it where it could be seen from either side of the harbor, so that we should know he had been ashore, or that after inspecting the port he should beat up to windward and await the fleet at sea. Escobar then left us, went to the Porto de Terminos, and did all that he had been told. He found the greyhound that had been left there by Grijalva's expedition, and she was fat and sleek. He said that when she saw the ship sailing in't the bay, she wagged her tail with delight, then ran at once to the soldiers and jumped aboard their boat. Having made his inspection, Escobar put out from the port to await the rest of the ships. But it appears that with the south wind blowing he was unable to lie to, and was driven far out to sea. To return to our fleet, we stayed at the Punta de las Majors until the following morning, when we put to sea with a good breeze off the land, and sailed to the Boca de Terminos. On failing to find Escobar, Cortés ordered a boat to be lowered with 12 cross bowmen, who were to look for him in the Boca and see if he had left any sign or letter there. They soon found some trees that had been cut down, and a letter in which he said that the land was fertile and full of game, and told the story of the greyhound. The pilot then advised Cortés to continue on our course, saying that the south wind must have driven Escobar out to sea, but that he could not be far off, since he would lie close to the wind. Although Cortés was anxious and afraid that Escobar might have met with some accident, he ordered the sails to be raised, and we soon caught up with him. He then gave his report to Cortés, and explained why he had not been able to wait for us. While we arrived near Champeton, and Cortés ordered the pilot to drop anchor in the bay, but he replied that this was a bad harbor, for the tide ebbed so far that ships had to lie more than 6 miles from the shore. Cortés was anxious to pay the Indians out for the defeats they had inflicted on Hernandez de Cordoba and Grijalva, and many of us soldiers who had taken part in those battles begged him to go in and give them a good punishment, even if it meant staying there for 2 or 3 days. But Alaminos and the other pilots insisted that if we did go in, a head wind might keep us there for a week, whereas now the wind was fair and we could reach Tabasco in 2 days. So we passed on, and in 3 days arrived at the Rio de Grijalva, which in the Indian language is called the Tabasco River. We reached it with all our fleet on 12 March 1519, and as we already knew from the Grijalva expedition that vessels of great draught could not enter the river, the larger ships anchored out at sea. As in Grijalva's time, all the soldiers were then landed by the smaller vessels and the boats on the Punta de los Pal, Mars, which was about a mile from the town of Tabasco, the river its banks, and the mangrove swamps were crowded with Indian warriors, which greatly surprised us who had been here with Grijalva. In addition, more than 12,000 had gathered in the town, all prepared to attack us, for at that time the town was of considerable importance, and other large towns were subject to it. All these had prepared themselves for war, and were well supplied with the usual arms. The reason for this was that the people of Champeton and Lazaro, and other places in the neighborhood, had called the 2 Bascons cowards for giving Grijalva the gold jewels I mentioned. They had accused them of being too fearful to attack us, although they had more towns and warriors than their neighbors, who had attacked us and killed 56 of our men. It was this taunt that had decided the people of Tabasco to take up arms. When Cortés saw the Indians drawn up for battle, he told Agal, the interpreter who knew their lang, wage well to ask some Indians, who appeared to be chieftains and were passing close to us in a large why they were so alarmed, since we had not come to them any harm, but would give them some of the things we had brought with us, and treat them like brothers. He ordered him to beg them not to start a war, for which they would be sorry, and to speak to them about the advantage is of remaining at peace. However, the more Agal talked, the more defiant they became. They said they would kill us all if we entered their town, and that they had fortified it all round with barricades and fences of stout tree trunks. Agal asked them once more to keep the peace, and to let us draw water and exchange our goods for food. He also asked permission to tell their Calachians things that would be to their advantage and serviceable to our Lord, but they persisted in their threats to kill us if we advanced beyond the palm trees. In view of this, Cortés ordered the boats and the small ship to be made ready and 3 cannon to be placed in each boat, as well as a proportion of the cross, bowmen and musketeers. We remembered that in Grijalva's time we had found a narrow path that led from the palm trees to the town, crossing some streams, and Cortés ordered 3 soldiers to find out that night if this path led right up to the house, and to report back immediately. They discovered that it did. Then, after making a thorough survey, we spent the rest of the day arranging how and in what order we were to go in the boats. Next morning we had all our arms in readiness. Then, after Mass, Cortés ordered Captain Alonso de Avila and 100 soldiers, including 10 cross bowmen, to follow the path I have mentioned, and as soon as they heard shots, to attack the town on one side, while we attacked on the other. While Cortés himself and all the rest went up the river in the boats and the ships of shallow draught. When the Indian warriors who were on the banks and among the mangroves saw that we were really on the move, they came to meet us in a great many canoes, intending to prevent our getting ashore at any place where we tried to land. The whole bank was thick with Indian warriors, carrying their native arms, blowing trumpets and conches, and beating drums. When Cortés saw how things were, he ordered us to wait little before firing our crossbows, muskets, or guns, for he wanted to be justified in all he did. Therefore he made another appeal through Agal, in the presence of Diego de Godoy, the royal notary, asking them to let us land, take water, and speak to them about God and his majesty. He added that if they attacked and if in self-defense we were to kill or hurt any of them, it would be their fault, not ours, but they went on threatening to kill us if we landed. Then they boldly began to shoot arrows at us and beat tattoos on their drums. With great bravery they surrounded us in their canoes, pouring such a shower of arrows on us that they kept us in the water at some place up to our waists. There was so much mud and swamp that we had difficulty in getting clear of it, and so many Indians attacked us, hurling their lances and shooting arrows, that it took us a long time to struggle ashore. While Cortés was fighting, he lost a sandal in the mud and could not recover it, so he landed with one bare foot. However, his sandal was later picked up, and he put it on again. In the meantime, all of us captains and soldiers fell on the Indians, crying "Santiago, Santiago," and forced them to retire, though not very far. For they sheltered behind the barricades and fences of heavy timber that they had erected, but we wrenched them apart and got through the small opening we made. We then attacked them again and forced them down a street to a place where other defenses had been erected. Here they turned and met us face to face, fighting most valiantly and persistently, and all the time they whistled and shouted Al-Kalachoni, Al-Kalachoni, which in their language was an incitement to kill or capture our captain. While we were thus surrounded, Alonso de Avila arrived with his soldiers, who, as I have already said, had come overland from the palm trees. It seems that they could not have arrived sooner on account of the swamps and creeks. In fact, their delay had been as unavoidable as our own in parleying with the Indians and breaking gaps in their barricades preparatory to our attack. Now we all joined together to drive them from their strongholds and compelled them to retreat. But like brave warriors, they went on shooting showers of arrows and fire-hardened darts, and never turned their backs until we reached a great courtyard with chambers and large halls, and 3 idle houses, to which they had already carried all their possessions. Cortés ordered us to stay at these quays and to pursue them no further, since they were now in flight. Then Cortés took possession of that land for the king, performing the act in his Majesty's name. He did it in this way: he drew his sword and, as a sign of possession, made 3 cuts in a large silk cotton tree which stood in that great courtyard, and cried that if any person should raise an objection, he would defend the king's right with his sword and his shield, which he held in his other hand. All of us soldiers who witnessed this act, which was performed in the presence of the royal notary, cried that he did right to take possession of this land in his Majesty's name, and that we would aid him against any challengers. Those of Diego Velasquez's party, however, began to grumble. I remember that in this hard-fought battle 14 of our men were wounded. I myself received an arrow wound in the thigh, but it was not severe. We found 18 dead Indians lying in the water at the place where we landed. We slept in the temple square that night, with guards and sentinels on the watch. Next morning, Cortés ordered Pedro de Alvarado to set out with a company of 100 soldiers, 15 of them musketeers and crossbowmen, and explore the country inland for a distance of 5 or 6 miles, taking Melchior with him. But when they looked for the interpreter, he could not be found, as he had fled to the people of Tabasco. It appears that on the previous night he had left his Spanish clothes hanging up in the palm grove, and had escaped in a canoe. Cortés was much annoyed by his escape, and feared that he might tell his fellow Indians things that would be damaging to us. But let him go, and bad luck to him, and we will return to our story. Cortés also sent Captain Francisco de Lugo in another direction, with 100 soldiers, including a dozen crossbowmen and musketeers, with instructions not to go more than 6 miles, and to return at nightfall to sleep in the camp. But when they had gone about 3 miles, they met great companies of archers, and others with lances and shields, drums and standards, who immediately attacked them, surrounding them on all sides. The enemy were so numerous that when they began to shoot, we could hardly stand up to them. They hurled fire, toughened darts, and slung stones that fell on us like hail. Then they attacked us with their 2-handed cutting swords, and hard, though Francisco de Lugo and his soldiers fought, they could not drive them back. When they realized this, they began to retreat towards the camp in good order, sending ahead a Cuban Indian who was a swift and daring runner to beg Cortés for help. While by careful handling of his crossbowmen and musketeers, some loading while the others fired, and by occasional charges, Francisco de Lugo was able to hold off the squadrons attacking him. Leaving him in this dangerous situation, let us return to Pedro de Alvarado, who, after advancing for about 3 miles, came to a creek which was very difficult to cross. It pleased God there, for that he should return by another track, which led near the place where Francisco de Lugo was fighting. Informed of the battle by the sound of musket shots, the great din of drums and trumpets, and the shouts and whistles of the Indians, Alvarado advanced in great haste, though without breaking ranks, in the direction of the noise, and found Captain Francisco de Lugo and his men fighting with their face to the enemy. 5 Indians had already been killed when our 2 companies joined together, turned on the enemy, and drove them back. They were not able to put them to flight, however, for they pursued our men right back to the camp. Other Indian bands had also attacked Cortés where he was guarding the wounded, but we soon drove them off with our guns, which brought many of them down, and with our good sword play. When Cortés heard of Francisco de Lugo's danger from the Indian, who came to ask him for help, we promptly went to his assistance and met the 2 captains with their companies about 1.5 miles from the camp. 2 of Francisco de Lugo's men had been killed and 8 wounded, and 3 of Pedro de Alvarado's had been wounded. On returning to the camp, we tended the wounded, buried the dead station sentinels, and posted a watch. In this skirmish 15 Indians were killed and 3 captured, one of whom seemed to be a man of importance. Through Agal, our interpreter, we asked the prisoners why they had been so bold as to attack us, and warned them that they would be killed if they did so again. Then Cortés sent one of them with some beads to give to the caciques as an overture of peace. This messenger told us that the Indian Melchior, whom we had brought from Cape Catoche, who had fled to them the night before, had advised them that if they attacked us by day and night, we should be beaten, for we were few in number. So it turned out that we had brought an enemy with us instead of a friend. The Indian whom we sent as a messenger never returned, but from our 2 other prisoners learnt that by next day all the caciques of the neighboring towns of that province would have come together fully armed to make war on us. Their intention was to surround our camp, as Melchior had advised. As soon as Cortés knew that the Indians intended to attack, he ordered all the horses to be quickly landed, and the crossbowmen musketeers, and the rest of us soldiers, including even the wounded, to have our arms ready for use. When the horses came ashore, they were very stiff and afraid to move, for they had been on board for some time. Next day, however, they moved quite freely. Another thing that occurred at this time was that 6 or 7 soldiers, young and healthy men, were attacked by pains in the back and could not stand but had to be carried. We could not tell the reason for this, though some said it was because of their cotton armor, which they never took off by day or night, and because they had lived comfortably in Cuba and were not used to hard work, and so were affected by the heat. Cortés decided they should not remain on shore, and had them carried back on board ship. The best horses and riders were chosen to form the cavalry, and little bells were attached to the horses' breastplates. The horsemen were ordered not to stop and spear those who were down, but to aim their lance at the faces of the enemy. 13 gentlemen were chosen to go on horseback, with Cortés as their commander. Mesa, the artilleryman, was ordered to have his guns ready, and Diego de Ordaz was given the command of all us foot soldiers, musketeers, and cross-bowmen, for he was no horseman. Very early next morning, which was Lady Day, after hearing Fray Bartolomé Lom dol Mado say mass, we all formed up behind our standard bearer, who was at that time Antonio de Villar, Ol, and marched to the same wide savannah about 3 miles from the camp, where Francisco de Lugo and Pedro de Alvarado had been attacked. This place was called Cintla, as was the nearby town which was subject to Tabasco. As we marched along, separated by some distance from Cortés and his horsemen, on account of swamps which the horses could not cross, we fell in with a whole force of Indian warriors on their way to attack us in our camp. It was near this same town of Cintla that we met them on the open plain, and if these warriors were seeking us with battle in their minds, we had the same thoughts in seeking them. When we met the enemy bands and companies which we had marched out to find, they were, as I have said, coming in search of us. All the men wore great feather crests, they carried drums and trumpets, their faces were painted black and white, they were armed with large bows and arrows, spears and shields, swords like our two-handed swords and slings and stones and fire, toughened darts, and all wore quilted cotton armor. Their squadrons, as they approached us, were so numerous that they covered the whole savannah. They rushed on us like mad dogs and completely surrounded us, discharging such a rain of arrows, darts, and stones upon us that more than 70 of our men were wounded at the first attack. Then in the hand-to-hand fighting, they did us great damage with their spears. One soldier was killed outright by an arrow, wound in the ear, and they kept on shooting and wounding us. With our muskets and crossbows and good sword play, we put up a stout fight, and once they came to feel the edge of our swords, they gradually fell back, but only to shoot at us from greater safety. Our artiller, Iman Mesa, killed many of them with his cannon, for since they came in great bands and did not open out, he could fire at them as he pleased. But with all the hurts and wounds we dealt them, we could not drive them off. I said to Diego de Ordaz, I think we ought to close up and charge them. It's the thrust and edge of our swords that they really feel. That is why they fell back just now, out of fear of our swords, and so that they could shoot at us from out of danger. Ord has answered that he disagreed. For there were 300 Indians to every one of us, and we could not hold our own against such numbers. That was why we had to endure their attack. However, we did agree to get as close as we could to them, and give them a taste of our swords, which inflicted such damage on them that they retired towards a swamp. All this time, Cortés and his horsemen did not come all, though we very much needed them, and we were afraid that some disaster might have befallen them. I remember that whenever we fired our guns, the Indians gave great shouts and whistles and threw up straw and earth, so that we could not see what harm we had done them. They sounded their trumpets and drums, and shouted and whistled, and cried, Yalala, Ilala. Just at this moment we caught sight of our horsemen, but the great host of Indians was so crazed by their attack that they did not at once see them approaching behind their backs. As the plain was bare, and the horsemen were good riders, and some of the horses were very swift and nimble, they came quickly upon them, and speared them as they chose. As soon as we saw the horsemen, we fell on the enemy so vigorously that, caught between the horsemen and ourselves, they soon turned tail. The Indians thought at that time that the horse and rider were one creature, for they had never seen a horse before. The savannah and fields were now full of Indians running to take refuge in some thick woods nearby, and as they fled Cortés explained to us that he had been unable to come sooner because there was a swamp in the way, and he had had to fight his way through another host of warriors before he could reach us. 3 horsemen and 5 horses had been wounded. After the horsemen had dismounted beneath some trees beside which some house is stood, we returned thanks to God for granting us so complete a victory. Then, as it was Lady Day, we named the town which was afterwards founded here Santa Maria de la Victoria, on account of the fact that this great victory was won on her day. This was the first battle that we fought under Cortés in New Spain. When it was over, we bandaged our wounded with cloths, for this was all we had, and sealed the wounds of our horse is with fat from the corpse of an Indian that we had cut up for this purpose. We then went to look at the dead that were lying about the field, and found more than 800, most of whom had been killed by sword thrusts, and the rest by cannon muskets or crossbows. And many lay groaning on the ground, half dead, for wherever the horsemen had passed there were great numbers of dead and wounded. The battle had lasted over an hour. It was now late, and we had eaten nothing, so we returned to camp weary with fighting, bringing 5 prisoners whom we had taken, 2 of whom were captains. Then, after burying our 2 dead, one of whom had been fatally struck in the throat, the other in the ear, and attending to the wounds of the rest, we posted sentinels and guards, took our supper, and rested. It is here according to Go, Mara, that Francisco de Morla arrived on a dapple gray horse in advance of Cortés and the rest of the cavalry, and the blessed apostles. Street James and Street Peter appeared. I say that all our deeds and victories were the work of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that in this battle there were so many Indians to every one of us that the dust they made would have blinded us. Had not God of his unfailing mercy come to our aid, it may be as Go. Mara says that those glorious apostles did appear, and that I, a sinner, was unworthy to see them. However, I did see Francisco de Morla arrive on a chestnut horse at the same time as Cortés, and I seemed to see that whole battle again with my sinful eyes, even as I write. With every detail as it took place, it may be I was not worthy to see either of the 2 apostles. But if so, since there were more than 400 soldiers in our company, as well as Cortés himself and many other gentlemen, the miracle would have been discussed and evidence taken, and a church would have been built in their honor when the town was founded. Also, the town would not have been called, as it was, Santa Maria de la Victoria, but Santiago or San Pedro instead. I have said that we captured 5 Indians in this battle, of whom 2 were captains. These 2 were interrogated by the interpreter Agal, who discovered from their answers that they would be suitable as messengers. He advised Cortés to free them therefore, so that they might go and talk to the caciques of the town, and to any others they might see. They were given green and blue beads, and Agal addressed them in a flattering speech, telling them that they had nothing to fear, since we meant to treat them like brothers, and that the recent battle was entirely their own fault. He told them to call together the caciques of all the towns, as we wished to talk to them, and he gave them gentle warnings on many other matters in order to gain their goodwill. The messengers went off in a good frame of mind, and talked to the caciques and chief men, telling them what we wished them to know about our desire for peace. After listening to our envoys, the Indians decided that 15 slaves, all with blackened faces and ragged cloaks and loincloths, should at once be sent to us with falls and baked fish and maize cakes. When these men came before 'Tis he received them graciously, but Agle, or asked them rather angrily why they had come with their face, is in that state, looking more as if they had come to fight than to ask for peace. He told them to go back to the caciques and inform them that if they wanted the peace we offered them, they must send important men to negotiate, as was customary, and not slaves. But we treated even these black-faced slaves with consideration, and sent them off with blue beads as a sign of peace and to soothe the Indians' feelings. Next day 30 important men came dressed in fine cloaks and bearing falls, fish, fruit, and maize cakes. They asked Cortés permission to burn and bury the bodies of those killed in the recent battle, to prevent them from smelling or being eaten by lions and tigers. Permission was at once given, and they hastily brought up a number of men to burn and bury the dead, according to their custom. Cortés learnt from these envoys that more than 800 of their men were missing, not counting those who had been carried off wounded. They said, however, that they could not stay any longer discussing or negotiating with us, for the next day all the chiefs and nobles of those towns would assemble and arrange the peace. Cortés, who was very shrewd in all matters, said with a laugh to those of us who happened to be standing with him, "Do you know, gentlemen, I believe it is the horse is that the Indians are most frightened of. They probably think that it is just they and the cannon that they have been fighting, and I've thought of a way of confirming their belief. Let us bring Juan C. Dio's mare, which foaled the other day on board ship, and tie her up here where I am standing o'er. 'Tis the musician's stallion is very randy, and we can let him get a sniff of her. Then we will have both of them led off in different directions, and make sure that the chiefs who are coming do not hear them nigh or see them until they are standing and talking to me." Cortés' instructions were carried out exactly. The horse and the mare were brought, and he caught the scent of her in Cortés' quarters. But this was not all. Cortés ordered that the biggest cannon we had should be loaded with a large ball and plenty of powder. It was midday by this time, and 40 Indians arrived, all caciques of fine appearance, dressed in their customary rich cloaks. Then, after saluting Cortés and the rest of us, and perfuming all our company with their incense, they asked our pardon for their past conduct, and promised to be friendly in future. Cortés answered them through our interpreter somewhat sternly. He reminded them with a show of anger how often he had requested them to keep the peace, and said that they had committed a crime and now deserved to be put to death, together with all the inhabitants of their towns. He then pointed out that we were vassals of a great king and lord named the Emperor Charles, who had sent us to these parts with orders to help and favor those who would enter his royal service. This we would do, he continued, if they were now as well disposed as they said, but if they were not, something would jump out of those Tipascos. Tipas is their native name for iron, which would kill them, for some of these Tipascos were still angry with them for having attacked us. At this moment he secretly gave the order for the loaded cannon to be fired, and it went off with the requisite thunderous report, the ball whistling away over the hills. It was midday, and very still. The caciques were thoroughly terrified, never having witnessed anything like this before. They believed Cortés' story was true. He told them through Agle, however, that they need not be afraid, for he had given orders that no harm should be done to them. At that moment they brought the horse that had scented the mare, and tied him up near the place where Cortés was talking to the caciques, and as the mare had been tethered at that actual spat, the horse began to paw the ground and neigh and create an uproar, looking all the time towards the Indians and the place from which the scent of the mare came. But the caciques thought he was roaring at them, and were terrified once more. When Cortés observed their terror, he rose from his seat, went over to the horse, and told orderlies to lead him away. He then informed the Indians that he had told the beast not to be angry, since they were friendly and had come to make peace. While this was going on, more than 30 Indian carriers, whom they called Tams, arrived with a meal of fowls and fish and fruit and other food. It appears that they had dropped behind and had not been able to reach us at the same time as the caciques. Cortés then had a long talk with the 3 important chieftains, who promised that they would return next day with a present and discuss other matters. After this, they departed quite happily. Early next morning, 15 March 15,191, many caciques and important persons came from Tabasco and the neighboring towns, and paid us great respect. They brought a present of gold, consisting of 4 diadems, some ornaments in the form of lizards, 2 shaped like little dogs, and 5 like ducks, also some earrings, 2 masks of Indian faces, 2 gold soles for sandals, and some other things of small value. I do not know how much all this was worth. They also brought some cloaks of the kind they weave and wear, which are very rough. For as anyone who knows this province will tell you, there is nothing there of much value. These gifts were nothing, however, compared to the 20 women, whom they gave us, among them a most excellent person, who when she became a Christian took the name of Doa Marina. I will say no more about them, but speak of the pleasure with which Cortés received these overtures. He drew all the caciques aside with Agal, or the interpreter, to hold converse with them and tell them how grateful he was for what they had brought. But there was one thing he must ask of them. He said that they should bring all their men, women, and children back to the town, which he wished to see settled again within 2 days. This he would recognize as a true sign of peace. The caciques then sent at once to summon all the inhabitants, and they, their wives, and their children resettled the town in the stipulated time. Another thing that Cortés asked of them was that they should abandon their idols and sacrifices, which they promised to do. He expounded to them as best he could the principles of our holy faith, telling them that we were Christians and worshipped one true God. He then showed them a most sacred image of Our Lady with her precious Son in her arms, and declared to them that we worshipped it because it was the image of the Mother of our Lord God, who was in heaven. The caciques answered that they liked this great Iga, which is the name they give to great ladies in their country, and asked for it to be given them to keep in their town. Cortés agreed to their request, and told them to build a fine altar for it, which they did next morning. He ordered 2 of our carpenters, Alonso and Alvar Lopez, to make a very tall cross. When he had dealt with all this, Cortés asked them why they had attacked us, after we had 3 times requested them to make peace. They replied that they had already asked and received pardon for this. The chief said that it was his brother, the chief of Champeton, who had advised him, and that he was afraid of being accused of cowardice, for he had already been reproached and dishonored for not attacking the other captain, who had come with 4 ships. He said, too, that the Indian we had brought as interpreter, who had fled in the night, had also advised them to attack us by day and night. Cortés ordered them to bring this man before him without fail, But they answered that when he saw the battle going against them, he had run away. Search had been made for him, but they did not know where he was. We discovered, however, that they had offered him as a sacrifice because his advice had cost them dear. Cortés then asked them where they procured their gold and jewels, and they answered from the direction of the sun set, saying Iqulu and Mexico. But as we did not know what these words meant, we did not note them. We then brought forward another interpreter named Francisco, whom we had captured, as I have mentioned, on Grijalva's expedition. But he understood nothing of the Tuscan tongue, only the word Culu, which is Mexican. He told Cortés by signs that Culu was far ahead, and he repeated Mexico, which we did not understand. Here the conversation ended until the next day, when we set up the sacred image of Our Lady and the cross on the altar, and all paid reverence to them. Fray Bartolomé de Olmedo said Mass before all the caciques and important persons, and we named the town Santa Maria de la Victoria. The same friar with Agal, or as interpreter, expounded many good things about our holy faith to the 20 Indian women who had been given to us. He told them not to believe in the idols they had worshipped, since they were evil things and not gods, and to offer them no more sacrifices. He said they had been deceived, and must worship our Lord Jesus Christ, and immediately afterwards they were baptized. One of the Indian ladies was christened Dona Marina. She was a truly great princess, the daughter of caciques, and the mistress of vassals. As was very evident in her appearance, I will relate later how this was and in what manner she came to us. I do not clearly remember the names of all the other women, and there is no reason for naming any of them, but they were the first women in New Spain to become Christians. Cortés gave one of them to each of his captains, and Dona Marina, being good-looking, intelligent, and self-assured, went to Alonso Hernandez Portocarro, who, as I have already said, was a very grand gentleman and a cousin of the Count of Medellin, and when Portocarro returned to Spain, Dona Marina lived with Cortés, to whom she bore a son named Don Martin Cortés. We stayed in this town 5 days to attend to the wounded and those who had been suffering from pains in the back, which now left them. Furthermore, Cortés won over all the caciques with kindly words, telling them how our Lord the Emperor, whose vassals we were, ruled over many great lords, and that it would be well for them to obey him. Then, if they were in any need either of our protection or anything else, they had only to let him know, wherever he might be, and he would come to their assistance. Herr Lupin, all the caciques thanked him most warmly, and declared themselves vassals of our great emperor. These were the first vassals in New Spain to yield their obedience to his majesty. Cortés then ordered the caciques to come to the altar with their women and children very early next day, which was Palm Sunday, to worship the holy image of Our Lady and the Cross. He also told them to send 6 Indian carpenters to go with our carpenters to the town of Sintla, where our Lord God had granted us the victory in the battle I have described, there to cut a cross on a great tree that they call a silk cotton tree, which grew there. This they did, and it was stood there a long time, for each time the bark is renewed the cross stands out afresh. When this was done, Cortés ordered the Indians to prepare all the canoes they owned in order to help us embark, for we wished to set sail on that holy day. Since 2 pilots had just come in to inform Cortés that the ships were in great danger from a northerly gale, which might drive them ashore. Early next morning, all the caciques and important persons came in their with all their women and children, and stood in the courtyard where we had placed the church and cross, and where we had brought a pile of cut branches to be carried in the procession. The caciques then saw us all, Cortés and his captains together, marching with the greatest reverence in a devout procession. With the Murs, Darien friar and the priest, Juan Diaz clad in their vestments, Mass was then said, and we bowed and kissed the holy cross, while the chiefs and Indians stood watching us. When our solemn ceremony was over, the principal Indians came forward to offer Cortés 10 fowls and some fish and vegetables, and we took leave of them. Cortés once more commended the blessed image and cross to their care, telling them always to keep the place well cleaned and swept and decked with branches, and to worship it if they wanted to enjoy good health and harvests. It was already late when we got aboard, and we set sail next day, Monday morning, with a fair wind, laying our course for San Juan de Ulloa, and keeping close to the shore. As we sailed along in fine weather, those of us who knew the route would say to Cortés, "Is here over there is La Rambla, which the Indians call Agololco, and sin afterwards we arrived off Tonala, which we call San Antonio. This we pointed out also, and further on we showed him the great river Coatzacoalcos. He saw the high snow-capped mountains, and then the Sierra de San Martin, and further on the Split Rock, which is a great crag that stands out to sea with a mark on top of it that looks like a seat. Further on still we showed him the Rio de Alvarado, which Pedro de Alvarado entered during Grijalva's expedition. And then we came in sight of the Rio de Banderas, where we had made 16,000 pesos by barter. We then showed him Isla Blanca, and told him where Isla Verde lay and close in. Sure, he saw the Isla de Sacrificios, where we found the altars and Indian victims in Grijalva's time. We were lucky enough to reach San Juan de Ulloa after midday on Holy Thursday, and I remember that Alonso Hernandez Portocaro came up to Cortés at this point and said, "These gentlemen who have visited this country twice before are saying to you, I think, now look on France Montesinos, look on Paris the city, see the waters of the Douro flowing down to the sea, and I say to you, you are looking on rich lands, may you know how to govern them well." Cortés understood the reason why these words were said. "God give us the same good fortune in fighting," he replied, as he gave to the Palad and Roland. "For the rest with you, sir, and these other gentlemen as my captains, I shall know how to acquit myself." Doa Marina's story, Before, speaking of the great Montezuma and of the famous city of Mexico, and the Mexicans, I should like to give an account of Doa Marina, who had been a great lady and a cacique over towns and vassals since her childhood. Her father and mother were lords and caciques of a town called Painola, which had other towns subject to it, and lay about 24 miles from the town of Coatzacoalcos. Her father died while she was still very young, and her mother married another cacique, a young man, to whom she bore a son. The mother and father seem to have been very fond of this son, for they agreed that he should succeed to the equeship when they were dead. To avoid any impediment, they gave Doa Marina to some Indians from Xicalango, and this they did by night in order to be unobserved. They then spread the report that the child had died, and as the daughter of one of their Indian slaves happened to die at this time, they gave it out that this was their daughter the heiress. The Indians of Xicalango gave the child to the people of Tabasco, and the Tabascans gave her to Cortés. I myself knew her mother and her half-brother, who was then a man, and ruled the town jointly with his mother, since the old lady's second husband had died. After they became Christians, the mother was called Marta, and the son Lazaro. All this I know very well, because in the year 1523, after the conquest of Mexico and the other provinces, and at the time of Cristobal de Olid's revolt in Honduras, I passed through the place with Cortés, and the majority of its inhabitants accompanied him also. As Dona Marina had proved such an excellent person and a good interpreter in all the wars of New Spain, Tlaxcala and Mexico, as I shall relate hereafter, Cortés always took her with him. During this expedition, she married a gentleman called Juan Jaramillo at the town of Orizaba. Dona Marina was a person of great importance, and was obeyed without question by all the Indians of New Spain. And while Cortés was in the town of Cota, Alcos, he summoned all the caciques of that province in order to address them on the subject of our holy religion, and the good way in which they had been treated, and Dona Marina's mother and her half-brother Lazaro were among those who came. Dona Marina had told me some time before that she belonged to this province, and that she was the mistress of vassals, and both Cortés and the interpreter Agal knew it well. Thus it was that mother, son, and daughter came together, and it was easy enough to see from the strong resemblance between them that Dona Marina and the old lady were related. Both she and her son were very much afraid of Dona Marina. They feared that she had sent for them to put them to death, and they wept. When Dona Marina saw her mother and half-brother in tears, she comforted them, saying that they need have no fear. She told her mother that when they had handed her over to the men from Xicalango, they had not known what they were doing. She pardoned the old woman, and gave them many golden jewels and some clothes. Then she sent them back to their town, saying that God had been very gracious to her in freeing her from the worship of idols, and making her a Christian, and giving her a son by her lord and master Cortés, also in marrying her to such a gentleman as her husband Juan Jaramillo, even if they were to make her mistress of all the provinces of New Spain. She said she would refuse the honor, for she would rather serve her husband and Cortés than anything else in the world. What I have related here I know for certain, and swear to. The whole story seems very much like that of Joseph and his brethren in Egypt, when the Egyptians came in, his power over the wheat. To return to my subject, Dona Marina knew the language of Alcos, which is that of Mexico, and she knew the Tabascan language also. This language is common to Tabasco and Yucatan, and Jeronimo de Aguilar spoke it also. These understood one another well, and Aguilar translated in Castilian for Cortés. This was the great beginning of our conquests, and thus, praise be to God, all things prospered with us. I have made a point of telling this story, because without Dona Marina we could not have understood the language of New Spain and Mexico. A pause on the coast. On Holy Thursday, day 1519, we arrived with all the fleet at the port of San Juan de Ulloa. Knowing the place well from his previous visit under Juan de Grijalva, the pilot Alaminos at once ordered the vessels to anchor where they would be safe from the northerly gales. The royal standards and pennants were raised on the flagship, and within half an hour of our anchoring to large canoes or pier, Goose came out to us full of Mexican Indians. Seeing the large ship with its standards flying, they knew that it was there they must go to speak with the captain. So they made straight for the flagship, went aboard and asked who was the Tachun, which in their language means the master. Doa Marina, who understood them, pointed him out, and the Indians paid car. 'Tis great marks of respect in their fashion. They said that their lord, a servant of the great Montezuma, had sent them to find out what kind of men we were, and what we were seeking. Also to say that if we required anything for ourselves or our ships, we were to tell them and they would supply it. Cortés thanked them through our interpreters, and ordered that they should be given food, wine, and some blue beads. After they had drunk the wine, he told them that he had come to visit and trade with them, and that they should think of our coming to their country as fortune, it rather than troublesome. The messengers went ashore very contented, and next day, which was Good Friday, we dice, bucked with our horses and guns on some sand hills, which were quite high. For there was no level land, nothing but sand dunes, and the artiller, Eman Mace, placed his guns on them in what seemed to him the best positions. Then we set up an altar at which mass was said at once, and built huts and shelters for Cortés and his captains our. 300 soldiers then brought wood, and we made huts for ourselves. We put the horses where they would be safe, and in this way we spent Good Friday. On Saturday, which was Easter Eve, many Indians arrived who had been sent by a cacique called Pitoc, whom we afterwards named Ovandillo, and who was one of Montezema's governors. They brought axes and dressed wood for Cortés' hut and the others near it, which they covered with large cloths on account of the sun, for since it was Lent, the heat was very great. They brought falls and maize cakes and plums, which were then in season, and also, I think, some gold jewels, all of which they presented to Cortés, saying that next day a governor would come and bring more provisions. Cortés thanked them warmly, and ordered that they should be given certain things in exchange, with which they went away well pleased. Next day, Easter Sunday, the governor of whom they had spoken arrived. His name was Tyndall, a man of affairs, and he brought with him Pitoc, who was also an important person among them. They were followed by many Indians with presents of falls and vegetables, whom Tyndall commanded to stand a little aside on a hillock, while according to their custom he bowed humbly 3 times. First to Cortés, and then to all the other soldiers standing nearby. Cortés welcomed them through our interpreters, embraced them, and asked them to wait, as he wished to speak to them presently. While he had had an altar set up, as well as could be done in the time, and Fray Bartolomé de Olmedo, who was a fine singer, chanted mass with the assistance of Padre Juan Diaz, while the 2 governors and the other caciques who were with them looked on. After mass, Cortés and some of our captains dined with the 2 officers of the great Montezuma, and when the tables had been removed, he took these 2 and our 2 interpreters aside, and explained to them that we were Christians and vassals of the Emperor Don Carlos, the greatest lord on earth, who had many great princes as his vassals and servants, and that it was at his orders we had come to their country, since for many years he had heard rumors of it, and of the great prince who ruled it. Cortés said that he wished to be friends with this prince, and to tell him many things in the emperor's name, which would greatly delight him when he knew and understood them. Moreover, he wished to trade with their prince and his Indians in a friendly way, and to know what place this prince would appoint for their meeting. To this Tyndall replied somewhat proudly, "You have only just arrived, and already you ask to speak with our prince." Accept now this present that we give you in our master's name, and afterwards tell me whatever you wish." He took out of a petica, which is a sort of chest, many golden objects beautifully and richly worked, and then sent for 10 bales of white cloth made of cotton and feathers, a marvelous sight. There were other things too that I do not remember, and quantities of foodfalls, frit and baked fish. Cortés received all this with gracious smiles, and gave them in return some beads of twisted glass and other little beads from Spain, begging them to send to their towns and summon the people to trade with us. Since he had plenty of these beads to exchange for gold, they replied that they would do as he asked. As we afterwards learnt, these two men, Tendil and Pitoc, were the governors of the provinces called Cotistan, Tuc, Stepic, Guaz, Paltapaco, and Tataltico, and also of some other towns recently conquered. Cortés next ordered his servants to bring an armchair, richly carved and inlaid, and some moss, agates pierced and intricately worked and packed in cotton scented with musk, to give them a good smell. Also a string of twisted glass beads, and a crimson cap with a gold medal engraved with a figure of St. George on horseback, lance in hand, and slaying the dragon. He told Tendil that he would send the chair to his Prince Montezuma, for we already knew his name, so that he could sit in it when Cortés came to visit and speak with him, and that he should wear the cap on his head. These stones, he said, and all the other things were in token of friendship from our Lord the King, for he was aware that Montezuma was a great prince. Cortés then asked that a day and a place might be fixed for his meeting. With Montezuma, Tendil accepted the present. Observing that his great master would be glad to know our great king, he promised to deliver it promptly and return with Montezuma's reply. It appears that Tendil brought with him some of those skilled painters they have in Mexico, and that he gave them instructions to make realistic full-length portraits of Cortés and all his captains and soldiers, also to draw the ships, sails, and horses, Doa Marina and Agal, and even the 2 greyhounds, the cannon and cannon balls, and indeed the whole of our army were faithfully portrayed, and the drawings were taken to Montezuma. Cortés ordered our gunners to load the Lombards with a big charge of powder, so that they should make a great noise when fired, and told Pedro de Alvarado that all his horsemen must be ready with little bells tied to their breastplates to gallop in front of Montezuma's servants. He too mounted his horse. It would be a good thing, he said, if we could gallop on these dunes, but they will see that even on foot we get stuck in the sand. Let us go down to the beach when the tide is low and gallop there 2 by 2. And he put all the horsemen under the command of Pedro de Alvarado, whose sorrel mare was a great runner and very quick on the rein. The display was carried out in the presence of the 2 ambassadors, and in order that they should see the chat leave the gun corps, Cortés pretended that he wished to speak to them and some other caciques again, just before the cannon was fired. As it was very still at that moment, the balls resounded with a great din as they went over the forest. The 2 governors and the rest of the Indians were frightened by this strange happening, and ordered their painters to paint it, so that Montezuma might see. It appears that one of our soldiers had a helmet that was half gilt but somewhat rusty, since it was like one that they possessed which had been left them by their ancestors of the race from which they sprang, and placed on the head of their god Huitzilopochtli. He said that his master Montezuma would like to see this helmet. This Tendil noticed, and being of a more inquiring disposition than his fellow cacique, he asked if he might see it, and it was given to him. Cortés said how ever that as he wished to know whether the gold of their country was the same as the gold we find in our rivers, they might send it back filled with grains of gold. As a present for our great emperor after this, Tyndale took his leave of us all, and after many protestations of regard on Cortés' part, promised to return very promptly with a reply. After his departure, we discovered that Tyndale was not only an important man of affairs, but the most active of Montez's servants. He went with all haste, and gave his master a complete account of events, showing him the pictures which had been painted, and the present that Cortés had sent him, which is said to have astonished Montezuma, who accepted it with great satisfaction. And when he compared the helmet with that of his gold Huichilobos, he was convinced that we were of that race which, according to the prophecies of his ancestors, would come to rule the land. When Tyndale departed with Cortés present for his lord Montezuma, the other governor Pitoc stayed in our camp, occupying some huts a short distance away, to which they brought women to make maize cakes, also falls, frit and fish. This food was supplied to Cortés and his captains also, who ate with the governor. But we soldiers got nothing, but the shellfish we picked up or the fish we caught. About this time many Indians came from the towns of which these two great servants of Montezuma were governors, some of them bringing gold and jewels of little value, or falls, to exchange with us for green beads, clear glass beads, and other articles. In this way we kept ourselves fed, for almost all the soldiers had brought goods for barter, and we had learnt in Grijal's time that beads were a good thing to bring. 6 or 7 days passed in this way. Then one morning Tyndale returned with more than 100 Indian porters, and accompanied by a great Mexican chief, who, in face, features, and body, was very like our captain. The great Montezuma had chosen him on purpose, for it is said when Tyndale showed him the portrait of Cortés, all the princes present exclaimed that one of their number, Quintalber, looked exactly like him. And it was Quintalber who now accompanied Tyndale. On account of this resemblance, we in the camp called them our Cortés and the other Cortés. To return to my story, when these people arrived before our captain, they kissed the earth and perfumed him, and all the soldiers near him with incense that they had brought in earthenware braziers. Cortés received them kindly, and seated them beside him. The Prince Quintalber, who bore the presents and had been appointed joint spokesman with Tyndale, welcomed us to the country, and after a long speech ordered them to be brought forward. The various objects were placed on mats, which they call petates, on which were spread other cotton cloths. The first was a disk in the shape of the sun, as big as a cartwheel, and made of very fine gold. It was a marvelous thing engraved with many sorts of figures, and, as those who afterwards weighed it reported, was worth more than 10,000 pesos. There was another larger disk of brightly shining silver in the shape of the moon, with other figures on it, and this was worth a great deal, for it was very heavy. Quintalber also brought back the helmet full of small grains of gold, just as they come from the mines, and worth 3,000 pesos. The gold in the helmet was worth more than 20,000 pesos to us, because it proved to us that there were good mines in the country. Next came 20 golden ducks of fine workmanship and very realistic, some ornaments in the shape of their native dogs, many others in the shapes of tigers, lions, and monkeys. 10 necklaces of very fine workmanship, some pendants, 12 arrows and a strung bow, and 2 rods like staffs of justice, 20 inch, is long all mode, gilt in fine gold. Next they brought crests of gold, plumes of rich green feathers, silver crests, some fans of the same material, muddles of deer in hollow gold, and many other things that I cannot remember, since all this was very long ago, and after this came 30 loads of beautiful cotton cloth of various patterns, decorated with feathers of many colors, and so many other things that I cannot attempt to describe them. When the presents had been displayed, these great caciques, Quintalber and Tendel, asked Cortés to accept them with the same grace as Montezuma had shown in sending them, and to divide them among the tools and men who accompanied him. Cortés accepted the gifts with delight, whereup, and the ambassadors told him that they wished to repeat the message with which Montezuma had charged them. First, that he was pleased such valiant men as he had heard we were should come to his country, for he knew what we had done at Tabasco, and that he would much like to see our great emperor, who was such a mighty prince that his fame had reached him even from the distant lands whence we came. Secondly, that he would send the emperor a present of precious stones, and serve us in any way he could during our stay in that port. But as for a meeting, he told us not to think of it, for it was not necessary, and he put forward many objections. Cortés thanked them with a good countenance, and with many flattering protestations gave each governor to Holland shirts, some blue glass beads, and other things, and begged them to go back as his ambassadors to Mexico, and inform their lord, the great Montezuma, that since we had crossed so many seas and journeyed from such distant lands solely to see and speak with him in person, our great king and lord would not give us a good reception if we were to return without doing so. Wherever there king might be said, Cor, 'tis we should like to go and visit him and carry out his commands. The governors replied that they would return with this message, but that they considered the requested interview superfluous. Cortés gave them to take to Montezuma, as much as our poverty allowed, a cup of Florentine glass engraved with trees and hunting scenes, and finely gilded, 3 Holland shirts, and some other objects, and he charged them to bring him a reply. The 2 governors set out, and Pitoc remained in the camp, for it seems that Montezema's other servants had given him orders to see that food was brought to us from the neighboring towns. After dispatching the messengers to Mexico, Cortés sent 2 ships to explore further along the coast. These he put under the command of Francisco de Montejo, who had served under Grijalva, and instructed him to follow the course we had taken in that expedition, and look for a safe harbor and a site for settlement, for clearly we could not settle on these sand dunes, on account of the mosquitoes and the distance from any town. Cortés chose Alaminos and 1 Alvarez el Willow as pilots, since they knew the route, and told them to sail along the coast as far as they could in 10 days. Obeying his instructions, they went as far as the Rio Grande, which is close to Panico, where we had been under Grijalva, but could go no further on account of the strong currents. On discovering the difficulties of navigation, they turned round and made for San Juan de Ulloa, bringing us back no other news except that some 36 miles on they had seen a town which looked like a fortified port, and was called Quiahuitzlan, and that beside it was a harbor in which Alaminos thought our ships would be safe from the northerly gales. He gave it the ugly name of Bernal, because it resembled a harbor of that name in Spain. The voyage there and back took 10 to 12 days. I must now return to the Indian Pitoc, who remained behind to supply us with food. His efforts slackened to such an extent that in the end he brought nothing to the camp. Our cassava turned sour ratted and became infested by weevils, and we were so short of provisions that if we had not gone out to collect shellfish, we should have had nothing to eat. The Indians who had been bringing gold and falls for barter now came in smaller numbers than at first, and those who did come were very shy and fearful. We were waiting hourly for the arrival of the messengers from Mexico. While we were in this state of expectation, Tyndall returned with a great company of Indians. After paying Cortés and the rest of us the usual compliment of perfuming us all with incense, he presented 10 loads of fine rich feather cloth and 4 chalchi, heights and some gold articles. Not counting the chalchi, heights the gold alone was estimated at 3,000 pesos. Then Tyndall and Pitok approached the other great cacique. Quintalber was not with them, since he had fallen ill on the road, and the 2 governors went aside with Cortés Doa Marina and Agal to present their report. They said that their Lord Montezuma had accepted our present, and was greatly pleased with it, but as for an interview, that was out of the question. He wished the chalche heights to be sent to the emperor, since they were of the highest value, each of them being worth more than a great load of gold, but observed that it would be useless for us to send any further messengers to Mexico. Cortés thanked them and gave them presents, but it certainly depressed him to be told so directly that we could not see Montezuma. He must surely be a great and rich prince, he observed to some soldiers who were standing near, and one day, please God, we will go and see him. And we soldiers answered, we only wish we were living with him now. It was the hour of Ave Maria, and at the sound of the camp bell, we all fell on our knees in front of a cross which we had erected on a sandhill to say our prayers. Tyndall and Pitok, being intelligent men, and seeing us thus on our knees, asked us why we humbled ourselves before a log cut in that particular fashion. We have a good opportunity of explaining to them through our interpreters something about our holy faith. He then delivered an address to the caciques, so apt to the occasion that no good theologian could have bettered it. On hearing this question, Cortés said to the Mus, Darien friar, who was present now, Father. After telling them that we were Christians, he explained all the relevant details of our religion, which they perfectly understood, and they replied that they would report them to their Lord Montezuma. Cortés also told them that our great emperor's purpose in sending us to their lands was to abolish human sacrifices and the other evil rites they practiced, and to see that they did not rob one another, and that they ceased to worship their accursed idols. He begged them to erect in their cities, in the temples where they kept these idols, which they believed to be gods, a cross like the one they saw, and to set up before it an image of Our Lady, which he would give them bearing her precious Son in her arms. He added that they would then see how well things would go with them, and what our God would do for them. He used many other arguments, but as I could not write them all down, I will leave the subject and recall how on this last occasion many Indians came with Tyndall to barter gold objects, which were of no great value. All the soldiers, however, set about bartering, and the gold we gained was given to the sailors who had been out fishing in exchange for their fish. When Diego Velázquez's friends saw some of us soldiers trading for gold, they asked Cortés why he allowed it, protesting that Diego Velázquez had not sent out the expedition in order to enrich the soldiers. They said it would be as well if an order were issued that hence, Fourth, there should be no bartering for gold except by Cortés himself, and that what had so far been obtained should be brought out so that the royal fifth could be deducted. They further asked that some suitable person should be appointed as treasurer. Cortés replied that they were right and invited them to nominate the person. They chose one Gonzalo Mejia, but when they had done so, he turned to them with an angry face and said, "Observe, gentlemen, that our comrades are suffering great hardships from lack of food. For this reason, we ought to overlook things and let them all have something to eat. What is more, the amount of gold they have gained is a mere trifle, and God willing we are going to gain a great deal more. However, every question has two sides. As you wish, the decree has been issued that bartering for gold shall cease now. We shall see what we get to eat." The historian Gomara remarks at this point that Cortés' purpose was to convince Montezuma that we attached no value to gold, but Gomara was misinformed. Ever since Grijalva's visit to the Rio de Ban, Montezuma must have known the truth, and his opinion must have been confirmed when we sent him the helmet with a request that it should be filled with gold grains from the mines. Besides, they had seen us bartering, and the Mexicans were not the sort of people to misunderstand such things. One morning we awoke to find not a single Indian in any of the huts, neither those who brought us our food, nor those who came to trade, nor Peitel. Pitok himself, they had all fled without a word. The reason for this, as we afterwards learned, was that Montezuma had sent orders to break off all conversations with Cortés and his company. It seems that the prince was very devoted to his idols Tezcat, Lipoca, and Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the god of hell respectively, and sacrificed youths to them every day in hopes that they would tell him what to do about us. For Montezuma had formed a plan to seize us if we did not return to our ships, in order to breed from us and keep us for sacrifice. The reply that his idols gave him was that he must cease to listen to Cortés and his message about setting up a cross and an image of Our Lady, and that these objects should not be brought to the city. That is why the Indians had silently departed. When we heard the news, we thought they meant war, and put ourselves very much on the alert. One day, as I and another soldier were posted on some sand dunes keeping a lookout, we saw 5 Indians coming along the beach, and so as to raise no alarm in the camp over so slight matter allowed them to approach. They came up to us with smiles on their faces, paid us the usual respects, and asked us by signs to take them to the camp. I told my companion to stay on guard, and said I would go with them, for my feet were not as heavy at that time as they are now that I am old. And when we came to Cortés, they bowed low to him, and said, Lope Luzio, which in their Totonac language means prince and great lord. The men had great holes in their lower lips, in which some carried stone discs spotted with blue, and others thin sheets of gold. They also had great holes in their ears, in which they had inserted discs of stone or gold, and they were very different in their dress and speech from the Mexicans who had been staying with us. Our interpreters did not understand these words. Lope Luzio and Doa Marina inquired in Mexican if there were no Nahuelitos, that is to say, interpreters of the Mexican language among them. 2 of the 5 answered yes, that they understood it, and bade us welcome, saying that their chief had sent them to inquire who we were, and tell us that he would be glad to be of service to such valiant men, for it appears that they knew about our deeds at Tabasco and Champoten. They added that they would have come to see us before but for their fear of the people of Kulwa, who had been with us, but that they knew these men had run off home 3 days before. As this conversation went on, Cortés learnt that Montezuma had opponents and enemies, which greatly delighted him. After flattering these 5 messengers, Cortés dismissed them with presents and a message to their cacique that he would very soon pay him a visit. From this time on we called these Indians the Lope Luzios. In those sand dunes where we had camped there were always many mosquitoes, both the long-legged ones and the small ones, which are called xigzens and are worse than the big ones. And together they gave us no sleep. We had no provisions, our cassava bread was getting short and moldy, and some of the soldiers who owned Indians in the island of Cuba, especially the friends and servants of Diego Velázquez, were sighing to go home. When Cortés saw how things were and realized the state of opinion, he gave orders that we should go to the fortified town of Quiahuitztlan, which had been seen by Montejo and the pilot Alaminos, and where the ships would be sheltered by the rock I have spoken of. But as we were preparing to depart, all Diego Velázquez's friends, relatives, and servants asked Cortés why he chose to undertake this journey without any provisions. Protesting that there was no possibility of going any further, since we had lost more than 35 soldiers from wounds received at Tabasco, sickness, and hunger. They pointed out also that we were in a large country, that its towns were very populous, and that any day we might be attacked. Therefore, they said, it would be better to return to Cuba and render Velázquez an account of the gold gained by barter, of which the quantity was large, also of Montezuma's great presents, the sun and the silver moon and the helmet, full of golden grains from the mines, and all the jewels and cloths I have mentioned. Cortés answered that it was bad advice to recommend our going back without reason, and that up to now we had no cause to complain of our luck. He told them we must thank God, who was helping us in all things, and that as for our loss, these were usual in war and under hardship. Moreover, it would be as well to see what this land contained, and in the meantime to live on maize and such provisions as the Indians had in the neighboring towns, which would give us enough to eat. If our hands had not lost their cunning, Diego Velázquez's followers were somewhat, though not wholly appeased by this answer, for they had already formed factions in the camp to advocate a return to Cuba. I have already said that Diego Velázquez's friends and relatives were going about the camp protesting against our advancing any further, and demanding that we should return from San Juan de Ulloa to Cuba. It appears that Cortés had already discussed the matter with Alonso Hernández Portocarro, Pedro de Alvarado, and his 4 brothers, Cristobal de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Juan de Escalante, and Francisco de Lugo, also with many other captains and gentlemen, including myself, and suggested that we should elect him captain. Francisco de Montejo was aware of all this and on his guard. One night, Portocarro, Escalante, and Lugo visited my hut after midnight. Lugo came from my part of the country, and was my distant kinsman. Isir Bernal Díaz, they said, arm yourself, and come with us. We are going to accompany Cortés on his rounds. Then, as soon as we were a little way from the hut, they added, Sir, there is something we wish to tell you, which you must keep secret for a while. It is very important, and you must not let your hut companions know it, for they are partisans of Diego Velázquez. They then went on to say, Sir, Do you think it was right of Hernando Cortés to have brought us here by deceit? He proclaimed in Cuba that he was coming to settle, and now we discover that he has no authority to do anything but barter. And these men wish us to return to Santiago de Cuba with all the gold that has been collected. This will be the ruins of us all, for Diego Velázquez will take everything as he did before. You, sir, have already been to this country 3 times, counting the present expedition, spending your own wealth and contracting debts, and have been in peril of your life many times from the wounds you have received. Many of us gentlemen who feel that we are your friends wish to convince you that this state of things must end, that this land must be settled in His Majesty's name and by Hernando Cortés on his behalf until such time as it is possible for us to send information to our Lord the King of Spain. Be sure, sir, to cast your vote so that he may be elected captain by our unanimous will. If you do so, you will be doing a service to God and our Lord the King. I replied that it would be a bad plan to return to Cuba, that the land ought to be settled, and that we should elect Hernando Cortés to be General and Chief Justice until His Majesty should order otherwise. This idea was passed from one soldier to another until Diego Velázquez's friends and relatives, who were more numerous than we get to know of it. Somewhat high-handedly they then asked Cortés why he was making secret arrangements to stay in the country, instead of returning to give an account of his deeds to the man who had sent him as captain. They said that Diego Velázquez would disapprove of his conduct, and that the sooner we embarked the better. Moreover, that his subterfuges and private meetings with us soldiers could serve no good purpose, since we had neither supplies nor men, nor any possibility of founding a settlement. Displaying no sign of anger, Cortés replied that he was in agreement and would not go against the instructions and letters he had received from Diego Velázquez. He issued an order that we should all embark on the following day, each in the ship in which he had come. We, who were party to the plot, protested that it was unfair to deceive us in this way. In Cuba, we said he had proclaimed that he was coming to make a settlement, whereas he had only come to trade. We demanded in God's name and the king's that he should at once found a settlement and give up any other plan, because this would be of the greatest benefit and service both to our Lord God and to His Majesty. Many other well-reasoned arguments were placed before him, to the effect that the natives would never let us land again as they had done this time, that once the country was settled, soldiers would arrive from all the islands to help us, that Diego Velázquez had ruined us all by publicly proclaiming that he had His Majesty's authority to found a settlement when he had not, that he wished to found a settlement, and that those who wanted to return to Cuba should do so. Cortés gave in all, though he pretended to need much begging. It was a case of press me harder, as the saying goes, but I'm very willing. He stipulated, however, that we should make him Chief Justice and Captain General, and worst of all, we had to concede him 1/5 of all the gold we obtained after the subtraction of the royal 5th. Then, after granting him the very fullest powers embracing all that I have stated in front of the king's notary, Diego de Godoy, we at once set about founding and settling a town which we called Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, since we had reached the place on Maundy Thursday and landed on Good Friday. We called it Rich because of the gentleman's words to Cortés, which I have quoted: "You are looking on rich lands. May you know how to govern them well." The gentleman was Alonso Hernandez Portocarro, and what he meant to say was, "May you remain here as Captain General." As soon as the town was founded, we appointed alcaides and regidors, and the first alcaides were Portocaro and Francisco de Montio. In Montijo's case, it was because he was on bad terms with him that Cortés had him appointed to this high position. I will not give the names of the regidors, for it is useless to name only a few of them. I will mention, however, that a pillory was placed in the square and a gallows erected outside the town. We chose Pedro de Alvarado as commander of expeditions, and Cristobal de Olid as quartermaster. Juan de Escalante was appointed high constable, Gonzalo Mejia treasurer, and Alonso de Avila accountant. A certain Corral was chosen as standard bearer, because the former ensign Villar all had been dismissed from his post for offending Cortés. I do not know exactly how, over some Indian woman from Cuba, a Basque called Ochoa and Alonso Romero were made alguacils of the camp. It will be said that I have not mentioned Gonzalo de Sandoval, the famous captain second only to Cortés, of whom our Lord and Emperor heard such great reports. I would reply that he was still a youth, and that we did not take such account of him as of some other valiant captains, until we saw him develop in such a way that we all, Cortés included, put him on a level with the Captain General. When Diego Velázquez's party realized that we had elected Cortés captain and chief justice, and founded the town and appointed our officers, they were so furiously angry that they began to stir up factions and call meetings, and to revile Cortés and those of us who had elected him. They protested that we had no right to do so, unless all the captains and soldiers who had come on the expedition agreed that Diego Velázquez had given Cortés no such powers, only the authority to trade, and that we of Cortés' party must take care not to be so shameless as to provoke a fight. Then Cortés whispered to Juan de Escalante that we must ask him to produce the instructions Diego Velázquez had given him, and plucking them from his breast, he gave them to the king's scribe to read aloud. They contained the words, "As soon as you have gained all you can by trading, you are to return." The document was signed by Diego Velázquez, and counter signed by his secretary, Andrés de Duro. We begged Cortés to have this document attached to the deed which recorded the powers we had given him, and with it the proclamation that was issued in the island of Cuba, for we wished His Majesty in Spain to know that all we were doing was in his royal service, and to prevent any untruthful allegations being made against us. This proved a very good precaution in the light of our treatment in Spain by Don Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos and Archbishop of Rosano, for those were his titles, who, according to our certain knowledge, was taking steps to destroy us, as I shall afterwards relate. Then these same friends and dependents of Diego Velázquez protested once more against our having elected Cortés without their consent, and said that they would not remain under his command, but wished to return at once to Cuba. Cortés answered that he would detain nobody by force, and would willingly grant anyone who asked for it leave to return, even though he were left alone. This appeased some of them, but not one Velázquez de Leon, a relative of Diego's, or Diego de Ordas, or Escobar, whom we called the page because he had been brought up by Diego Velázquez, or Pedro Escudero, or certain others of Velázquez's friends, who went so far as entirely to refuse their obedience. Cortés therefore decided to rest them with our assistance. Taking good care that the rest should make no disturbance, We kept these men prisoners for several days in chains and under guard. After the rests, Pedro de Alvarado was sent inland to visit some nearby towns, of which we had been told to inspect the country, and to bring back maize and other provisions. For we were extremely short of food in the camp. Alvarado took 100 soldiers, including 15 cross, bowmen, and 6 musketeers. More than half of them were partisans of Diego Velázquez. We of Cortés' party all remained with him for fear there should be any further disturbance or trickery or insurrection, until things became more settled. Alvarado first visited some villages which were dependent on a larger place called Cote, Axtla, where the Kulu language was spoken. This language is here common to the allies of Mexico and Montezuma, just as Latin was formerly common to those of Rome. Whenever Kulun is mentioned there, for in connection with this country, it must be understood to refer to the subjects and vassals of Mexico. When Alvarado came to these villages, he found that they had been deserted on that very day, and he saw in the queues the bodies of men and boys who had been sacrificed, the walls and altars all splashed with blood, and the victims' hearts laid out before the idols. He also found the stones on which the sacrifice had been made, and the flint with which their breasts had been opened to tear out their hearts. Alvarado told us that most of the bodies were without arms and legs, and that some Indians had told him that these had been carried off to be eaten. Our soldiers were greatly shocked at such cruelty. I will say no more about these sacrifices, since we found them in every town we came to, but will return to Pedro de Alvarado and mention that he found all these places well provisioned and all deserted on the very day of his arrival. Indeed, we could not find more than 2 Indians to carry maize, and each soldier had to load himself with poultry and vegetables. Alvarado returned to camp without doing any more damage, though he had plenty of opportunity, because Cortés had given orders to the effect that there should be no repetition of the events at Cozumel. We were pleased enough in camp with the very little food they brought us, for evils and hardships vanish when there is enough to eat. Since he was always capable of taking great pains, Cortés succeeded in making friends with Velázquez's party, and bringing them round, some with presents of gold, which breaks down all opposition, and some with promises. He then released from prison all, except Juan Velázquez de Leon and Diego de Ordaz, whom he kept in irons aboard ship. But he released them after a few days, and made good and loyal friends of them, as will be seen hereafter, and all with gold, the great peacemaker. When all was quiet, we decided to visit the fortified town of which I have spoken, which was called Quiahuitztlan. The ships were to go to the rock and harbor, which was Apaz, the town, and about 3 miles away. I remember that as we marched along the coast, we killed a great fish which had been thrown up on the beach. When we reached the river on which Vera Cruz now stands, we found the water deep and crossed it in some broken trough, shaped canoes or by swimming or on rafts. Beside the river we found some village, subject to the great town of Sempola, from which those 5 Indians had come with gold rings on their lips. I mean those messengers who came to Cortés in the sand dunes, and whom we called Lope Luzios. We found temples and places of sacrifice and blood splashed about, and the incense they burnt and other properties of their idols, also the stones on which they made their sacrifices, and parrots' feathers, and many of their paper books, which are folded as cloth is in Spain. But we found no Indians, because they had all fled. for never having seen men like us before, or horses they were afraid. We slept there that night and went without supper, and next day we left the coast, striking inland towards the west. Without knowing our way, we found some good meadows which they call savannas, on which deer were grazing. Pedro de Alvarado chased one on his sorrel mare, and won, did it with a lance thrust. But it escaped int the woods, and we could not catch it. During the chase we saw 12 Indians approaching the inhabitants of the farms in which we had slept. They had been to consult their cacique, and were bringing us falls and maize cakes. They told Cortés through our interpreters that he had sent us these falls to eat, and that he begged us to come to his town, which according to the signs they made was one sun's journey away, that is a day's march. Cortés thanked them and made much of them, and we marched on that night. We slept in another village where many sacrifices had been made. But the reader will be tired of this constant story of sacrifice, and I will mention them no more. In this village they gave us supper, and told us that the road to Quiahuitztlan passed through Sempola. This day at Sempola, we slept at the village where these 12 Indians had prepared quarters for us. And after getting good information about the road we must take to the town on the hill, we sent word to the caciques of Sempola very early in the morning that we were coming to their town, and hoped they would be pleased. We sent 6 of the Indians to carry this message, and kept the other 6 as guides. Cortés also ordered the guns, muskets, and crossbows to be kept ready for use, and scouts to be sent ahead. The horsemen and all the rest of us kept on the alert, and thus we advanced to within 3 miles of the town. When we came to this point, 20 Indian dignitaries came out to welcome us in the name of the cacique, and brought us some cakes of their very finely scented rose petals. These they presented to Cortés and the horsemen with every sign of friendliness, saying that their lord was awaiting us at our lodgings, since he was too fat and heavy to come out and receive us. Cortés thanked them, and we continued our march, and as we came among the houses, we saw how large a town it was, larger than any we had yet seen, and were full of admiration. It was so green with vegetation that it looked like a garden, and its streets were so full of men and women who had come out to see us that we gave thanks to God for the discovery of such a country. Our mounted scouts had come to a great square with courtyards, where they had prepared our lodgings, which appeared to have been lime-coated and burnished during the last few days. The Indians are so skillful at these arts that one of the horsemen took the shining whiteness for silver, and came galloping back to tell Cortés that our quarters had silver walls. Doa Marina and Agal said that it must be plaster, and we laughed at his excitement. Indeed, we reminded him ever afterwards that anything white looked to him like silver, but enough of this. When we came to the buildings, this fat cacique came out to receive us in the courtyard. He was so fat that I must call him the fat cacique. He made a deep bow to Cortés, and perfumed him, as is their custom, and Cortés embraced him. After leading us into our fine large quarters, which held us all, they gave us food, and brought us some baskets of plums, which were very plentiful at that season, also some of their maize cakes. As we were hungry, and had not seen so much food for a long time, we called the town Villa Viciosa, others named it Seville. Cortés gave orders that none of the soldiers should leave the square or annoy the inhabitants, and when the fat cacique learnt that we had finished eating, he sent to tell Cortés that he wished to pay him a visit. He came with a great number of Indian dignitaries, all wearing large gold lip rings and rich cloaks. Cortés also left his quarters to receive him, and greeted him with a great show of affection and flattery. Then the fat cacique ordered a present to be brought of golden jewelry and cloth, and although it was small and of no great value, he said to Cortés, lope Lucio, please accept this. If I had more, I would give it to you. I have already explained that in the Totonic language lope, Lucio means lord of great lords. Cortés replied through our interpreters that he would repay this gift in services, and that if the cacique would tell him what he wanted, it should be done for him. Since we were vassals of the Emperor Charles, a very great prince, who ruled over many kingdoms and countries, and had sent us to redress grievances, to punish evildoers, and to command that human sacrifice should cease, and he explained many things concerning our holy religion. On hearing all this, the fat cacique heaved a deep sigh and broke into bitter complaints against the great Montezuma and his governors, saying that the Mexican prince had recently brought him into subjection, had taken away all his golden jewelry, and so grievously oppressed him and his people that they could do nothing except obey him, since he was lord over many cities and countries, and ruler over countless vassals and armies of warriors. As Cortés knew that he could not then attend to their complaint, he answered that he would see their wrongs set right, but that he was now on the way to visit his accals, which is the Indian word for ships, and to take up residence in the town of Quiahuitztlan, and that as soon as he was settled there, he would give the matter greater consideration. To this, the fat cacique replied that he was quite satisfied. Next morning we left Sempola, and over 400 Indian porters, here called tams, were waiting our orders. Each can carry 50 pounds on his back and march 15 miles with it. We rejoiced at the sight of so many porters, since hither, to those of us who had not brought servants from Cuba, had had to carry our knapsacks on our backs, and only 6 or 7 Cubans had come with the fleet, not the great number that go. Mara states, Doa Marina and Agal, or told us that in time of peace the chiefs in these parts are compelled to provide tams to carry baggage as a matter of course, and from this time on, wherever we went we asked for Indians to carry our loads. Cortés took leave of the fat cacique, and next day we set out on our march, slipping the night at a deserted village near Quiahuitztlan, where the people of Sempola brought us supper. On the following day, at 10 o'clock, we reached the fortified town of Quiahuitztlan, which stands among great rocks and very high cliffs. If there had been any resistance, it would have been very hard to capture. Expecting that there would be fighting, we moved in good formation, with the artillery in front, and marched up to the fortress, prepared to do what was necessary should anything occur. Alonso de Avila, who was then acting captain, was an overbearing and bad-tempered man, and when Hernando Alonso de Villanueva happened to lose his place in the ranks, he dealt him a lance thrust in the arm, which maimed him, so that he was ever afterwards called Hernando Alonso de Villanueva el Manquillo. It will be said that I am digressing into old stories, so I must break off and go on to say that we went halfway through the town before we found a single Indian to speak to, which greatly surprised us. They had, however, fled in fear that very day, as they saw us climbing up to their houses. When we got to the top of the fortress, to the square, on which their temples and great idol houses stood, we found 15 Indians waiting, all dressed in fine cloaks, and each bearing a clay brazier full of incense. These Indians came up to Cortés, and perfumed him, and all the soldiers near him. Then with deep bows they asked our pardon for not having come out to meet us, assured us that we were welcome, and asked us to rest. They said that they had kept away out of fear until they saw what sort of creatures we were, for they had been afraid of us and our horses. They promised to recall all the inhabitants of the city. That night Cortés treated them very kindly, and told them many things about our holy religion, as it was our habit to do wherever we went. He told them also that we were vassals of our Emperor Charles, and gave them some green beads and other small objects from Spain, in exchange for which they brought us poultry and maize cakes. While we were talking, someone came to tell Cortés that the fat cacique was arriving in a litter borne on the shoulders of many Indian dignitaries. When he arrived, he joined the cacique and the principal men of that town in their complaints against Montezuma. In speaking of his great strength, they gave vent to such tears and sighs that Cortés and the rest of us were moved to pity. Before describing the way they had been brought into subjection, they told us that every year many of their sons and daughters were demanded of them for sacrifices, and others for service in the houses and plantations of their conquerors, and they made other complaints, so many that I no longer remember them. They said that if their wives and daughters were handsome, Montezema's tax gatherers took them away and raped them, and that they did this in all the 30 villages in which the Totonac language was spoken. With the help of our interpreters, Cortés gave them such comfort as he could. He promised to help in any way that was possible, and to prevent these thefts and crimes, since it was for this purpose that our Lord the Emperor had sent us to these parts. He told them to stop being anxious, and to see what we would do. His speech seemed to give them some consolation, but their hearts were not relieved, for they were too much afraid of the Mexicans. While these conversations were going on, 5 Indians came in great haste from the town to tell the caciques who were talking to Cortés that 5 of Montezema's Mexican tax gatherers had just arrived. The caciques turned pale at the news, trembling with fear. They left Cortés and went off to receive the Mexicans. Very quickly they decorated a room with flowers, cooked them some food, and made them quantities of chocolate, which is the best of their drinks. When the 5 Mexicans entered the town, they came to the square where the caciques' houses and our quarters were, and passed us by with coxer pride, speaking not a word to Cortés or anyone else they saw. They wore richly embroidered cloaks and loincloths, for they wore loincloths at that time, and shining hair that was gathered up and seemed tied to their heads. Each one was smelling the rose he carried, and each had a crooked staff in his hand. Their Indian servants carried fly whisks, and they were accompanied by the caciques of the other Totonac towns, who did not leave them until they had shown them to their lodgings and given them a meal. As soon as they had dined, the tax gatherers sent for the fat cacique and the other chiefs, and scolded them for having entertained us in their villages, since now they would have to meet and deal with us, which would not please their Lord Montezuma, for without his permission and instructions they should neither have received us nor given us golden jewels. They continued to reproach the fat cacique and his nobles for their actions, and ordered them to provide 20 Indians, male and female, as a peace offering to their gods for the wrong that had been done. At this point, Cortés asked our interpreters why the arrival of these Indians had so agitated the caciques, and who they were, and Doña Marina, who understood perfectly, explained what was happening. As soon as Cortés understood what the caciques were saying, he reminded them that as he had already explained our Lord, the king had sent him to chastise evildoers and prevent sacrifices and robbery. He ordered them therefore to arrest the tax gatherers for having made such a demand, and to hold them prisoners until their Lord Montezuma was informed of the reason, namely that they had come to rob the Totenists, to enslave their wives and children, and to do other violence. When the caciques heard this, they were appalled at his daring to order them to manhandle Ima's messengers. They were far too frightened, they dared not do it. But Cortés insisted that they must arrest them at once, and they obeyed him. They secured them with long poles and collars, as is their custom, so that they could not escape, and they beat one of them who refused to be bound. Furthermore, Cortés ordered all the caciques to cease paying tribute and obedience to Montezuma, and to proclaim their refusal in all the towns of their friends and allies. Also to announce that if tax gatherers came to any other towns, he must be informed and would send for them. So the news spread throughout the province. For the fat cacique immediately sent messengers to proclaim it, and the chiefs who had accompanied the tax gatherers scattered immediately after the rest, each to his town, to convey the order and give an account of what had happened. The act they had witnessed was so astonishing and of such importance to them that they said no human beings dared to do such a thing, and it must be the work of tools. Therefore, from that moment, they called us tools, which means gods or demons. To return to the prisoners, all the caciques were of the opinion that they ought to be sacrificed, so that none could return to Mexico to tell the tale. But Cortés said that they should not be killed, and that he would take charge of them. He set a guard over them, and at midnight summoned the soldiers of this guard to instruct them, choose the 2 prisoners that seem to you the most intelligent, and loose them, then bring them to my quarters. But do not let any of the village Indians see what you are doing. When the prisoners were brought before him, he asked them, through our interpreters, why they were prisoners and from what country they came, as if he knew nothing of the matter. They answered that the caciques of Sempola had arrested them with the aid of their followers and ours, and had held them prisoner. Cortés replied that he knew nothing about this, and was very sorry. He ordered food to be brought them, and talked to them in a friendly way. He then told them to return at once to their Lord Montezuma, and tell him that we were all his good friends and entirely at his service. They were to explain also that he had released them for fear that harm should befall them, and had quarreled with the caciques who had arrested them. Furthermore, that he would do all he could to help them, and would see that their 3 companions were released and protected. He then told them to go off quickly, and not come back to be captured and killed. The 2 prisoners thanked him for his kindness, but said they were still afraid of falling into the hands of their enemies, since they could not help passing through their country. So Cortés ordered 6 sailors to take them in a boat during the night, and put them ashore some 12 miles away on friendly territory, outside the boundaries of Sempola. When next morning the fat cacique and the village chiefs saw that 2 prisoners were missing, they were even more anxious to sacrifice the remaining 3. But Cortés got these 3 out of their clutch. Pretending to be furious at the escape of the other 2, he had a chain brought from the ships, and bound them with it. Then he had them transported aboard, saying that as such a bad watch had been kept over the others, he would look after them himself. Once they were aboard, he had their chains taken off and told them in a very friendly way that he would soon send them back to Montezuma. After these events, the caciques of this village and of Sempola, and all the Totonac dignitaries who had assembled asked Cortés what was to be done. For all the forces of Mexico and of the great Montezuma would descend upon them, and they could not possibly escape death and destruction. Cortés replied with a most cheerful smile that he and his brothers who were with him would defend them and kill anyone who tried to harm them. And the caciques and their villagers one and all promised to stand by us, to obey any orders we might give them, and to join their force is with ours against Montezuma and all his allies. Then, in the presence of Diego de Godoy, the notary, they took the oath of obedience to his majesty, and sent messengers to all the other towns in the province to relate what had happened. As they now paid no more tribute, and the tax-gatherers had disappeared, they could not contain their delight at having thrown off the tyranny of the Mexicans. The foundation of Vera Cruz, as soon as we had made this treaty of alliance with the rulers of these 20 or more hill towns known as the Totonacs, who had now rebelled against the great Montezuma, sworn allegiance to his majesty, and offered to serve us, we decided with their ready help at once to found the city of Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz on a plain 1.5 miles from this fortress-like place called Quiahuitzlan. So we planned a church, a marketplace, arsenals, and all the other features of a town, and built a fort. From the moment of laying the foundations till the walls were high enough to receive the woodwork, loopholes, watchtowers, and barbicans, we worked very fast. Cortés himself was the first to start carrying earth and stones, and to dig the foundations, and all of us, captains and soldiers alike, followed his example. We strove hard to finish the work quickly, some of us digging and others building walls of earth blocks, carrying water, working in the lime kilns, making bricks and tiles, and searching for food. Yet others cut the timber, and the blacksmiths, of whom we had 2 made nails. In this way everyone from the highest to the lowest worked unceasingly, and the Indians helped us. So the church and the house were soon finished, and the fortress nearly completed. While we were at work, the great Montezuma appears to have received news in Mexico of the rest of his tax collectors, of the rebellion of the Totonac towns, and of their withdrawal of allegiance. This enraged him against Cortés and our people. He had already called out a large army of warriors to make war on the rebels and butcher them to the last man. But now he also made preparations to attack us with a great force of many companies. It was at this juncture that the 2 Indian prisoners arrived whom Cortés had set free, and when Montezuma learnt who had released them and sent them to Mexico, and when he heard the message and promises that Cortés had entrusted to them, thanks be to God, his anger died down, and he resolved to find out something about us. For this purpose he sent 2 of his nephews with 4 old men, caciques of high rank, and with them a present of gold and cloth. And he told these messengers to thank Cortés for freeing his servants. At the same time he also registered several complaints, saying that but for our protection the rebels would never have had the courage to commit the great treason of refusing him tribute and renouncing their allegiance to him. Moreover, since he was now certain we were those whose coming to their country his ancestors had foretold, and must therefore be of his own race, he failed to understand why we were living in the houses of these traitors. Still, he would not send to destroy them immediately, though the time would come when they would regret their treason. After accepting the gold and cloth, which were worth more than 2,000 pesos, Cortés embraced the envoys, offering the excuse that we were all very good friends to their lord, and that it was Asmont, Zima's servants, that we had kept guard over the 3 tax collectors. He then had them brought from the ships where they had been well treated, and delivered them over dressed in fine clothing. Then Cortés complained bitterly to Montezuma concerning the governor Pito's secret nocturnal departure from our camp. He said that this was a mean action which he did not believe had been committed on the Lord Mont, as Ima's instructions, and that it was this which had caused us to come to these towns where we were staying, and where we had been well received by the inhabitants. And he begged Montezuma to pardon the disrespect of which these people had been guilty. But as for that prince's protest against their refusal of tribute, he observed that they could not serve 2 masters, and that during the time of our residence with them they had sworn allegiance to us in the name of our Lord and King. But as he, Cortés, and all his brothers were now on their way to visit Montezuma and place themselves at his service, all his commands would very shortly be attended to. After this conversation, and several others, Cortés ordered blue and green beads to be given to the 2 youths who were great caciques, and to the 4 old men who had come in charge of them, and were men of importance. He paid them every sign of honor, and as there were some good fields nearby, he ordered Pedro de Alvarado on his fine and well-trained sorrel mare, and some other horsemen to gallop and skirmish in front of them, a spectacle which gave the caciques much pleasure. Then they took leave of Cortés and us, all in a happy frame of mind, and returned to Mexico. About this time Cortés' horse died, and he but or was given another called El Herrero, a dark chestnut which belonged to Ortiz the musician and Bato Lomgar, Sia the miner, and was one of the best horses we had brought. Enough of this. I must now observe that since these allies of ours from the hill towns and from Pola had formerly been very much afraid of the Mexicans, and expected the great Montezuma to send his large armies to destroy them, the sight of his relatives coming to Cortés with presents and declaring themselves his servants and ours greatly surprised them. Their chiefs said among themselves that we must be tools indeed, for Montezuma was afraid of us and had sent us presents of gold. So if we had already a reputation for valor hence, forth it was greatly increased. After the departure of the Mexican messengers, the fat cacique came with many other friendly chieftains to beg Cortés to go at once to a town called Singapasinga, which was 2 days' journey, that is to say about 25 miles from Pola, for many Kuluan, that is to say Mexican warriors, had collected there, and were destroying their crops and plantations, and assaulting their vassals, and doing them other kinds of damage. They told this story with such feeling that Cortés believed them, having already promised to help them, and to kill any Kuluans or other Indians who might try to harm them. Cortés could find no other answer to these urgent complaints, except to say that he would willingly go or send some soldiers under one of us to drive the Mexicans away. As he stood there considering the matter, he said with a laugh to several of us who were with him, "Do you know, gentlemen, I believe we have now gained a reputation for bravery throughout this country. It seems to me that our treatment of Mont, as Ima's tax gatherers, has made them think us gods or godlike beings. So just to convince them that one of us is enough to defeat those enemy warriors, who they say are occupying this fortified town. I think we'll send Heredia against them. Heredia was an old Basque musketeer with a very ugly face covered with scars, a huge beard, and one blind eye. He was also lame in one leg. Cortés sent for Heredia and said to him, "Go with these chiefs as far as the river, which is less than a mile away. When you get there, stop, take a drink, wash your hands, and fire one shot from your musket. Then I will send to call you back. I'll tell you why. The people here think we are gods, or at least they have given us that name and reputation. And when they see your ugly face, they'll certainly take you for one of their idols." Heredia was an intelligent and resourceful soldier who had served in Italy, and he carried out his orders to the letter. Then Cortés sent for the fat cacique and the other dignitaries who were awaiting his help and said to them, "I am sending this brother of mine with you to kill all the Culuans or drive them from this town of yours, and to bring me here as prisoners all who refused to go." The caciques were mystified and did not know whether to believe him or not. But having watched Cortés' face for any change of expression and observed none, they decided that he was telling the truth. So old Heredia shouldered his musket and went off with them, firing shots in the air as he went through the forest, so that the Indians should both hear and see him. And the caciques sent the news to the other towns that they were bringing along a tool to kill the Mexicans who were at Singapacinga. I tell this story here merely as a joke and to show Cortés' guile. When Cortés knew that Heredia must have reached the river, he quietly sent to recall him, and the caciques returned with the old musketeer. Our captain then told them that because of the love he bore them, he would go in person with some of his brothers to give them the help they needed and visit the country and fortresses. He ordered them at once to bring 100 porters to carry the tipas, that is to say the cannon, and they came early next morning. So we set out on that same day with 400 soldiers, 14 horsemen, and some bowmen and musketeers, all of whom were ready. Certain soldiers of Diego Velázquez's party were chosen to come with us, but when the officers went to warn them to prepare their arms, and those who had horses to bring them, they answered haughtily that they did not wish to go on any expedition, but to return to their farms and estates in Cuba, that they had already lost enough by having been enticed from their homes, that Cortés had promised them on the sand dunes to give anyone who wished to depart permission and a ship and stores for the voyage, and that consequently 7 soldiers were now ready to return to Cuba. On hearing this, Cortés sent for these men and asked them why they were behaving so shabbily. They somewhat angrily expressed their surprise that his honor, having so few soldiers, should wish to settle in a place where there were reported to be so many thousands of Indians and such large towns. As for themselves, they said they were sick and could hardly drag themselves from one place to another. Therefore they wished to return to their homes and estates in Cuba, and now asked him for the promised leave to depart. Cortés answered them mildly that he had certainly made that promise, but they were failing in their duty by deserting their captain's flag. He then ordered them to embark immediately, assigned them a ship, and provided them with stores of cassava bread, a jar of oil, and such stocks of vegetables as we had. Since in the interest of God's service and His Majesty's, anyone asking for such permission must be considered by military law to have earned the death penalty as a deserter from his captain and his flag in time of war and peril. When these men were ready to set sail, we soldiers and the officials of the town of Villa Rica went and begged 'tis on no account to let anyone leave the country, the more so because, as they had stated, we were surrounded by so many towns peopled by Indian warriors. Cortés pretended that he wished to give them their permission, but in the end he revoked it, and they found themselves not only tricked but shamed in't the bargain. The march to Singapasinga and return to Sempola. ONC, we had pacified the 7 men who wanted to return to Cuba. We set out with the force, as I have enumerated, and slept that night at Sempola. 2,000 Indian warriors divided in't. 4 companies were ready to accompany us, and on the first day we marched 15 miles in good order. The next day, shortly after dusk, we arrived at some farms close to Singapas. The town's inhabitants now had news of our approach. As we were climbing towards the houses and fortress, which stood among great craggy cliffs, 8 Indian chieftains and papas came peacefully to meet us, and to ask Cortés why. In view of our reputation for doing good to all and avenging robberies, and after our arrest of Man, as Yemas tax collectors, we now wanted to kill them who had done nothing to deserve it. They said that the Sempolan Indians who accompanied us were their enemies on account of old feuds concerning lands and boundaries, and that now, under our protection, they had come to rob and kill them. They admitted that there had been a Mexican garrison in their town, but the Mexicans had left for their own country a few days previously on hearing that we had wrested their tax gatherers. They begged us therefore to pursue the matter no further and to grant them our protection. When our interpreters had explained to Cortés what they said, he immediately ordered Captain Pedro de Alva, Ado, Cristobal de Olid, the quartermaster, and the rest of us to prevent the Sempolans from advancing any further, which we did, but though we acted very quickly, they had already begun to loot the farms. Then Cortés, in a fury, sent for the commanders of the Sempolans, and ordered them with angry threats to bring him the Indians, the cloth, and the poultry they had stolen from those farms. He also forbade any Sempolan to enter the town, and said that for their lies and for coming under our protection, simply to rob and sacrifice their neighbors, they deserved execution. He repeated that our king and lord, whose servants we were, had sent us to prevent such enormities, and that they must be very careful that nothing of the sort happened again, or not a man of them would be left alive. The Sempolan caciques and captains surrendered everything they had seized, men, women, and poultry, and Cortés returned it all to the owners. Then he turned furiously on the Sempolans, and ordered them to retire and sleep in the fields, which they did. On observing the justice of our behavior, and hearing the kind words that Cortés addressed to them through our interpreters, the caciques and papas of Singapasinga became well disposed towards us. After hearing Cortés' customary exposition of our holy faith, and his injunctions to give up human sacrifice and robbery and the foul practice of sodomy, and to cease worshipping their accursed idols, also much other good advice that he gave them, they at once called together the people of the neighboring towns. These people then swore obedience to his majesty, and very soon began to make the same grievous complaints against Montezuma that the Sempolans had made when we were at Quiahuitztlan. Next morning Cortés sent for the Sempolan captains, who were waiting in the fields for our orders, and were still very frightened of him because of the lies they had told him. When they appeared before him, he made them make friends with the people of that town, and the pact was never broken by either party. We then left for Sempola by another road which passed through 2 towns which were allied to Singapasinga, and took a rest, for the sun was fierce and the weight of our arms made us tired. In one of these towns, Cortés happened to see a soldier called Demora from sea, Dad Rodrigo take 2 falls from an Indian's house. Enraged that any soldier should do such a thing in a friendly town, and before his very eyes, he immediately ordered a halter to be thrown round his neck. And Demora would have been hanged if Pedro de Alvarado, who was standing beside Cortés, had not cut the halter with his sword when the poor man was already half throttled. I record this story for the benefit not only of my interested readers, but also of those priests whose duty it is to administer the sacraments and teach the doctrine to the natives of this country. When they see that the theft of 2 falls in a friendly town almost cost a poor soldier his life, they will realize how they should behave towards the Indians today. This soldier was afterwards killed in a battle fought on a rocky height in the province of Guatemala. But to return to our story, having left these towns in peace and resumed our march to Semjola, we found the fat cacique and other dignitaries awaiting us at some huts with food. For although they were Indians, they saw that justice is good and sacred, and that Cortés' statement that we had come to right wrongs and abolish tyrannies was proved true by the events of that expedition. They were therefore much better disposed towards us than ever before. We slept the night in these huts, and all the caciques accompanied us to our quarters in their town, really anxious that we should not leave their country, for they were afraid Montezuma would then send his warriors against them. They told Cortés that as we were now their friends, they would like to have us for brothers, and to give us their daughters to bear us children. So to cement our friendship, they brought 8 Indian girls, all the daughters of chiefs, and gave one of them, who was the niece of the fat cacique, to Cortés. Another, who was the daughter of another great chief called Quisco, was given to Alonso Hernandez Portocaro. All 8 of them were dressed in the rich shirts that they wear and finely adorned, as is their custom. Each one of them had a gold collar round her neck and golden earrings in her ears, and with them came other girls to be their maids. As he presented them, the fat cacique said to Cortés Itecal, which in their language means Lord, these 7 women are for your captains, and this one, who is my niece, is for you. She is the mistress of towns and vassals. Cortés received them with a gracious smile, and thanked the chiefs for their gift. He said, however, that before we could accept the ladies and become their brothers, they would have to abandon their idols which they mistakenly believed in and worshipped, and sacrifice no more souls to them, and that when he saw those cursed things thrown down and the sacrifice is at an end, our bands of brotherhood would be very much firmer. The girls, he added, must become Christians before we could receive them, and the people must give up sodomy, for they had boys dressed as women who practiced that accursed vice for profit. Moreover, every day they sacrificed before our eyes 3, 4, or 5 Indians, whose hearts were offered to those idols, and whose blood was plastered on the walls. The feet, arms, and legs of their victims were cut off and eaten, just as we eat beef from the butchers in our country. I even believe that they sold it in the tiang, views or markets. Cortés told them that if they gave up these wicked practices, not only would we be their friends, but we would give them other provinces to rule. The caciques, papas, and dignitaries all replied that it would be wrong for them to give up their idols and sacrifices, for these gods of theirs brought them health and good harvests, and all that they needed, but as for sodomy, measures would be taken to see that the practice was stopped. This insolent reply was more than Cortés or any of us, who had seen all their cruelties and obscenities could stand. Reminding us of the doctrines of our holy faith, Cortés asked us if we do not pay God so much honor as to stop them from making sacrifice to their idols. How can we ever accomplish anything worth doing? He told us we must overthrow the idols that very day and be absolutely prepared to fight if they tried to prevent us. Since we, as usual, were all armed and ready, Cortés at once told the caciques that the idols must come down. Thereupon the fat cacique and his captains ordered their warriors to assemble and defend them. And when they saw us preparing to ascend the many steps, I did not remember how many there were of their queue or temple, which was very high. The fat cacique and the rest shouted to Cortés in a great fury, inquiring why he wanted to destroy their gods, since if we desecrated and overthrew them, their whole people would perish, and we with them. Cortés replied in a fierce voice that he had already told them to stop their sacrifice to these evil images, and that we were going to get rid of them in order to save them from their false beliefs. He warned them that if they did not themselves remove their idols at once, we would ourselves send them rolling down the steps. He said that we could no longer consider them our friends, but our mortal enemies, since we had given them good advice which they would not trust. And since he now saw their companies coming armed for battle, he added that he was angry with them, and that they would pay for their stubbornness with their lives. When the Indians heard these threats, and Doña Marina was not only quite capable of explaining them in their language, but also threatened them with the power of Montezuma, who might fall on them any day, they replied in fear that they were unworthy to approach their gods, and that if we were to overthrow them, it would not be with their consent, but that we could overthrow them or whatever else we liked. No sooner were the words out of their mouths than some 50 of us soldiers clambered up and overturned the idols, which rolled down the steps and were smashed to pieces. Some of them were in the form of fearsome dragons as big as calves, and others half man, half dog, and hideously ugly. When they saw their idols shattered, the caciques and the papas who were with them wept and covered their eyes, and they prayed to their gods for pardon in the Totonac language, saying that they had been overborne and were not to blame, that it was these tools who had overthrown them, and that they dared not attack us for fear of the Mexicans. After the destruction of the idols, the warriors who, as I have said, had come ready to attack us, prepared to sheathe their arrows. But when we saw this, we seized the fat cacique, 6 papas, and some other dignitaries, and Cortés shouted a warning that in case of any warlike action, all these men would be killed. The fat cacique commanded his men not to attack, but to retire from in front of us. Once the caciques, papas, and dignitaries had calmed down, Cortés ordered that the idols we had overthrown and shattered should be taken out of sight and burnt. Then the 8 papas who were in charge of them came out of a room and carried them back to the house from which they had come, where they burnt them. These papas wore black cloaks like those of canons, and others smaller hoods like Dominicans. They wore their hair very long down to their waists, and some even down to their feet, and it was also clotted and mat with blood, that it could not be pulled apart. Their ears were cut to pieces as a sacrifice, and they smelt of sulfur, but they also smelt of something worse, of decaying flesh. As they told us, and we afterwards found out for ourselves, these papas were the sons of chiefs, and had no wives, but indulged in the foul practice of sodomy. On certain days they fasted, and what I saw them, it was the pith or seed of cotton when it was being cleaned. But they may have eaten other things that I did not see. Cortés then spoke eloquently to the Indians through our interpreters, telling them that now we would treat them as brothers and give them all possible help against Montezuma and his Mexicans, to whom we had already sent word that they must not attack them or demand tribute of them. He said that as they would now have no more idols in their high temples, he would leave them a great lady who was the mother of our Lord Jesus Christ, whom we believe in and worship, and that they too should treat her as their lady and intercessor. On this matter and others he made them an excellent discourse, so deftly reasoned, considering the time at his disposal, that there was nothing left to say. Indeed, when he spoke of our holy faith, his explanations were as good as any priest can make today, and were listened to with good will. Then he ordered them to summon all the masons in the town, and to make them bring large quantities of lime with which to clean the queues, and clear away the blood that encrusted them. Then next day, when the walls were cleaned and white, washed, an altar was set up with fine altar cloths, and some roses were sent for of the sweet-scented kind that grow in their country. Also some branches of flowers. Then Cortés picked for papas to look after the place, and ordered them to have their long hair cut, and to take off the clothes they wore, and put on white robes. Instructing them further always to keep themselves clean, he placed them in charge of the holy image of our Lady, with orders to keep the place swept and decorated with flowers. To see that the papas carried out his orders every day, he left one of our soldiers, Juan de Torres of Cordoba, who was old and lame, to remain there as a hermit, and ordered our carpenters to make a cross and place it on a stone base, which we had already shaped and washed. Next morning, Mass was said at the altar by Fray Bartol Lome de Olmedo, and an order was given that the incense of their country should be burnt before the holy image and the blessed cross. They were also shown how to make candles from the local wax, and were ordered to keep them always burning on the altar, for up to that time they had not known the use of wax. The Mass was attended by the most important caciques of the town and others who had gathered there. At the same time, the 8 Indian girls who were still in the charge of their fathers and uncles were brought to be made Christians. It was explained to them that they must offer no more sacrifices and no longer worship idols, but believe in our Lord God. They were then instructed in our holy faith and baptized. The fat cacique Esnis, who was very ugly, received the name of Doa Catalina, and was led up to Cortés, who received her with a show of pleasure. The daughter of the great chief Cusco received the name of Doa Francisca. She was very beautiful for an Indian, and Cortés gave her to Alonso Hernandez Portocarro. I do not remember the names of the other 6, but Cortés gave them to different soldiers. After this, we took leave of all the caciques and dignitaries, who were very well disposed towards us from that time forward, and particularly so when they saw that Cortés accepted their daughters, whom we took away with us. So after repeating our promises of assistance, we set out for our town of Villa Rica. Events at Vera Cruz, the destruction of the ships. After the successful conclusion of this expedition, we returned to our settlement, bringing with us certain chiefs from Sempola, and on the day of our arrival there came in port a ship from Cuba, commanded by Francisco de Saucedo, whom we called the Elegant on account of his excessive pride in his neatness and good looks. They say that he came from Medina de Rio Seco, and had been chief waiter at the table of the Admiral of Castile. With him arrived Luis Marin, a man of great merit, who was later a captain in the expedition against Mexico, and 10 soldiers. Saucedo brought a horse and Luis Marin a mare, and they carried news from Cuba that Diego Velázquez had received a decree from Spain empowering him to trade and found settlements, which had greatly rejoiced his friends, who had been even more pleased to learn that he had received his commission appointing him Adel, and Ado of Cuba, having nothing to keep us in the town except the completion of the fortress on which we were still at work. The majority of us urged Cortés to leave it unfinished as a memorial. It was just about to be roofed, for we had already been more than 3 months in that country, and we thought it would be good to take a look at the great Montezuma, in fact to earn our livelihood and make our fortunes. Before we started on this journey, however, we thought we should send our salutations to His Majesty the Emperor and give him an account of what had happened since we left Cuba. We also debated whether we should not send him all the gold we had received by barter and as a gift from Montezuma. Cortés replied that this would be a wise decision, and that he had already talked to several gentlemen about it, but as there might be some soldiers who wished to keep their share of the gold, and if it was divided there would be very little to send, he had appointed Diego de Ordaz and Francisco de Montejo, who were sound men of business, to go from one soldier to another of those whom they suspected of wanting to keep their share, and to speak to them like this: "You know, gentlemen, that we wish to make His Majesty a present of the gold we have gained here, and as it is the first to be sent from these lands, it ought to be much greater than it is. We think, therefore, that we should all place our portions at His service. We gentlemen and soldiers have signed our names here as wishing to take nothing, but to give our shares voluntarily to His Majesty, in the hope that he may bestow favors upon us. If anyone asks for his share, it will not be refused him, but let all those who renounce theirs do as we have done and sign here." And when it was settled, Alonso Hernandez Portocarro and Francisco de Montejo, to whom Cortés had already given more than 2,000 pesos to keep them on his side, were chosen as proctors to go to Spain. So they all signed to a man. The best ship in the fleet was prepared for them, and 2 pilots appointed, one of whom was Anton de Alaminos, who knew the passage through the Bahama Channel, for he had been the first to sail through it. 15 sailors were then chosen, and a full supply of ship's stores given to them. When everything was ready, we decided to write and inform His Majesty of everything that had happened, and Cortés, so he told us, wrote a separate account of events. However, we did not see his letter. The municipality wrote also, together with 10 of us soldiers, who wished to settle in the land, and had appointed Cortés as our general. Our letter was completely truthful and omitted nothing, and I put my signature to it. Besides these letters and narratives, we captains and soldiers jointly wrote another, the contents of which were as follows. The soldiers' letter summarize is the narrative that we have read, adding only the piquant detail that in addition to the present of gold, Cortés' men also sent His Majesty a present of 4 Indians, whom they had rescued at Sempola from the cages in which they were being fattened for sacrifice. The captains made a bold attack on Diego Velázquez, and accused him of bribing the president of the Council of the Indies, Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos. They warned His Majesty that the bishop would probably wish to appoint Velázquez governor of the new territories, which they considered too rich to be granted to any but a prince or great lord, and begged that Cortés should be confirmed in his office. This letter was shown to Cortés, who wished his men to conceal the fact that they had promised him a fifth of the gold, and to pass over the fact that these lands had previously been visited by Hernández de Córdoba, and by Grijalva. He was, however, overruled in these particulars. The proctors sailed on 26 July 1519, and contrary to Cortés' orders, made for Havana, from which place Montllor, one of the sailors, sent to inform Velázquez of their mission. After a vain attempt to intercept the ships in the Bahama Channel on their way from Cuba to Spain, Velázquez drew up letters of complaint against Cortés addressed to the viceregal court in the island of Santo Domingo, which, however, took Cortés' side. Velázquez then equipped a fleet of 18 ships under the command of Pánfilo de Narváez, and gave them orders to take Cortés and all his men prisoners. In the meantime, the proctors reached Spain and found themselves cold-shouldered by the Bishop of Burgos, who refused to send or to let them take their present to the king at that time in Flanders, and accused them of rebellion against Diego Velázquez. Cortés' men, however, sent a duplicate letter to the king and a memorandum of the present, and the king not only took Cortés' side against the bishop, but announced that he would soon come to Spain to investigate the matter, which he subsequently did. The proctors kept Cortés informed of the course of events. In the meantime, the march to Mexico was proceeding. So various are men's hearts, and so different the thoughts which sway them, that a mere 4 days after the departure of the proctors to lay our case before our Lord, the Emperor, some of Diego Velázquez's friends and dependents began once more to plot against Cortés. Among them were Pedro Escudero, Juan Sarmio, a pilot called Gonzalo de Umbria, Bernardino de Coria, who afterwards settled in Chiapas, and Juan Diaz, a priest. Also certain sailors who were known as the Men of the Rock, because they came from Gibraltar. All bore Cortés ill will, some because he had refused them leave to return to Cuba after promising to do so, others because they had not received their shares of the gold that had been sent to Spain, and the Men of the Rock because he had flogged them in Cos Imol for stealing salt pork from the soldier Berrio. These men decided to take a small ship to sail in her to Cuba, and on arrival to send a message to Diego Velázquez, suggesting that he would be able to seize our proctors on Francisco de Montijo's estate at Havana together with the gold and the dispatches. For they seem to have been informed by some persons in our camp that the proctors would go there, and these informers had written to Diego Velázquez also to advise him of this opportunity of catching them. Now the conspirators had already taken aboard their stores of cassava bread oil, fish water, and such other poor stuff as they could get, and the time being past midnight, they were just going to embark when one of their number, Bernardino de Coria, seemingly repented of his wish to go to Cuba, and went to advise Cortés of the plot. On learning how many were involved, why they wished to go, and who were the persons concerned in the plot, Cortés ordered that the sails, compass, and rudder should immediately be removed from their ship, and had the conspirators arrested and their confessions taken. They admitted the truth, and in their confessions implicated others of our company. But Cortés concealed his knowledge that others were involved, since no other course was possible at the time. He sentenced Pedro Escudero and one Sir Mio to be hanged, and the pilot Gonzalo de Umbria to have his feet cut off. The men of the rock were each condemned to 200 lashes, and Juan Diaz would have been punished also if he had not been a priest, as it was he received a great fright. I remember that as Cortés signed the sentence, he exclaimed with a deep and sorrowful sigh, "It would be better not to know how to write. Then one would not have to sign death sentence." I think this observation is very common among judges who have to sentence men to death. It is a saying of Nero, the cruel, made at the time when he showed signs of being a good emperor. As soon as the sentence was carried out, Cortés departed at a gallop for Sempola, which was 15 miles away, and ordered 200 of us soldiers and all the horsemen to follow him immediately. And I remember that Pedro de Alvarado, whom Cortés had sent only 3 days before with over 200 soldiers int the hill towns to collect food, for in our town we were very short of supplies, was ordered to go to Sempola also to take part in the arrangements for the march to Mexico. He was there, for not present when, as I have described, justice was performed. Assembled at Sempola, we discussed with Cortés our military dispositions and the journey ahead of us. And as the conversation went on from one point to another, we, who were his friends, advised him, though many were of the opposite opinion, not to leave a single ship in port, but to destroy them all immediately, in order to leave no cause of trouble behind. For when we had marched inland, others of our people might rebel like the last. Besides, we should be greatly reinforced by their captains, pilots, and sailors, who numbered nearly 100, and would be better employed fighting and keeping watch than lying in port. As far as I can judge, this plan of ours for destroying the ships had already been decided on by Cortés, but he wished it to be put forward by us, so that if we were afterwards asked to pay for the ships, he could say that he had acted on our advice, and we should all have to share the cost. Juan de Escalante, the chief constable, a very brave man and a staunch friend of Cortés, who loathed Diego Velázquez because he had not given him good Indians in Cuba, was immediately sent to Villa Rica with orders to bring ashore all the anchors, cables, sails, and other things that might be useful, and then destroy the ships, preserving nothing but the boats. He was to see that the pilots, navigating officers, and sailors who were not fit to fight stayed in the town, and fished with the 2 nets they possessed, for there was always fish in the harbor. Although not much, Juan de Escalante did as he was told, and soon returned to Sempola with a company of sailors taken from the ships. Some of them turned out to be very good soldiers. After his arrival, Cortés sent to summon all the caciques of the hill towns who were our allies and in rebellion against Montezuma, and told them to look after the Spaniards who remained in Villa Rica, and finish building the church fortress and house. Taking one Escalante by the hand, Cortés said before them all, "This is my brother. You must do whatever he commands you." He told them also that if they needed support against a Mexican attack, he would himself come to their assistance. All the caciques gladly agreed to carry out his orders, and I remember that they immediately burnt their incense before Juan de Escalante, although against his will. I have already said that he was a man well qualified for any post, and a great friend of Cortés. Our captain could therefore appoint him to command the town and harbor with every confidence that if Diego Velázquez were to send an expedition, it would be resisted. The ships were destroyed with our full knowledge, and not, as the historian Gomara alleges, in secret. Then, one morning after Mass, during a general discussion on military matters, after justly begging for our attention. Cortés made a speech to the effect that we now understood what work lay before us, and with the help of our Lord Jesus Christ must conquer in all battles and engagements. We must be properly prepared, he said, for each one of them, because if we were at any time defeated, which God forbid, we should not be able to raise our heads again, being so few. He added that we could look for no help or assistance except from God, for now we had no ships in which to return to Cuba, for we must rely on our own good swords and stout hearts. Cortés went on to develop some comparisons with the heroic deeds of the Romans, and we all answered to a man that we would obey his orders, and that the die was cast for good fortune, as Caesar said at the Rubicon, for we were all ready to serve God and his majesty. After this very fine speech, which was more honeyed and eloquent than I have indicated, Cortés at once sent for the fat cacique, and reminded him that he must deeply respect the church and cross and keep them clean. He also told him of his intention to leave at once for Mexico, where he would command Montezuma to give up robbery and human sacrifices, and said that he needed 200 Indian carriers to transport his artillery, for as I have already mentioned, they can carry 50 pounds on their backs and march 15 miles with it. He also asked for 50 of the cacique's best warriors to accompany us, just as we were prepared to set out a soldier whom Cortés had sent to Villa Rica, with orders that some of the men who were still there should join him, returned with a letter from Juan de Escalante announcing that a ship was sailing along the coast. Escalante said that he had made smoke signals, raised white cloths as banners, and galloped along the shore waving a scarlet cloak to attract the attention of those on board, and that he believed they had observed all his signals, but did not wish to enter the harbor. So he had sent some Spaniards to watch the ship's course, and they had reported that it had anchored near the mouth of a river about 9 miles away. He now wanted to know what to do. Immediately after reading this letter, Cortés put Pedro de Alvarado in command of the whole force at Sempoala, and with him Gonzalo de Sandoval, who was already giving proofs of the great valor which he never failed to show in later times. This, however, was his first command, and since Alonso de Avila was passed over, there arose a certain friction between these two men. Cortés then rode quickly off with 4 horsemen, and ordered 50 of the swiftest soldiers to follow him, and he named those of us who were to form this company, which reached Villa Rica that same night. On our arrival, Juan de Escalante came to Cortés and said it would be advisable to visit the ship that night, for fear it might raise sail and depart. He offered to go to this with 20 soldiers while Cortés took a rest. But our captain knew that he could not rest, for a lame goat never takes a nap, and said that he would go himself with the soldiers he had brought with him. So before we had time to eat a mouthful of food, we set out along the coast, and on our road we met and arrested 4 Spaniards who had come to take possession of the land on behalf of Francisco de Garay, the governor of Jamaica. These men had been sent by a captain named Alonso Alvarez de Pineda, or Pinedo, who had made a settlement on the Rio de Panuco. One who had come as a notary was called Gillen de la Lo, and the 2 men he had brought to witness the act of possession were Andres Nuez, a boat, Bulder, and Master Pedro, the harpist. From Valencia, the 4th man's name I do not remember. When Cortés understood the reason for their coming, and realized that Garay remained in Jamaica, and sent captains to do his work, he asked them by what right or title these captains had come. The 4 men replied that in the year 1518, when the news had spread through the islands of our discoveries under Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba and Juan de Grijalva, and of the 20,000 gold pesos we had brought to Diego Velázquez in Cuba, Garay had been informed by Anton de Alaminos and our other pilot that he could petition His Majesty for any lands he might discover north of the Rio, San Pedro, San Pablo. Having friends at court among them, the Bishop of Burgos, Garay sent one of his stewards called Torralva to negotiate for him. And Torralva brought back a commission conferring on him the governorship of such territory as he might discover north of that river. On receiving this commission, Garay at once dispatched 3 ships with about 270 soldiers, also supplies and horses under this Captain Pineda or Pinedo, who was now founding a settlement on the Rio de Panuco, about 200 miles away. The 4 men claimed that they were only carrying out their captain's orders and were themselves in no way to blame. Cortés listened to them carefully, and after ingratiating himself with them asked them blandly whether he could capture their ship. Guillain de la Lo, who was the leader of the 4, said they would wave their cloaks at those on board and do what they could. But although they shouted and waved and made other signals, no one would come ashore. For as our prisoners observed, the captain knew that Cortés' soldiers were in the neighborhood, and had warned them to avoid us. When we saw that they would not send a boat, we realized that those aboard had seen us coming down the coast, and that unless we could induce them by a trick, they would not row ashore again. Cortés asked the 4 men to take off their clothes, so that 4 of our men could put them on. Then, when this was done, the rest of us went back along the coast by the way we had come, in the hope that our return would be observed from the ship, and that they would think we had really gone away. So 4 of our men remained behind dressed in the prisoners' clothes, and the rest of us with Cortés hid in a wood till after midnight, when the moon had set and it was dark enough for us to creep down to the mouth of the creek. Here we concealed ourselves again, leaving only the 4 soldiers to be seen, and when dawn broke, these 4 began to wave their cloaks at the ship, from which a boat with 6 sailors quickly put off. 2 of these sailors jumped ashore to fill pitchers with water, and we, who were with Cortés, remained in hiding, waiting for the others to land. However, they stayed in the boat, and our 4 men, who were disguised, kept their faces hidden and pretended to be washing their hands. Then the crew of the boat shouted, "Come on board! What are you doing there? Why don't you come?" Then one of our men called back, "Come on shore. You'll find there's a well." As they did not recognize his voice, the men in the boat rowed away. And though we went on calling, no one answered us. We wanted to shoot at them with our muskets and crossbows, but Cortés would not let us let them go in peace and report to their captain, he said. So 6 men from that ship were left with us, the 4 we had originally captured, and the 2 sailors who had jumped ashore, and we returned to Villa Rica, still without having eaten any food. When our departure from Mexico had been fully debated, we asked the caciques of Sem Pola what road we should take. They all agreed that the best and easiest way was through the province of Tlaxcala, for the Tlaxcalans were their friends and the deadly enemies of the Mexicans. 40 chieftains, all fighting men, were now ready to accompany us, and they gave us great assistance on our march. The Sempolans provided us also with the 200 porters we needed for our artillery, but we poor soldiers had no need of help. All we then had to carry was our arms lance, crossbows, muskets, shields, and suck-like with, which we both marched and slept. As for foot, where we wore hempen shoes, and as I have often said, we were always prepared for battle. We left Sempola in the middle of August 1519, marching in good order, with scouts and some of our swiftest soldiers in advance. And the first day's march took us to a town called Jalapa, from which we went to Sakahima, a fortified place with a difficult approach, where there were many vines of the local grapes which grew on trellis. In both these towns we proclaimed the truths of our holy religion through Doa Marina and Geronimo de Agal, and said that we were vassals of the Emperor Charles, who had sent us to put an end to human sacrifice, and robbery, also certain other things that needed to be said. As the people were friends of the Sempolans, and did not pay tribute to Montezuma, we found them well disposed towards us, and they gave us food. A cross was erected in each town, and its meaning explained, and they were told to treat it with great reverence. Beyond Sakahima we crossed a pass over some high mountains, and came to another town called Texatla, which we found well disposed to us also, for like the others it paid no tribute to Mexico. After we left that town we completed our ascent of the mountains, and entered uninhabited country, where it was very cold, and where it rained and hailed. That night we were very short of food, and a wind blew off the snowy heights on one side of us, which made us shiver with cold. For as we had come from Cuba and Villa Rica, where the whole coast is very hot int, a cold country, and had nothing but our armor for covering, the difference in temperature made us feel the cold intensely. Afterwards we entered another pass, where we found some groups of houses and large queues with idols, and they had great piles of firewood for the service of these idols. But we could still find nothing to eat, and the cold was fierce. Beyond the pass we came to the territory of a town called Xacatlan, and sent to some Pola Indians to announce our arrival to the cacique, so that they should welcome us to their houses. This town was subject to Mexico. All the time we marched warily in perfect order, for now we were in another kind of country. When we saw the gleam of the flat roof tops and the caciques' houses, and their queues and idol houses, which were very high and painted white, they seemed very much like certain towns in our native Spain. In fact, we called the place Castillo Blanco, for some Portuguese soldiers said that it reminded them of the town of that name in Portugal, and so it is called to this day. And when the inhabitants learnt from our messengers that we were approaching, the cacique came out with some other dignitaries to receive us, just near their house. The name of this cacique was Old Intecal he, and the others led us to some lodgings, and gave us food, but very little, and it was given grudgingly. When we had eaten, Cortés asked through our interpreters about the Lord Montezuma. The chief told us of the great force of warriors that he kept in all the provinces that were tributary to him, also of the large armies that were posted on the frontiers and in the neighboring districts. He then described the great fortress of Mexico, telling how the houses were built on the water, and one could only pass from one to another across the bridges they had built or in canoes, and how all the houses had flat roofs, and by the erection of breastworks could be transformed in fortresses. He told us that the city could be entered along 3 causeways, each of which had 3 or 4 openings in it, through which the water flowed from one part of the lake to another. that each opening was spanned by a wooden bridge, and that if one of these bridges was raised, no one could enter the city of Mexico. He then spoke of the great store of gold, silver, chalche, heights, and other riches that his lord Montezuma possessed. Much to the amazement of Cortés and all the rest of us, he could not stop saying what a mighty lord Montezuma was. Such is the nature of us Spaniards, that the more he told us about the fortress and bridges, the more we longed to try our fortune. Although, to judge from Olin Tekel's description, the capture of Mexico would be an impossible enterprise. In fact, the city was much stronger and more thoroughly fortified than he was capable of saying, for it is one thing to have seen the place and its strength, and quite another to describe it as I do. Olin Tekel added that Montezuma was so great a prince that he could sub all that he wished to his rule, and that he might be displeased when he heard that we had been received in his town and given food and lodging without his permission. Cortés replied through our interpreters, I would have you know that we have come from distant lands at the bidding of our lord and king, the Emperor Charles, who has many great lords for vassals. He has sent us to command your great Prince Montezuma to give up sacrifice, and kill no more Indians, and not to rob his vassals or seize any more lands, but obey our lord and king. And now I say this to you also, O Lintekel, and to all the caciques who are with you, that you must give up your sacrifice, and cease to eat the flesh of your neighbors, and practice sodomy and the other evil things you do. For such is the will of our Lord God, in whom we believe, and whom we worship, the giver of life and death, who will bear us up to heaven. And he said much more about our holy religion, but they remained silent. Then Cortés said to us soldiers who were standing by, now, I think there is nothing else we can do, except put up a cross, but Fray Bartolomé de Olmedo answered, in my opinion, sir, it is too early to leave a cross in these people's possession. They have neither shame nor fear, and being vassals of Montezuma, may either burn it or damage it in some other way. What you have told them is enough until they are better acquainted with our holy religion. So the matter was settled, and no cross was set up. To leave this subject, however, we had a very large greyhound belonging to Francisco de Lugo, which barked a great deal in the night, and it seems that the caciques of this town asked our friends of Sempola whether it was a tiger or a lion or an animal we used to kill the Indians, and they answered, they have brought it to kill anyone who annoys them. They also asked what we did with the guns we carried with us, and the Sempolans answered that with some stones we placed inside them we could kill whomever we liked, and that the horses ran like deer, and could catch anyone we told them to chase. Then Olin Tekel and all the chiefs exclaimed, surely they must be tools, and our friends replied, now that you have found this out, see that you don't anything to annoy them, for they'll know immediately, they know what is in your thoughts. These are the tools who captured your great Mont, as Zima's tax gatherers, and ordered that no one should pay any more tribute anywhere in the hills or in our town of Sempola. These are the tools who threw our tools out of our queues and put their own in. They have conquered the people of Tabasco and Champeton, and such is their goodness that they have made peace between us and the people of Singapasinga. What is more, you've seen how the great Montezuma, powerful though he is, sends them gold and cloths. Now they have come to your town, and we see giving them nothing, hurry up and fetch them a present. Apparently, we had brought good purchasers, for the townspeople quickly presented us with 4 pendants, 3 necklaces, and some lizards, all of gold, though it was of poor quality, and they gave us for women to grind maize for our bread, also a load of cloth. Cortés received these presents very gladly, and with many expressions of thanks. I remember that in the square where some of their queues stood were many piles of human skulls, so neatly ranged that we could count them, and I reckoned them at more than 100,000. I repeat that there were more than 100,000, and in another part of the square there were more piles made up of innumerable thigh bones. There was also a large number of skulls and bones, strung between wooden posts, and 3 papas, whom we understood to have charge of them, were guarding these skulls and bones. We saw more of such things in every town as we penetrated further inland, for the same custom was observed here and in the territory of Tlaxcala. After these events at Xacatlan, we decided to set out for Tlaxcala, which our friends told us was not far away. In fact, they said the boundary was quite close, and was marked by a number of boundary stones, so we asked the chief Olin, Tekel, which was the best and most level road to Mexico. He replied that it passed through a very large town called Cholula, but the Sempolans said to Cortés dun it go that way. The Cholulans are very treacherous, and Montezuma always keeps a large garrison in their town. They advised us to go through Tlaxcala, which was friendly to them and hostile to the Mexicans. So we decided to take their advice, for God always guided us well. Cortés then asked Olin Tekel for 20 of his best warriors to go with us, and he gave them to us at once. Then next morning we took the road to Tlaxcala. The Tlaxcalan campaign. So we set out from Castil Blanco and began our march, with our scouts always ahead and constantly on the alert, and our musketeers and cross-bowmen in regular order, and our horsemen even better placed. Each man carried his own arms, as was always our custom, but enough of this. It is a waste of words, for we were always so much on the alert both night and day, that if the alarm had been given 10 times, we should have been found ready on each occasion. In this order, we arrived at the little town of Xalacingo, where they gave us a gold necklace and some cloth and 2 Indian women. And from that town we sent to Sempolan chiefs, picking those who had most praised the Tlaxcalans, and claimed to be their friends as messengers to Tlaxcala. We gave them a letter and a long-piled Flemish hat of the kind that was fashionable. We knew that the Tlaxcalans would not be able to read the letter, but we thought that when they saw paper different from their own, they would understand that it contained a message. The message that we sent them was that we were coming to their town and hoped that they would welcome us, since we did not come to harm them, but to make friends. We did this because they told us in Xalacingo that the whole of Tlaxcala was up in arms against us. For it appears that they had already received news of our approach, and of the number of allies from Sempoala and Xacatlan, and the other towns through which we had passed, who were marching with us. As all these towns habitually paid tribute to Montezuma, the Tlaxcalans were certain that we had come to attack them, for their territory had often been invaded by craft and cunning, and then laid waste, and they thought that we were attempting a similar invasion. So as soon as our 2 messengers arrived with the letter and the hat, and began to explain their mission, they were brusquely interrupted and made prisoner. All that day and the next we waited for an answer, and none arrived. Cortés then addressed the chiefs of Xalacingo, repeating his usual exposition of our holy religion, and saying that we were vassals of our Lord the King, who had sent us to these parts to put an end to human sacrifices and the eating of human flesh. And the other best lines is that it was their custom to practice. He told them the many other things that we generally said in the towns, through which we passed, and after making them many promises of assistance, asked for 20 good warriors to accompany us on our march. They gave them to us most willingly. Next day, after commending ourselves to God, we set out in great confidence for Tlaxcala, and on our way met our 2 messengers who had been taken prisoner. It appears that in the turmoil of war preparations their guards had carelessly allowed them to escape, and they arrived in such a state of terror at what they had seen and heard that they could hardly manage to speak. According to their story, when they were in prison, the Tlaxcalans had threatened them, saying, "Now we are going to kill those whom you call tools and eat their flesh. Then we shall see whether they are as brave as you proclaim, and we shall eat your flesh too, since you come here with treasons and lies from that traitor Montezuma." For although the messengers repeatedly said that we were against the Mexicans and wanted the Tlaxcalans to be our brothers, they could not convince the Tlaxcalans that they were speaking the truth. When we heard the Tlaxcalans' proud boast, and that they were preparing to fight, although it gave us matter for thought, we all cried, "If it's like that, then forward, and may fortune be on our side." Then, commending ourselves to God, we unfurled our banner, which the ensign Corral carried before us, and marched on. For both the Sempolans and the people of the little town where we had slept assured us that the Tlaxcalans would come out to meet us and resist our entry in their country. As we marched along, we decided that the horsemen in groups of 3 for mutual assistance should charge and return at a trot, and should hold their lances rather short, and that when they broke through the Tlaxcalans' ranks, they should aim at the enemy's faces and give repeated thrusts, so as to prevent them from seizing their lances. If, however, a lance should be seized, the horseman must use all his strength and put spurs to his horse. Then the leverage of the lance beneath his arm and the headlong rush of the horse would either enable the rider to tear it away or drag the Indian along with him. Today, one might ask why all these preparations were necessary when there was no enemy in sight to attack us. I answer in cor, "'Tis words, comrades, since we are few. We must always be as ready and as much on the alert as if we already saw our enemy coming to attack us. And we must not only act as if we saw them approaching, but as if we were already fighting them, as they frequently seize our lance. Is with their hands we have to be prepared for this emergency, as well as for any other that may occur in battle. I know very well that in the fight you have no need of orders. I know and willingly acknowledge that you display far greater bravery without them." In this way we advanced about 6 miles till we came to a very strong fortress built of stone and mortar, and some other cement so hard that it was difficult to demolish it with iron pickaxes. Indeed, it was so well constructed for offense and defense that it would have been very difficult to capture. We halted to examine it, and Cortés asked the men of Xocotlan for what purpose it had been built in this way. They answered that since there was continuous war between their Lord Montezuma and the Tlaxcalans, the latter had built this fortress to defend their towns, this being their territory. We rested a while, and this information gave us plenty to think about. Then Cortés said, "Let us follow our banner, which bears the sign of the Holy Cross, and through it we shall conquer." And we answered him, "As one man, may good fortune attend us. For in God lies our true strength." So we resumed our march in the order I have described. We had not gone far when our scouts observed about 30 Indians on the lookout. They carried two-handed swords, shields, lances, and feather plumes. Their swords, which were as long as broads, were made of flint, which cut worse than a knife, and the blades were so set that one could neither break them nor pull them out. These spies, as I have said, wore badges and feather plumes, and when our scouts saw them, they returned to give us warning. Whereupon Cortés ordered them to pursue the Indians, and if possible, take one unwounded, and sent forward another 5 horsemen to help them if there was an ambush. Then our whole army hurried on in good order and in greater haste, for our allies who were with us said that there was certain to be a large number of warriors concealed in an ambush. When the 30 Indian spies saw the horsemen approaching and beckoning to them, they would not wait for our men to catch them up and take a prisoner. Indeed, they put up so good a defense that they did some of our horses with their swords and lances. When our men saw them fighting so bravely and even wounding their horses, they were compelled to kill 5 of them. And at this moment a company of Tlascalans more than 3,000 strong, who were lying in ambush, began to shower arrows on our horsemen, who were now bunched together. These Indians put up a good fight with their arrows and fire, hardened darts, and did wonders with their two-handed swords. But at this moment we came up with our artillery, muskets and crossbows, and gradually they began to give way, but they had kept their ranks and fought well for a considerable time. In this skirmish 4 of our men were wounded, and I think one of them died of his wounds a few days later. As it was now late, the enemy retired, and we did not pursue them. They left about 17 dead on the field, not counting many wounded. This skirmish was fought on level ground, where there were many houses and plantations of maize and maguey, the plant from which they make their wine. We slept near a stream, and we dressed our wounds with the fat from a stout Indian whom we had killed and cut open, for we had no oil. We supped very well on some small dogs, which the Indians breed for food, for all the houses were deserted and the provisions had been carried away. They had even taken their dogs with them, but these had returned home at night, and we captured them. They proved good enough food. We kept on the alert all night with sentries, patrols, and scouts on the watch, and our horses bitted and saddled for fear the enemy might attack. Next day, after commending ourselves to God, we set off with all our ranks in good order. Our cavalry had been thoroughly instructed in the art of charging, and also told to prevent the enemy from breaking our line or driving us apart. As we marched on, 2 armies of warriors about 6,000 strong came to meet us with loud shouts and the noise of drums and trumpets, shooting their arrows, hurling their darts, and acting with the utmost bravery. Cortés ordered us to halt and sent forward the 3 prisoners whom we had captured on the previous day to ask them not to attack, for we wished to treat them as brothers. He told one of our soldiers, Diego de Godoy, the royal notary, to watch what happened so that he could bear witness if it should be necessary, in order that we should not be made responsible at some future time for the deaths and destruction that might occur, for we had begged them to keep the peace. On being addressed by the 3 prisoners, the Indians became much more savage and attacked us so violently that we could not endure it. Cortés shouted St. James and at them, and we rushed at them with such impetuosity that we killed and wounded many, including 3 captains. Then they began to retire towards some woods where more than 40,000 warriors under the supreme commander, Xicotenga, were lying in ambush, all wearing the red and white device, is that were his badge and livery. As the ground was somewhat broken, we could make no use of the horses, though by careful maneuvering we got them over it. But the passage was very difficult, for the Indians' shooting was extremely good, and they did us great damage with their spears and broads, words also with the hail of stones from their slings. But once we had brought our horsemen and artillery onto the level ground, we paid them back. We did not dare break our formations, however, for any of our soldiers who was bold enough to break ranks and pursue their swordsmen or captains was immediately wounded and in great danger. As the battle continued, they surrounded us on every side, and there was little or nothing that we could do. We dared not charge them except altogether for fear they might break our ranks, and when we did charge them there were more than 20 companies ready to resist us. And our lives were in great danger, for they were so numerous that they could have blinded us with clods of earth, if God of his great mercy had not aided and protected us. While we were at grips with this great army and their dreadful broads, words many of the most powerful among the enemy seemed to have decided to capture a horse. They began with a furious attack, and laid hands on a good mare well trained both for sport and battle. Her rider, Pedro de Moran, was a fine horseman, and as he charged with 3 other horsemen into the enemy ranks, they had been instructed to charge together for mutual support. Some of them seized his lance so that he could not use it, and others slashed at him with their broads, words wounding him severely. Then they slashed at his mare, cutting her head at the neck, so that it only hung by the skin. The mare fell dead, and if his mounted comrades had not come to Moran's rescue, he would probably have been killed also. We might perhaps have rescued him with our whole company, but I repeat we hardly dared move from one place to another for fear they would finally rout us. It was all we could do to hold our own and save ourselves from defeat, for we were in great danger. However, we rushed to the battle round the mare and managed to save Moran from the enemy, who were dragging him away half dead. We cut the mare's girths so as not to leave the saddle behind. In this act of rescue, 10 of our men were wounded, and I believe we killed 4 captains, for we advanced together in close formation, and did them great damage with our swords. After this they began to retire, taking the mare with them, and they cut her in pieces to show in all the towns of Tlaxcala. We learnt afterwards that they made an offering to their idols of her shoes, the red Flemish hat, and the 2 letters we had sent them asking for peace. The mare they killed belonged to Juan C. Dio, who had lent it to Moran, being himself incapacitated by 3 wounds that he had received on the previous day. As for Moran, I do not think I saw him again. He died of his wounds 2 days later. The battle went on for a full hour, during which time our shots must have hit many of the enemy, for they were very numerous and in close formation. All our men fought like heroes to save their lives and do their duty. This was certainly the greatest danger we had yet faced, and as we afterwards learnt, many Indians were killed in the fighting, among them 8 of their leading captains, sons of the old caciques who lived in their principal town. This is why they retired still in good order. We were not sorry, and made no attempt to follow them. Being so tired that we could hardly stand, we stayed where we were in that little town. All the country round was thickly populated, and they even had some underground houses like caves in which many of them lived. The site of this battle is called Tu Singo or Tu Casingo, and it was fought on September 1519. When we saw that the victory was ours, we thanked God for delivering us from great danger. We withdrew our whole force from the battlefield to some quays, which were as strong and high as a fortress, and dressed our wounded, who numbered 15, with the grease of the Indian. One of them died of his wounds. We also doctored 4 horses that had been hurt. We rested and supped very well that night, for we found a good supply of fowls and little dogs in the houses, and having taken the precaution of posting sentries and sending out patrols, we slept well till next morning. There was one peculiarity about the Tlascalans in this battle, and all others: they carried away any of their men who were hit, and we never saw their dead. Exhausted by the battle and by our wounds, and having to repair our crossbows and replenish our stock of arrows, we did nothing notable next day. On the following morning, however, Cortés decided to send all our fit horsemen to scour the country, so that the Tlascalans should not think that the recent battle had put an end to our fighting powers, and to show them that although a day had passed without our coming out to pursue them, we still intended to follow them up. It was better for us to attack them than to wait for them to come to attack us, and thus discover our weakness. As the country was flat and thickly populated, we set out with 7 horsemen, a few musketeers and cross-bowmen, about 200 soldiers, and our Indian allies. Leaving the camp as well guarded as we could in the houses and towns through which we passed, we captured about 20 men and women whom we did not harm. But our cruel allies burnt many houses, and carried off fowls and dogs, and much other food. We soon returned to the camp, from which we had not gone far, and Cortés set the prisoners free. But first they were given something to eat, and doa marina and agel, or spoke kindly to them, presenting them with some beads, and telling them not to be foolish, but to make peace with us. For we wished to help them and treat them as brothers. At the same time, we released the 2 chieftains we had captured earlier, and gave them a letter. We told them to inform the caciques of that town, which was the capital of the whole country, that we had not come to harm or annoy them, but wished to pass through their territory on our way to Mexico to speak with Montezuma, which was about 6 miles away among some towns and houses, that I think they call Tecuas, Inpas, Ingo. And when they gave him the letter and our message, Xicotinga replied that we could go to the town where his father was. These 2 messengers went to Xicotinga's camp, and they would make peace with us by filling themselves with our flesh and honoring their gods with our hearts and blood. But as for his answer, we should receive that early next day. Still tired from the battles we had fought, we did not find this haughty message encouraging. Cortés therefore flattered the messengers with mild words, for they seemed to have lost all fear. He ordered that they should be given some strings of beads, since he wanted to send them back as envoys of peace. Cortés learnt more from them about their captain Xicotinga and the forces he commanded. They told him that he had more men than when he had first attacked, having now 5 captains under him, each with 10,000 warriors. Also that the Tlascalan banner and standard had now been brought out, a white bird like an ostrich with wings outstretched as if about to fly. and that each company could be recognized by its device and uniform, for each chief had a different one like our own counts and dukes at home, we knew that they were telling the truth, for some of the Indians whom we had captured and released that day had told the same story very clearly, although we had not believed them at the time. When this story was confirmed, being but men and fearful of death, many of us, indeed the majority, confessed to the Mas, Darien Friar and the priest Juan Diaz, who spent the whole night hearing confessions, for those who were not afraid confessed also, and prayed to God that he would save us from defeat. Thus the time passed until the next day. Next morning, 5 September 1519, we mustered the horses, and every one of the wounded joined the ranks to give us what help he could. The cross bowmen were warned to use their supply of arrows very carefully, some of them loading while the others were shooting. The musketeers were to act in the same way, and the men with sword and shield to aim their cuts and thrusts at the enemy's bowels, so as to prevent their coming as close to us as they had done before. The artillery was ready for action, and the horsemen had already been instructed to help one another to hold their lance, is short and not to stop, and spear an enemy but to aim at his face and eyes, charging and returning at a trot, and no man breaking away from the squadron. We left the camp with our banner unfurled and 4 of our company guarding its bearer, and before we had gone half a mile, we saw the fields crowded with warriors with their tall plumes and badges, and heard the blare of horns and trumpets. What an opportunity for fine writing the events of this most perilous and uncertain battle present. We were 400, of whom many were sick and wounded, and we stood in the middle of a plain 6 miles long, and perhaps as broad, swarming with Indian warriors. Moreover, we knew that they had come determined to leave none of us alive except those who were to be sacrificed to their idols. When they began to charge, the stones sped like hail from their slings, and their barbed and fire-hardened darts fell like corn on the threshing floor, each one capable of piercing any armor or penetrating the unprotected vitals. Their swordsmen and spearmen pressed us hard and closed with us, bravely shouting and yelling as they came. The steadfastness of our artillery, musketeers, and bowmen did much to save us, and we inflicted great casualties on them. Their charging swordsmen were repelled by stout thrusts from our swords, and did not close in on us so often as in the previous battle. Our horsemen were skillful, and fought so valiantly, that after God who protected us, they were our chief bulwark. Once I saw our company in such confusion that despite the shouts of Cortés and the other captains, they could not hold together. The Indians were charging us in such numbers that only by a miracle of sword play were we able to drive them back and reform our ranks. One thing alone saved our lives. The enemy were so massed and so numerous that every shot wrought havoc among them. What is more, they were so badly led that some of their captains could not bring their men in battle. Since the last battle, as we afterwards learned, there had been disputes between Xicotenga and another captain, the son of the chief Chichimac, Hatekal. The former had accused the latter of having fought badly on the first occasion, and the latter had replied that he had fought better than his accuser, as he would prove in personal combat. As a result, Chichima, Hatekal's son, had refused to bring his men to Xicotenga's aid, and had also called on the Huec Satsinko men to hold back. What is more, they were now afraid of our horses and our brave fighting with musket, sword, and crossbow, and God's mercy gave us strength to hold out. So Xicotenga was refused help by 2 of his captains, and we inflicted great casualties on them. They endeavored to conceal their loss, however, for whenever one of their men was wounded, they bound him up and took him off on their backs. So in this battle, as in the last, we did not see any dead. The enemy were already losing heart, and when they saw that the other 2 companies were not coming to their assistance, they began to give way. It seems also that at least one of their principal captains had been killed in the battle. They retired in good order, however, and our horsemen were only able to follow them for a short distance, being too weary to ride far. And when we saw we were delivered from that host, we gave thanks to God. One of our men was killed in the fighting, and 60 were wounded. All our horses were wounded. Also I was hit twice, once on the head by a stone, and once in the thigh by an arrow. But this did not prevent me from fighting, performing my watch, and helping our men, and all our wounded did the same. For unless our wounds were very dangerous, we had to fight and watch despite them, for the unwounded would not have been able to perform these duties alone. Having returned to our camp well contented and giving thanks to God, we buried the dead in one of the Indians' underground houses, so that they should not see we were mortal but believe that we were indeed tools, as they called us. We piled a great deal of earth over this house, so that they should not smell the corpses, and all our wounded were dressed with the grease of that Indian of whom I have spoken. It was a poor comfort to be without even oil and salt to dress our wounds, and there was another thing we lacked, a severe hardship. We had no clothes to protect us from the cold wind that blew off the snowy mountains and made us shiver. Our lances, muskets, and crossbows made a poor covering. Still, we slept more peacefully than on the previous night, when so many of us had been on guard or patrol. After the battle, Cortés sent the 3 Indian chieftains we had captured with the 2 who were already in our camp and had served as messengers before, to beg the Tlascalan caciques to make peace and grant us a passage through their country on our way to Mexico. The burden of this message was that we had made this request before, and would kill all their people if they did not now come to terms, and that being well disposed towards them, and wishing to treat them as brothers, we should never have attempted to harm them, if they had not given us cause. Cortés added other kindly assurances of a similar nature in an endeavor to gain their friendship. The messengers willingly set out for the Tlascalan capital, and delivered their message to all the caciques there, whom they found assembled with many other elders and papas. This whole assembly was most depressed by the outcome of the battle, and the loss of those captains who were their sons and relatives. It seems therefore that they were ill disposed to listen to the envoys, and that their decision was to summon all the soothsayers, papas, and those others whom they call tacolnegues, who are like wizards and foretell the future, and ask them to discover by their witchcraft charms, and lots what sort of people we were, and whether if they fought us continuously by day and night, we could be conquered. They also inquired of their wizards whether we were tools, as the Sempolans asserted, and what things we ate, and they told them to look into these matters with the greatest care. When the soothsayers and wizards and papas had got together, and made their prophecies, cast their lots, and performed their usual rites, they seem to have said that they had learnt we were men of flesh and blood, and ate poultry dogs, bread and fruit when we had them, but did not eat the flesh or hearts of the men we killed. Apparently our Indian allies whom we had brought from Sempola had convinced them that we were tools and ate Indians' hearts, that our cannon shot lightning such as falls from heaven, that our greyhound was a tiger or lion, and that our horses were used to catch Indians when we wanted to kill them, and other nonsense of this sort. Unfortunately, their papas and wizards told them that we could not be conquered by day, but only at night. Since though we were valiant, our virtues left us at sun set, and in the night we had no strength at all. Believing this story, the Caciques sent their commander Xicotinga instructions that as soon as possible he should make a strong attack on us in the night. On receiving this command, he assembled 10,000 of his bravest warriors, and came to our camp, which he assailed from 3 sides with a hail of arrows and single-pointed javelins, hurled from spear throwers. Then their swordsmen made a sudden attack on the 4th side, in the positive certainty that they would be able to carry off some of our men for sacrifice, but God provided otherwise. For though they approached secretly, they found us entirely prepared. As soon as our outposts and watchmen heard the noise of their movements, they rushed headlong to give the alarm. As we were all accustomed to slip in our armor and sandals, and to keep our horses bitted and saddled, and as we kept all our arms at hand, we defended ourselves with guns, crossbows, and swords, and they quickly fled as the ground was flat, and the moon was up. Our horsemen followed them a little, and in the morning we found about 20 of their dead and wounded lying on the plain. So they retired with heavy losses, and greatly regretting their night attack, and I have heard that they sacrificed 2 of their papas and wizards for offering bad advice. One of our Sempolan allies was killed that night. 2 men and a horse were seriously wounded, and we took 4 of the enemy. After thanking God for delivering us and burying our dead friend and tending our wound, we set our guard and slept for the rest of the night. But on waking next morning, we realized our sad plight. We were all weary and wounded, some with 2 or 3 wounds. Many of us were ragged and sick, and Xicotinga was still on our heels. We had lost 45 men in all in battle or from disease and chills, while another dozen were sick from fever, among them Cortés and the Mus, Darien Friar. What with our labors and the weight of our arms, which we carried on our backs, and our sufferings from cold and lack of salt, for we could never find enough to spice our food, it is not surprising that we wondered how these battles would end, and what we should and where we should go when they were done. We thought it would be a tough business to march in Mexico, which had great armies, and wondered what would happen to us when we had to fight Montezuma, if we were reduced to such straits by the Tlascalans, whom our Sempolan allies described as a peaceful people. Furthermore, we had heard nothing from the settlers at Villa Rica, nor had they received any news of us. As there were several excellent and valiant gentlemen among us who were capable of offering good advice, Cortés never acted without first consulting his soldiers. Indeed, he always bore himself like a good commander, and our Lord's crowning mercy, after our late victories, was perhaps that he gave us soldiers grace and good counsel to advise our captain correctly. And let me say that every one of us put heart in it. Cortés telling him that he must get well again, that he could count upon us, and that as with God's help we had survived these perilous battles, our Lord Jesus Christ must be preserving us for some good purpose. We suggested that he should immediately set the prisoners free, and send them to the great caciques with overtures of peace and a promise to forgive everything, including the death of the mayor. But let me say that Doa Marina, although a native woman, possessed such manly valor that though she heard every day that the Indians were going to kill us and eat our flesh with chilis, and though she had seen us surrounded in recent battles and that we were all wounded and sick, yet she betrayed no weakness but a courage greater than that of a woman. She and Jeronimo de Agal spoke to the messengers we were now sending, telling them that the Tlascalans must make peace at once, and that if they did not come to us within 2 days, we would go and kill them in their own city and destroy their country. With these brave words, the prisoners were dispatched to the capital, where Xicotinga the elder and Maezescasi resided. When the messengers arrived at Tlaxcala, they found these 2 principal caciques in consultation. On receiving the message, they were undecided and said nothing for a few moments. Then it pleased God to inspire them with the thought of making peace with us. They sent at once to summon all the other caciques and captains from their towns, and those of a neighboring province called Huexitzinco, who were their friends and allies. And when they had all gathered together in the capital, these 2 caciques, who were wise men, made them a speech more or less to this effect, as I afterwards heard, though these are not the actual words. Friends and brothers, you have seen how often these tools who are in our country expecting to be attacked have sent us messengers asking us to make peace, and saying that they have come to help us and adopt us as brothers. You have also seen how many of our vassals who have attacked them have been captured by them and released immediately. You well know that we have attacked them 3 times with all our strength, both by day and night, and have failed to conquer them, and that during these attacks they have killed many of our people, our kinsmen's sons and captains. Now they are asking us for peace once more, and the Sem, Polans who have come in their company, say that they are the enemies of Montezuma and his Mexicans, and have commanded the towns of the Totonac Hills and Sem, Pola itself, to pay him no more tribute. You cannot forget that the Mexicans make war on us every year, and you know that our country is so beleaguered that we dare not leave it to find salt and air, for eat none, nor can we look for cotton, and so we have little cotton cloth. If our people even go out to seek it, few return alive. These treacherous Mexicans and their allies kill them or make them slaves. Now our wizards and soothsayers and papas have told us their opinion about the nature of these tools, and have spoken of their bravery. It seems to me that we should seek to be friends with them, and that whether they are men or tools, we should make them welcome. Therefore 4 of our chiefs must set out at once, taking them plenty of food, and we must offer them friendship and peace, so that they may aid us and defend us from our enemies. Let us bring them here and give them women, so that we may have kinship with their children. For, as these ambassadors of peace tell us, they have brought some women with them. When they had listened to this speech, all the caciques and principal men approved, saying that this was a wise proposal, and that peace should be concluded at once. They asked that a message should be sent to young Xicotinga and his fellow captains, telling them to break off hostilities and return at once, the war being now over. And messengers were immediately sent off to him. However, Xicotinga would not listen to the 4 chiefs, but got very angry and abusive, saying that he was against peace, for he had already killed many tools and a mare, and wished to attack us once more by night, and conquer and kill us all. When his father Maezescasi and the other caciques heard his answer, they were enraged, and sent immediately it orders to the captains and the whole army not to join Xicotenga in an attack or accept his orders if he did not make peace. Even so, Xicotenga refused to obey. Taking note of their captain's stubbornness, the caciques sent the same for chieftains to our camp to carry us provisions and negotiate peace in the name of all Tlaxcala and Huexotzinco. But for fear of Xicotenga the younger, these 4 old men did not come. As 2 days had passed without any happenings of note, we suggested to Cortés, who agreed to our proposal, that we should march against a town about 3 miles from our camp, which had sent no reply when summoned to make peace, and take it by surprise. We did not intend to do it any harm, I mean to kill or wound its inhabitants or take them prisoner, but only to carry off food and frighten or talk them in, making peace, according to the way they behaved. This town was called Sampancinco, and it had several smaller towns tributary to it, among them Tecodzam, Pancingo, the place where we were then encamped, and the territory all around it was thickly populated. So one night in the watch before the dawn, we rose up and set out for that town, leaving our camp as well guarded as we could. With us came 6 of our best horsemen, the soundest of our soldiers, 10 cross, bowmen and 8 musketeers, and Cortés led the expedition, though he was still suffering from tertian fever. We started our march 2 hours before dawn with a cold wind blowing off the snowy mountains, which made us shiver and shake. The horses felt it keenly too, for 2 of them began to tremble and were seized by colic, which worried us a great deal, for we were afraid that they would die. So Cortés ordered their riders to lead them back to camp and doctor them. As the town was not far off, we arrived there before daybreak, and when the inhabitants saw us, they fled from their houses, shouting to one another to look out, for the Tuls were coming to kill them. Such was their panic, indeed, that fathers did not stay to look after their children. On observing this, we halted in a court until daylight to avoid doing them any harm. On seeing us standing quietly there, some papas who were in the queues, and a number of old chiefs came up to Cortés and asked him to pardon them for not having come to our camp and brought us food when we asked them to do so. They gave the excuse that Captain Xicotenga, who was in the neighborhood, had sent to tell them they must not, since his camp drew some of its supplies from their town, and he had warriors in his army from there, as well as from all the rest of Tlaxcala. Cortés told them through our interpreters, who accompanied us on every expedition, even a night foray, that they need have no fear, but must go at once to the caciques in the capital, and tell them to come and make peace, since the war was disastrous for them. Cortés sent these papas because so far he had received no reply at all by the other messengers we had sent, and the 4 chiefs whom the Tlaxcalans had dispatched to our camp to negotiate peace had not yet arrived. These local papas quickly found us 40 or more cocks and hens and women to make us maize cakes. Cortés thanked them for their kindness and ordered them to send 20 men of their town to the camp at once, who brought us this food without any fear, and stayed in the camp till evening. They were then given beads with which they returned home well contented, and they told all the neighboring villages that we were good men, for we had done them no harm. But when these papas and elders informed Captain Xicotenga that they had given us food and women, he scolded them bitterly, whereupon they went to the capital to tell their news to the old caciques, who were very pleased to learn that we were not harming their people, although we might have killed many of them that night, and that we were sending men to negotiate. They therefore ordered that we should be supplied every day with what we needed, and commanded the 4 chiefs whom they had originally entrusted with the negotiations to leave instantly for our camp and bring us all the food that had been prepared. We then returned to our camp with these supplies and the Indian women in a cheerful frame of mind. On returning from Sampancinco, with our supplies very glad that we had left the place at peace, we found meetings and discussions going on in the camp about the great danger we were running every day in this war. On our arrival, these conversations became even livelier, and the most active of the debaters were those who had houses and grants of Indians in Cuba. 7 of them, whom for their reputation's sake I will not name, met together and went to Cortés' hut, and the most eloquent of them, who spoke for the rest and was well conversant with their views, said as though by way of advice that Cortés ought to consider the condition we were in when, did thin and harassed, and the great hardships we endured by night as sentinels, watchmen, patrols, and scouts, and in continuous fighting, both by day and night. According to their argument, we had lost more than 55 of our company since leaving Cuba, and we knew nothing of the settlers we had left at Villa Rica. It was true that God had given us victory in each battle, great and small, since we had left Cuba, and of his great mercy had supported us while we had been in this province. But we ought not to tempt him so often, or our fate might be worse than that of Pedro Carbonero. They said that Cortés had got us into an unexpected situation, and that one day or another, though God forbid it should happen, we should be sacrificed to the idols. They therefore advised him to lead us back to the fortified town of Villarreal, and to keep us there among our Totonac allies until we could build a ship which we could dispatch to Diego Velázquez in Cuba, and to other places and islands to ask for assistance. They observed that the ships we had scuttled would now have been useful, and that we ought to have saved at least 2 of them against necessity. They protested that they had not been consulted about the scuttling or anything else, and that Cortés had listened to men who did not know how to provide for change of fortune. They prayed God that neither he nor his advisers would have reason to repent of it. Now, they said in many cases we could not carry the extra burdens we were bearing, and we were worse off than pack horses. For when a beast had finished its day's work, its saddle was taken off, and it was given food and rest. But we carried our arms and wore our sandals by both night and day. They went on to cite history, reminding Cortés that neither the Romans nor Alexander nor any other famous captain had dared destroy their ships and attack vast populations and huge armies with a small force, as he had done. They accused him of preparing his own death, and that of all his followers, and begged him to preserve us all by leading us back to Villa Rica, where the land was at peace. The reason they gave for not having said all this before was that the large armies which had attacked us every day from every side had left them no time. Although the enemy had not returned to the attack, these 7 soldiers believed that they soon would, and that since Xicotingo with his great army had not come to seek us for the last 3 days, he must be collecting his force for another battle like the last, for which we must not stay, and they said much more to the same effect. Observing that they spoke somewhat haughtily for men proffering unasked advice, Cortés Cortés gave them a mild answer in which he said that he was well aware of many of the facts they had mentioned, and that to his knowledge and belief there was not another company of Spaniards in the whole world who had fought more bravely or more courageously endured excessive hardships than ours, but that if we had not marched with our arms continually on our shoulders, and watched and patrolled and suffered the cold, we should have perished already. For it was to save our lives that we had endured all this and worse. Why, gentlemen, should we talk of valor, misdeeds, when truly our Lord is pleased to help us? When I remember seeing us surrounded by so many companies of the enemy, and watching the play of their broads, words at such close quarters, even now I am terrified. When they killed the mare with a single sword stroke, we were defeated and lost, and at that same moment I was more aware of your match, less courage than ever before. Since God saved us from this great peril, I have every hope that he will do so again in the future. And I will say more, that in all these dangers you will find no negligence on my part. I shared every one of them with you, and he had the right to say so. For he was indeed in the front rank in every battle. I wish to remind you, gentlemen, he continued, that since our Lord has been pleased to help us in the past, we have hope that he may do so in the future. For ever since we entered this country, we have preached the holy doctrine to the best of our ability in every town through which we have passed, and have induced the natives to destroy their idols. Now, since neither Xicotenga nor his captains have returned, and we know they are afraid to so, for we must have inflicted great losses on them in the last battles, and since they cannot reassemble their followers after their 3 defeats, I trust in God and our advocate Strict Peter, that the war in this province is over. Now, as you see, the people of Tzampancinco are bringing food, and have made peace, and so have our neighbors here, who have returned to live in their houses. As for scuttling the ships, it was a good plan, and if some of you were not consulted about it, as other gentlemen were, it was on account of my resentment at certain events on the beach, which I do not now wish to recall. The concerted counsel which you offer me today is no more valuable than the advice which you gave me on that occasion. You will find that there are many gentlemen in the camp who will be strongly opposed to the course you advocate, and that it will be better to trust all things to God and carry on in his holy service. As for your observation, gentlemen, that the most famous Roman captains never performed deeds equal to ours, you are quite right. If God helps us, far more will be said in future history, books about our exploits than has ever been said about those of the past. For I repeat, all our labors are devoted to the service of God and our great Emperor Charles. Under his true justice and the Christian law, God in his mercy is aiding us, and will turn our good fortune to better. So, gentlemen, it would clearly be wrong to take a single step backwards, for if these people we leave behind in peace were to see us retreat, the very stones would rise up against us. They who at present hold us to be gods and idols and call us so would consider us cowards and weaklings. As for what you say about our staying among our friendly allies the Teutones, if they saw us return without visiting Mexico, they would rise up against us too. Since we told them to pay no more tribute to Montezuma, they would expect him to send his Mexican armies not only to extort the tribute and make war on them, but also to compel them to attack us, which, in order to avoid destruction, and out of their great fear of the Mexicans, they would certainly do so, where we expected friends we should find enemies. And what would the great Montezuma say on hearing that we had retreated, that the whole expedition was a childish joke? What would he think of our speeches and our messages to him? So, gentlemen, if one course is bad, the other is worse, and it is better to stay where we are, where the ground is level and thickly inhabited, and our camp is kept well supplied with poultry and dogs, for thank God there is now no shortage of food. But I wish we had some salt, which is our greatest lack at present, and some clothes to protect us from the cold. As for your statement, gentlemen, that we have lost 55 soldiers since we left the island of Cuba, from wounds, starvation, cold, sickness, and hardship, and that we are now few in number and all wounded and sick, God gives us the strength of many, it is clearly true. That wars destroy men and horses, and that we only sometimes eat well. We did not come here to take our ease, however, but to fight when the opportunity offered. Therefore I pray you gentlemen kindly to behave like gentlemen. I mean those whose habit is to encourage others whom they see displaying weakness. From now on keep the island of Cuba, and what you have left there out of your thoughts, and try to act, as you have done hitherto, do like brave soldiers. For after God, who is our aid and support, we must rely on our own strong arms. When Cortés had delivered his reply, the soldiers renewed their argument. They admitted that he had spoken well, but urged that ever since we had left Villa Rica our intention had been to go to Mexico on account of its fame as a strong city possessing a great number of warriors. The people of Sempoala said that the Tlascalans were a peaceful people, and they had no such reputation as the Mexicans. Yet we had been in great danger of our lives, and if they were to attack us on the morrow in another battle like those of the past, we should be weary to hold our own. But even if they did not attack us again, the march to Mexico seemed to them a very terrible undertaking, and they warned Cortés to reconsider his commands. Cortés replied rather angrily that it was better, as the psalm said, to die in a good cause than to live dishonored. And in support of these words, the majority of us soldiers who had elected him captain and advised him to scuttle the ships, cried out that he should not trouble about this chatter or listen to their tales, for with God's help we were ready to act together and do what was right, and so all the talk ended. It is true that they grumbled at Cortés and cursed him, and grumbled at us for our support of him, and at the Sempolans for bringing us by that road, and they made other unjust accusations. But at such a time they were overlooked, and in the end everyone obeyed perfectly. I will now go on to tell how the old chiefs of the capital of Tlaxcala once more sent messengers to their commander-in-chief Xicotenga, telling him without fail to pay us a peaceful visit and bring us food. This was the decree of all the caciques and principal men of that country and of Huexotzinco. They also sent an order to the captains in Xicotenga's company that they must refuse him obedience if he did not go and make peace with us. They sent this order 3 times because they knew for certain that Xicotenga did not intend to obey them, but was determined to make another night attack on our camp. For this purpose he had assembled 20,000 men, and being both proud and very stubborn now, as before, he refused to give in. He decided therefore to send 40 men with supplies of falls, bread, and fruit, for miserable-looking old women, much couple, and many parrot feathers. And from their appearance, we supposed that these Indians came with peaceful intentions. On reaching our camp, they burnt incense before Cortés, though without paying him their customary reverence. All this is sent to you by the Captain Xicotenga, they said, so that you may eat. If you are savage tools, as the Sempolians say, and wish for a sacrifice, take these 4 women, sacrifice them, and consume their flesh and hearts. But as we do not know in what way you do this, we have not sacrificed them here before you. If you are men, however, eat these falls and bread and frid. And if you are gentle tools, here are couple, which, as I have said, is a kind of incense and parrots' feathers. Make your sacrifice with them. Cortés answered through our interpreters that he had already sent to tell them he desired peace, and had not come to make war, and that he had come in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Emperor Charles, to explain to them why they should give up their custom of killing and sacrificing, and to beg them to do so. He assured them that we were men of flesh and blood like themselves, and not tools but Christians also, that it was not our custom to kill anyone, that if we had wanted to kill people, their many attacks on us by night and day had given us plenty of opportunities for cruelty. He thanked them for the food they had brought, and warned them not to repeat their foolishness, but to make peace. It seems that these Indians whom Xicotenga sent with the food were spies, sent to examine our huts and shelters, horses and artillery, and to find out how many of us were in each hut, the ways in and out, and all the other details of our camp. They stayed with us that day and the following night, and some went with messages to Xicotenga, and others arrived. But our Sempolian allies who were watching them observed that since it was unusual for enemies to stay in a camp all day and night for no purpose, they must be spies. Their suspicions were increased by the fact that when we had visited the little town of Tzompancinco, 2 old men of that place had informed them that Xicotenga was preparing to make a night attack on our camp in such a way that their approach would not be detected. At that time the Sempolians had taken it as a joke or boast, and not believing it had said nothing to Cortés. As soon as Doña Marina heard this story, she reported it to Cortés. To discover the truth, our captain had 2 of the most honest-looking of the Tlascalans taken aside, whereup, and they confessed that they were spies. He then took 2 others, who also confessed the purpose for which Xicotenga had sent them. Cortés then ordered yet another 2 to be taken, and they admitted that Xicotenga was awaiting their report before attacking us that night with all his companies. On hearing this, Cortés sent instructions throughout the camp, putting everyone on the alert, for he believed that they would make the assault they had planned. He then had 17 of the spies arrested, and cut off the hands of some and the thumbs of others, which he sent to Xicotenga with the message that this was a punishment for their audacity in coming to our camp to spy. He said also that Xicotenga could come by day or night, whenever he chose during the next 2 days, and that if he did not do so, we should give him no more time but go and seek him in his camp. He added that we should have gone to attack and kill them already, had we not liked them, and that now they must cease their foolishness and make peace. I have heard that these spies arrived at the very moment when Xicotenga intended to set out from his camp to deliver the night attack he had planned. But when he saw his men returning so mutilated, and having asked the reason, was informed of what had happened, he lost his courage and pride, But this was not the only cause of his discomfiture. Already one of his captains with whom he had wrangled and disagreed during the fighting had left the camp with all his men, while we were in camp, not knowing whether they would come in peace, as we hoped, and busy polishing our arms, cutting arrows, and doing all that was necessary for battle. One of our scouts ran in to say that a crowd of men and women were bringing loads along the main road from Tlaxcala and advancing towards our camp. He said that his fellow scout, who was on horseback, was watching to see which way they went. But even as he spoke, the other scout galloped in to say that they were very near and coming straight towards us, though they were making short stops from time to time. We were all delighted by this news, for we believed that it meant peace, as indeed it did, and Cortés ordered us to make no display of alarm or concern, but to stay hidden in our huts. Then there emerged from the crowd 4 important men whom the old caciques had entrusted with the task of negotiation. Making their sign of peace, which was to bow the head, they came straight to the hut in which Cortés lived, and with one hand on the ground kissed the earth, prostrating themselves 3 times and burning couple. They said that all the chiefs of Tlaxcala and their vassals, allies and friends and confederates had come to conclude friendship and peace with Cortés, his companions and fellow tools, begging his forgiveness for their hostile actions and for the war they had fought against us. They said they had certainly believed us to be friends of Montezuma and his Mexicans, who had been their mortal enemies from very ancient times, for they had seen many of his vassals who paid him tribute among our companions, and had believed that they were trying to enter their country with their customary guile and treachery, in order to steal their women and children. They gave this as their reason for having distrusted the messengers we sent them. But they also said that the Indians who had first come out to fight us, as we entered, their land had not done so by their command or on their advice. They placed the blame on the Chuntals and Estemies, who were savages and very stupid. As for themselves, however, when they had seen that we were few in number, they had planned to capture us and carry us off as prisoners to their lords, in order to gain their gratitude. But they now came to beg our pardon for their temerity. They pointed to the food they had brought, and said that they would bring more every day, and that they hoped we would accept it in the friendly spirit in which it was sent. Also that within 2 days Captain Xicotenga would come with other caciques and explain more fully how all Tlaxcala wished for our friendship. When they had finished their speech, they bowed their heads, placed their hands on the ground, and kissed the earth. Then Cortés addressed them gravely through our interpreters. Making a show of anger, he said that there were reasons why we should neither listen to them nor accept their friendship. For immediately on entering their country, we had sent them offers of peace and of aid against their enemies, the Mexicans, but they had refused to trust us and tried to kill our ambassadors. Not content with that, they had attacked us 3 times by night and day, and had spied on us and laid ambushes against us. In the attacks they had made on us, said Cortés, we might have killed many of their vassals, but had not wished to do so, and we grieved for those who had died, though they alone were to blame. Indeed, he had made up his mind to go to the place where the old caciques were and attack them. But as they had now offered peace on behalf of the whole province, he would accept it in the name of our king and lord. He thanked them for the food they had brought, and sent them back to their lords with the message that they must either come or send men with fuller powers to negotiate. and that if they did not, we would go to their town and attack them. He also ordered some green beads to be given to these men, which they were to hand to their caciques in sign of peace, and warned them that when they came to our camp it must be by day and not by night, or we might kill them. Then these 4 messengers departed, leaving the women they had brought to make our bread in some Indian huts, a little way from our camp, also some falls and everything else we needed, including 20 Indians to draw water and chop wood. From that time they brought us plenty to eat. And when we saw this and knew that they really meant peace, we gave great thanks to God. For at that moment we were lain weary and unhappy about this war, of which we could neither see nor forecast the end. Peace with Tlaxcala, embassies from Mexico. As a result of the victories which God granted us in our battles with the Tlaxcalans, our fame spread through the surrounding country and reached the ears of the great Montezuma in the city of Mexico. If hitherto they had taken us for tools, hence forth they respected us even more highly as valiant warriors. When the news came that so few of us had conquered such a huge force of Tlaxcalans and made them for peace, terror spread through the whole land. Now Montezuma, the great and powerful prince of Mexico, in dread that we might come to his city, sent 5 chieftains of the highest rank to our camp in Tlaxcala, to bid us welcome and congratulate us on our great victory over so many hostile bands. He sent a present of very richly worked gold and jewel ornaments, worth quite 1,000 pesos and 20 loads of fine cotton, with the message that he wished to become the vassal of our great emperor, and that he was glad we were near his city, since he felt great affection for Cortés and his brother Tules, who were with him. Moreover, he asked Cortés to tell him how much yearly tribute our great emperor required, and promised to give it in gold and silver, cloth and chalchi, heights, provided that we did not come to Mexico. This, he said, was not because he would not be very pleased to receive us, but because the land was rough and sterile, and he would not like to see us suffering hardships, which he might perhaps not be able to relieve as well as he could wish. Cortés answered that he was most grateful to Montezuma for his good will and present and his offer to pay tribute to his majesty, and he begged the messengers not to depart until he had visited the Tlaxcalan capital, for they would then see the conclusion of the war, and he would dispatch them from there. His reason for not wishing to give them an immediate reply, however, was that, being feverish, he had purged himself the day before with some of those camomiles that grow in Cuba, and are very good for anyone who knows how to take them. While Cortés was talking to these ambassadors of Montezuma, he received a message that Captain Xicotenga was arriving with many other caciques and captains, all clothed in red and white cloaks, a cloak half red and half white being the badge of Xicotenga's followers. They said that he was approaching in a very peaceful manner, accompanied by about 50 important men. When Xicotenga reached Cortés' quarters, he made him the most respectful obeisance, and ordered much copal to be burnt. Then Cortés seated him by his side with a great show of kindness, and Xicotenga said that he had come on behalf of his father, Mazas Gacy, and all the caciques and the Commonwealth of Tlaxcala, to pray Cortés to admit them to our friendship, and to ask pardon for having taken up arms against us. He said that they had only done so because they did not know who we were, and had been quite certain that we had come in the interests of their enemy Montezuma, for the Mexicans frequently used craft and cunning as a means of entering their country to rob and pillage, and they had supposed that they were doing so once more. Therefore they had endeavored to defend themselves and their land, and had been forced to fight. He said that they were a very poor people, who possessed neither gold, nor silver, nor precious stones, nor cotton cloth, nor even salt for their food, because Montezuma never allowed them to go out to search for it, and that although their ancestors had possessed some gold and precious stones, they had long ago surrendered them to Montezuma on the various occasions when they had been forced to make peace or a truce to save themselves from destruction. So he begged us to pardon him for having nothing left to give, pleading poverty, not lack of goodwill as the reason. Xicotinga made many complaints about Montezuma and his allies, for they were all enemies of the Tlascalans and made war on them. However, they had defended themselves very well, and had meant to do the same against us. But although they had gathered against us with all their warriors 3 times, this had not been possible, for we were invincible. Having discovered this, they wished to become friends with us and vassals of our Lord the Emperor, for they felt certain that in our company they their wives and their children would be guarded and protected, and freed from the danger of surprise attacks by the treacherous Mexicans. Xicotinga said much else besides, and placed his people and his city at our disposal. Xicotinga was tall, broad-shouldered, and well-built. His face was long, pock-marked, and coarse. He was about 35 years old, and he carried himself with dignity. Cortés thanked him very courteously and flatteringly, and agreed to accept the Tlascalans as friends and as vassals of our king and lord. Then Xicotinga begged us to come to his city, where all the caciques, elders, and papas were waiting to give us a cordial welcome. Cortés promised to go there, saying that he would have done so at once were it not for the negotiations he was carrying on with the great Montezuma, which would delay him until the messengers were dispatched. He then spoke rather more harshly and gravely about their attacks upon us, adding however that since these could not now be remedied, he would forgive them, but that they must see the peace we were granting was firm, and enduring otherwise he would kill them and destroy their city, and Xicotinga could expect no further talk of peace, but only war. On hearing these words, Xicotinga and his companions answered as one man that peace would be firm and genuine, and that they would all stay as hostages for it. There were then further conversations between Cortés and Xicotinga and his companions, at the end of which the visitors were given presents of blue and green beads for Xicotinga's father, for Xicotinga himself, and for the other caciques, and they were sent back with the message that Cortés would very soon visit their city. The Mexican ambassadors, who were present during all these discussions, heard all the offers that were made, and were greatly depressed by the conclusion of the peace, for they realized that no good would come of it for them. So when Xicotinga had taken his leave, these ambassadors of Montezuma asked Cortés half-laughingly whether he believed any of the promises that had been made on behalf of Tlaxcala, for they were all a trick which deserved no credence, the promises of great traitors and liars, who intended to attack and kill us as soon as they had us inside their city, and could do so in safety. They reminded us how often the Tlascalans had tried with all their might to destroy us, but had failed to do so, losing many dead and wounded in the attempt, whom they now meant to avenge by offers of a sham peace. Cortés replied with a very bold face that this idea of theirs did not trouble him in the least, for supposing it were true, he would be delighted of an opportunity to punish the Tlascalans by killing them all. It did not matter to him he said whether they attacked him by day or night in the fields or in the city. But he was determined to go to Tlaxcala to see whether their offer was genuine. Seeing that Cortés' mind was made up, the ambassadors asked us to wait 6 days in our camp, as they wished to send 2 of their companions with message to their Lord Montezuma, who would return with a reply within that time. To this Cortés agreed in the first place because he was, as I have said, suffering from fever, and in the second because although when the ambassadors had made their statements, he had pretended to attach no importance to them, he thought that there was a chance of their being right, and that until he saw a greater certainty of peace, he would have to take their views in consideration. Trusting that the peace negotiations were genuine, and seeing that all along the road we had traveled from Villa Rica de la Vera, Cruz, the towns were our friendly allies, Cortés wrote a dispatch to Juan de Escalante, who, as I have said, had remained behind with 60 old and sick soldiers under his command, to finish building the fort. In this dispatch, Cortés spoke of our Lord Jesus Christ's mercy in granting us victory in all the battles we had fought since entering the province of Tlaxcala, which had now sued for peace, and asked them all to thank God for it. He told them to be careful always to keep on good terms with our friends in the Totonac towns, and asked Escalante to send him immediately 2 jars of wine that he had left buried in a certain market spat in his lodgings, also some wafers for mass, which had been brought from Cuba, since our supplies were exhausted. This dispatch was most welcome to Escalante, who replied with news of events at Villa Rica, and the things that Cortés asked for arrived very quickly. About this time we set up a tall cross in our camp, and Cortés ordered the Indians of Sampancinco and the nearby farms to whitewash it. It was a beautifully finished work. To return, however, to our new friends the caciques of Tlaxcala, when they saw that we were not going to their city, they came to our camp with falls and prickly pears, which were in season. Each one brought some provisions from his own house, and gave them to us with the greatest good will, asking for nothing in return, but always begging Cortés to accompany them to their city, Sin. But as we had promised to wait 6 days for the return of the Mexicans, he put them off with fair speeches. At the end of the prescribed time, 6 chieftains, all men of importance, came from Mexico, bearing a rich present from the great Montezuma, consisting of jewels to the value of 3,000 gold pesos, wrought in various shapes, and 200 pieces of cloth richly worked with feathers and other embellishments. On presenting these to Cortés, the chieftains said that their Lord Montezuma was delighted at our great success, but that he begged Cortés most earnestly on no account to accompany the people of Tlaxcala to their town, or put any trust in them, for they wished to take him there in order to rob him of his gold and cloth, being themselves so poor that they did not possess a good cotton cloak among them. Moreover, the knowledge that he, Montezuma, regarded us as friends, and had sent us gold, jewels, and cloth, would make the Tlaxcalans even more eager to rob us. Cortés accepted the present joyfully, saying that he thanked them for it, and would repay their Lord Montezuma with services, and that if he found the Tlaxcalans planning the trick he had been warned of, they would all pay for it with their lives. He was, however, quite certain that they intended no such crime, and he still meant to go to see what they would do. While these discussions were going on, many more messengers came from Tlaxcala to tell Cortés that all the old caciques from the capital and the whole province were now coming to our huts to visit us, and take us to their city. When Cortés heard this, he begged the Mexican ambassadors to wait 3 days for his reply to their prince, as he had now to come to a decision about the past war and the peace he was being offered. They promised to do so. When the old caciques from all Tlaxcala saw that we did not visit their city, they decided to come to us, some in litters, some in hammocks, some carried on men's backs, and others on foot. So they arrived at our camp with a great company of chieftains, and after making 3 most respectful obeisance, before us they burnt couple, touched the ground with their hands, and kissed the earth. Then Xicotenga the elder began to address Cortés in these words: Malinche, Malinche, we have sent many times to beg your pardon for our attack, and to offer you the excuse that it was to protect ourselves from the malice of Montezuma and his powerful forces, for we believed that you were of his party and allied to him. But if we had known what we know now, we should not only have gone out to receive you with supplies of food, but would have had the roads swept for you, and would even have gone to meet you at the sea, where you keep your ackles, that is, our ships. Now that you have pardoned us, and all these caciques have come to ask you to accompany us at once to our city, where we will give you of all that we possess and serve you with our persons and goods. And see, Malinche, that you do not refuse us, or we will depart at once, for we are afraid these Mexicans may have told you some of their usual wicked lies about us. Do not believe them or listen to them, for they are false in everything, and we well know that it is their fault you have not come to our city. Cortés answered with a cheerful smile that he had known for years and long before we came to their country, that they were a good people, and that was why their attack had so astonished him. As for the Mexicans, they were only awaiting a reply that he was to send to their Lord Montezuma. He thanked them heartily for their invitation and for the food they were continually bringing, and for their other kindnesses, and promised to repay them by good deeds. He said that he would already have set out for their city, if he had had porters to carry the tipascos, that is, the cannon. These words so delighted the Tlaxcalans that we could read the joy in their faces. So that is why you have delayed, they said, and you have never mentioned it. And in less than half an hour, they had provided more than 500 Indian porters. Early next morning, we began our march along the road to the Tlaxcalan capital, with our artillery, horsemen, musketeers, cross, bowmen, and all in our customary good formation. Montezuma's messengers had already begged Cortés that they might accompany us to see how affairs were settled at Tlaxcala, and to be dispatched from there. They asked to be quartered in his own lodgings, however, so that they might not be insulted, for they were afraid that the Tlaxcalans might abuse them. Before I proceed any further, I should like to say that in every town we passed through, and in others that had only heard of us, they called Cortés Malinche. And I shall call him by this name hence, forth in recording any conversations he had with Indians, both in this province and in the city of Mexico. And I shall only call him Cortés in such places as it may be proper. The reason why he received this name was that Doña Marina was always with him, especially when he was visited by ambassadors or caciques, and she always spoke to them in the Mexican language. So they gave Cortés the name of Marina's captain, which was shortened to Malinche. This name was also given to a certain Juan Pérez de Artiga, a settler at Puebla, because he always went about with Doa Marina and Jeronimo de Agal. In order to learn the language, he was known as Juan Perez Malinche de Artiga, as we discovered some 2 years later. From the time when we entered Tlaxcalan territory to that of our setting out for the city was a matter of 24 days. We marched in Tlaxcala on 23 September 1519. When the caciques saw our baggage on the road to their city, they at once went ahead to have things prepared for our reception and hang our lodgings with flowers. And when we came within a mile of Tlaxcala, these same caciques who had gone ahead came out to meet us, bringing with them their sons and nephews and many of the leading inhabitants, each clan or family or party forming a separate group. There were 4 parties in Tlaxcala, not counting that of Tecapan, Lord of Topi, Anco, which made a 5th, and their subjects came from all parts of the country, wearing their different costumes, which, although made of sisal, there being no cotton to be had, were very lordly, and beautifully embroidered and decorated. Then came the papas from all parts of the province, who were very numerous, since these peoples have large queues or temples. The papas carried braziers with live coals, and incense which they burnt over us all. Some of them wore long white cloaks in the form of surplice with hoods over them, which were, as I have said before, like those of our cannons. Their hair was very long, and so tangled that it could not have been parted unless they had cut it first. Moreover, it was all clotted with the blood which oozed from their ears, for they had offered them as a sacrifice that day. These papas lowered their heads as a sign of humility when they saw us. They wore their fingernails very long, and we were told that these were considered to be pious men who lived good lives. Many of the chieftains drew close to Cortés and accompanied him, and when we entered the town there was no room in the streets or on the roofs. So many men and women having come out with happy face is to see us. They brought us some 20 cones made of sweet-scented native roses of various colors, which they gave to Cortés and to such other soldiers as they thought were captains, especially to the horsemen. When we arrived at some fine courts where our quarters were sitting, the elder and Maese Escasy took Cortés by the hand and led him to his lodging. For each one of us they had prepared a bed of matting, such as they use for themselves, and sisal cloth sheets. They had found lodgings near us for our allies from Sem, Pola, and Xacatlan, and Cortés asked that the great Mont, his Ima's messengers, should also be given quarters close to his own. Although we clearly saw that we were among a people who were well and peacefully disposed towards us, we did not abandon our customary practice of vigilance. I was told that one captain, whose duty it was to post scouts and sentries, said to Cortés, "They seem very peaceful, sir. We shan't need to have as many guards or be as vigilant as usual." And Cortés answered, "That is true. Enough gentlemen as I can see for myself, but it is a good custom always to be prepared. Though they may be a friendly people, we must not trust their peacefulness. We must be as alert as if they were going to fight us, and we saw them moving up to the attack. Many captains have been defeated through overconfidence and carelessness, and it is especially needful for us to be on the alert, since we are so few. We must remember, too, that whether in good faith or bad, the great Montezuma has warned us against them. The great caciques Xicating, the elder and Maese Escasy, protested against our vigilance, saying to Cortés angrily, "Malinche, either you take us for enemies or your actions do not express the confidence you feel in us or in the peace which we have included between us. We say this because we see that you keep watch, and because on your way here you marched ready for action, as if your companies were coming to attack us. We think we know the reason for this. It is the wicked accusations that the Mexicans have made in secret in order to turn you against us, but you must not believe them. See, you are here, and we will give you all that you want, even ourselves and our children, and we are ready to die for you. Ask for any hostage, as you wish. We were all astonished at the courtesy and mildness with which they spoke. Cortés answered that he trusted them, and that there was no need of hostage. It was enough to see their good will. As to our being on the alert, he said, this was our usual custom, and they must not take it badly. He thanked them for all they had offered us, and promised to repay them in time to come. When these conversations were over, other chiefs arrived with a great supply of poultry and maize cakes and prickly pears and the vegetables that grew in their country. The camp was now very liberally supplied, and in the 20 days that we stayed there, we always had more than enough to eat. Early next day, Cortés ordered an altar to be put up so that Mass could be celebrated, for we now had wine and wafers. This Mass was said by the priest, Juan Diaz, for the Mass. Darien Friar was sick with fever and very weak. Mrs. Casey Xicoting, the elder, and some other caciques were present, and when it was over, Cortés went in his lodging with those of us soldiers who usually accompanied him and the 2 old caciques. Xicotinga the elder then said that they wished to bring him a present, and Cortés answered very warmly that they could bring it whenever they wished. So many mats were then spread and a cloth laid over them, and they brought 6 or 7 small gold objects, some jewels of small value, and a few loads of sisal cloth. It was all very poor, not worth even 20 pesos, and as they were giving it, the caciques said with a laugh, Malinche, we know that we have too little to give for you to be grateful. Long ago we sent to tell you that we are poor and have neither gold nor riches, and the reason is that those wicked traitors, the Mexicans and Montezuma, who is now their lord, robbed us of all we used to own on the occasions when we have had to sue for peace or a truce, in order to stave off an attack. But do not consider the small value of the gift. Accept it with a good grace as given you by the friends and servants. We shall be to you. Then they brought separately a large supply of food. Cortés accepted it most gladly, telling them that he valued it more as coming from their hands and being given with such good will than he would a house full of gold dust brought by others, and that it was in this spirit he received it. He displayed much affection towards them. It appeared that it had been decided among the caciques that they would give us the most beautiful of their daughters and niece, who were ready for marriage. Therefore Xicoting, the elder, said, Malinche, to prove still more clearly how much we love you and wish to please you in all things, we want to give you our daughters for wives to bear you children. For you are so good and brave that we wish to be your brothers. I have one most beautiful daughter who is as yet unmarried, and I should like to give her to you at the same time. Mrs. Casey and all the other caciques said they would bring their daughters and asked us to accept them as wives, and they said much else and made many other offers. Throughout the day the 2 old caciques remained by Cortés' side, and as Xicotinga, the elder, was blind from old age, he felt Cortés all over his head and face and beard, and touched his body. As for the gift of the women, Cortés answered that he and all of us were very grateful, and that we would repay them by good deeds in course of time. The Murs, Darien friar, was standing near, and Cortés said to him, Father, I think this would be a good time to try to induce these chiefs to give up their idols and stop their sacrifices. For they will do anything we tell them, because of their great fear of the Mexicans. And the friar replied, Sir, that is true, but let us leave the matter until they bring their daughters. Then we shall have a pretext, for your lordship can say that you will not accept the maidens until they give up sacrifice. If that succeeds, good. If not, we shall have done our duty. So thus the matter rested until next day. Next day, the same old caciques came, bringing with them 5 beautiful Indian maidens, all virgins. They were very handsome for Indian women, and very richly adorned, and each one being the daughter of a chief brought, made to serve her. Then Xicotenga said to Cor, "'Tis this is my daughter, she is unmarried and a virgin, take her for yourself." He put the girl's hand in his and give the others to your captains. Cortés expressed his thanks, and with a cheerful expression answered that he accepted the maidens, and took them for his and ours, but that for the present they must remain in their father's care. The old caciques then asked why he did not take them now, and Cortés replied that he wished first to do the will of our Lord God, in whom we believe and whom we worship, and to perform the task for which our Lord and King had sent us, which was to make them give up their idols and cease to kill and sacrifice human beings. Also cease the other abominations which they practiced, and believe, as we believed in the one true God. He told them much more about our holy faith, and in truth he expounded it very well, for Dona Marina and Agal were so practiced that they could explain it very clearly. Cortés showed them an image of Our Lady with her precious child in her arms, and explained to them that this image was a likeness of the Blessed Mary, who dwells in the high heavens and is the mother of our Lord, the child Jesus, whom she holds in her arms, and whom she conceived by grace of the Holy Spirit, being a virgin before during. And after his birth, he told them how this great lady prays for us to her precious Son, who is our Lord and God, and said other fitting things about our holy faith. He then went on to state that if they wished to be our brothers and live on terms of true friendship with us, and if they really wanted us to take their daughters for our wives, as they proposed, they must immediately give up their wicked idols and accept and worship our Lord God, as we did. They would then see, he told them, how things would prosper for them, and when they died, their souls would go to heaven to enjoy everlasting glory. But if they went on making their customary sacrifice to their idols, which were devils, they would be taken to hell, where they would burn forever in living flames. He said no more about their forsaking their idols, since he had stressed the matter sufficiently in his previous addresses. Their reply to his statement was as follows: Malinche, we have heard from you before, and certainly believe that your God and this great lady are very good. But remember that you have only just come to our land. In the course of time we shall do what is right. But can you ask us to give up our tools, whom our ancestors have held to be gods for many years, worshipping them and paying them sacrifices? Even if we old men were to do so in order to please you, would not all our papas and our neighbors, our youths and children throughout the province, rise against us? Especially since the papas have already consulted the greatest of our tools, who has told them that if they omit to make human sacrifice and to perform all the customary rites, he will destroy the whole province with famine, plague, and war. They concluded their reply by asking us to spare ourselves the trouble of making such a request again, since they would not give up sacrifice, is even at the cost of their lives. When we heard this honest and fearless reply, the Mus, Darien friar, who was an intelligent man and a theologian, remarked, "Din it attempt to press them any further on this point, sir. It would not be right to make them Christians by force, please. Do not overthrow their idols, as we did in Sempola, at least until they have some knowledge of our holy faith. And what good would it be to clear their idols from one queue now, if they were merely to remove them immediately to another? It will be better for them to feel the weight of our good and holy admonitions gradually, so that in future they may recognize the goodness of the advice we give them." 3 other gentlemen, one Velasquez de Lean, Francisco de Lugo, and another, spoke to Cortés to the same effect. "The father is quite right. You have fulfilled your duty by doing what you have done. Don't refer to the matter again when speaking to these caciques," and so the subject was dropped. All that our entreaties did was to persuade the chiefs to clear one queue which was close by, and had been newly built, and after removing the idols to clean and wash it, so that we could put a cross and an image of Our Lady in it, which we promptly did hear Mass was said, and the princesses were baptized. The blind Xicotenga's daughter was named Doa Luisa. Cortés led her by the hand and gave her to Pedro de Alvarado, telling the old cacique that he was giving her to his brother and captain, and that he must be glad, since she would receive good treatment, and Xicotenga was satisfied. The beautiful daughter or niece of Maezes Casey was named Doa Elvira, and I think she was given to Juan Velasquez de Lean. The others received baptismal names too, all with the title of nobility. Doa and Cortés gave them to Gonzalo de Sandoval, Cristobal de Olid, and Alonso de Avila. After this he explained to the Indians his reasons for erecting 2 crosses, which was to frighten off their idols. He said that wherever we camped or slept, we placed them on the roads, and with all this they were quite content. Before I go on, I should like to say that when Xicotenga's daughter Doa Luisa was given to Pedro de Alvarado, the greater part of Tlaxcala paid her reverence, gave her presents, and looked on her as their mistress. Pedro de Alvarado, who was then a bachelor, had a son by her named Don Pedro, and a daughter Doa Liner, who is now the wife of Francisco de la Cueva, a nobleman and the cousin of the Duke of Albuquerque, who has had 4 or 5 sons by her, all splendid gentlemen. I should like to add that Doa Liner is in every way worthy of her excellent father. Cortés took the caciques aside and asked them very detailed questions about the state of Mexico. Xicotenga, being an important lord and very well informed, took the main part in the conversations, but he was helped at times by Maezes Casey, who was a great lord also. Xicotenga said that Montezuma had a vast host of warriors, and that if he wanted to take a great city or attack a province, he could put 150,000 men in the field, as they knew from the experience of more than 100 years of war. How is it then, asked Cortés, that with so large an army they have never entirely conquered you? The caciques replied that although the Mexicans had several times defeated them, killing many of their subjects and taking away others to be sacrificed, they had also left many dead and prisoners on the field. Besides, the Mexicans never came so secretly that they did not get some warning, and when the Tlaxcalans knew that an attack was impending, they would muster their whole army, and with the aid of the Huexotzincans would both defend themselves and counterattack. Moreover, all the towns and provinces that Montezuma had raided and subdued were very hostile to the Mexicans, and their people were forced in battle and fought against their will. Indeed, it was from them that the Tlascalans received warnings of an approaching attack, which enabled them to put up the best possible defense of their country. The place from which the most continuous trouble had come to them, said Xicatinga, was a very large city called Cholula, which was a day's march away, and whose inhabitants were very treacherous. It was there that Montezuma secretly assembled his companies, and it was in that neighborhood that they made their attacks by night. Mazeyscasy added that in addition to the forces he brought from Mexico, Montezuma kept strong garrisons in every province, and that all the provinces paid tribute of gold and silver, feathers, precious stones, cloth, and cotton, also men and women for sacrifice and for servants. He added that Montezuma was such a great prince that he had everything he desired, and the house in which he lived were full of riches and precious stones and chalce, heights, which he had taken by force from those who used to give them to him willingly. He added that all the wealth of the country was in Montezum's hands. The caciques then gave an account of all the servants in Montezum's palace, which is too long for me to repeat, also of all the women he possessed, and how he married some of them off. In fact, they described everything. They then spoke of the great fortifications of the city, describing the lake, the depth of the water, and the causeways that led in the city, and the wooden bridges on each causeway, and how you could go in and out by boat through the openings in each bridge, and how when any of the bridges were raised you could be caught between them, and so be unable to reach the city, and how the greater part of this city was built in the lake, and you could not get from house to house except by drawbridge or in canoes, which the Mexicans kept in readiness. They also said that all their houses were flat-roofed, and all the roofs provided with parapets, so that the Mexicans could fight from them. The caciques also told us how the city was provided with water from a spring called Chapultepec, about 1.5 miles from the city, and how it came by an aqueduct to a place from which they fetched it in canoes to sell in the streets. Then they described the weapons which the Mexicans used there, two-pronged javelins which they held with a spear thrower, and which would pierce any armor, their many good bowmen, and those who carried lance, 5 or 6 feet long, with flint-cutting edges, so well made that they cut better than knives, their shields and their cotton armor, their many slingers with rounded stones, their other good long lances and flint-edged two-handed swords. They brought us pictures painted on large sisal cloths, showing the battles they had fought against the Mexicans, and their way of fighting. As we had already heard all that the chiefs were telling us, Cortés stopped the conversation, and embarking on a more profound subject, asked them how they had come to inhabit this country, where they had come from, and how it was they differed so much from the Mexicans, and were so hostile to them, seeing that their countries were so close together. They said their ancestors had told them that very tall men and women with huge bones had once dwelt among them, but because they were a very bad people with wicked customs, they had fought against them and killed them, and those of them who remained had died off. And to show us how big these giants had been, they brought us the leg bone of one which was very thick and the height of an ordinary sized man, and that was a leg bone from the hip to the knee. I measured myself against it, and it was as tall as I am, though I am of a reasonable height. They brought other pieces of bone of the same kind, but they were all rotten and eaten away by the soil. We were all astonished by the sight of these bones, and felt certain there must have been giants in that land. And Cortés said that we ought to send the leg bone to Castile, so that his Majesty might see it, which we did by the first agents who went there. These caciques also told us of a tradition they had heard from their ancestors, that one of the idols which they particularly worshipped had prophesied the coming of men from distant lands in the direction of the sunrise, who would conquer them and rule them. If we were, they said the caciques, they rejoiced, since we were so brave and good. When they had made peace with us, they went on, they had remembered what their idols had said, and so had given us their daughters in order to have kinsmen to defend them against the Mexicans. When they had concluded their speech, we wondered in amazement whether what they had just said could be true. Then our Captain Cortés answered them, saying that we certainly came from the direction of the sunrise, and that our Lord and King had sent us so that we might become brothers to them. For he had heard about them and prayed God to give us grace, so that by our hands and through our intercession they might be saved, and we all said Amen. My worthy readers will be tired of listening to our discussions and conversations with the Tlascalans. But before I stop, I must mention one other thing about which they told us, and that was the volcano near Huexotzinco, which was throwing out more fire than usual while we were at Tlaxcala. All of us, including our captain, were greatly astonished at this, since we had never seen a volcano before. One of our captains, Diego de Ord, as wishing to go to see what it was, asked the general's permission to climb it. Permission was granted, and Cortés even expressly ordered him to make the ascent. Diego took 2 of our soldiers and certain Indian chiefs from Huexotzinco, who frightened him with the information that halfway up Papaquete, Petal, for this was the volcano's name, the earth tremors and the flames stones, and ashes that were thrown out of the mountain were more than a man could bear. They said the guides would not dare to climb further than the queues of those idols that are called the tools of Papaquete Petal. Nevertheless, Diego de Ordaz and his 2 companions climbed on till they came to the top, leaving the Indians below, scared to make the ascent. From what Ord, and the 2 soldiers said afterwards, it appears that as they climbed, the volcano began to throw out great tongues of flame and half-burnt stones of no great weight, and a great deal of ash, and that the whole mountain range in which it stands was so shaken that they stopped still, not daring to go forward for quite an hour, until they saw that the eruption was over, and the smoke and ashes were getting less. They then climbed up to the crater, which was very round and wide, and about 1.5 miles across. From the summit they could see the city of Mexico and the whole lake and all the towns on its shores. The volcano is about 18 or 20 miles from Mexico. Ordaz was delighted and astonished with the view of Mexico and its cities. After gazing at them for some time, he went back to Tlaxcala with his companions, and the Indians of Huexotzinco and Tlaxcala regarded his climb as a very brave deed. When he told his story to Captain Cortés and the rest of us, we were greatly astonished, for we had never seen or heard of Papaquete Petal as we have today, when many Spaniards, including some Franciscans, have climbed to the crater. When Diego de Ordaz went to Castile, he asked His Majesty to grant him the volcano as his coat of arms, which his nephew, who lives at Puebla, now bears. Since settling in this country, we have never seen the volcano belch so much fire as on that first occasion nor heard it make so much noise. Indeed, it did not erupt for some years until in 1539 it threw out great flames, stones, and ashes. I must now tell how in this town of Tlaxcala we found wooden cages made of lattice work, in which men and women were imprisoned and fed until they were fat enough to be sacrificed and eaten. We broke open and destroyed these prisons and set free the Indians who were in them, but the poor creatures did not dare to run away. However, they kept close to us, and so escaped with their lives. From now on, whenever we entered a town, our captain's first order was to break down the cages and release the prisoners, for these prison cages existed throughout the country. When Cortés saw such great cruelty, he showed the caciques of Tlaxcala how indignant he was, and scolded them so furiously that they promised not to kill and eat any more Indians in that way. But I wondered what use all these promises were, for as soon as we turned our heads they would resume their old cruelties. When our captain remembered that we had been resting in Tlaxcala for 17 days, and after all we had heard about Montezuma's great wealth and flourishing city, we decided to consult all our captains and soldiers whom he felt to be willing to go forward, and it was decided that we should set out without delay. But a good deal of criticism of this decision was expressed in the camp. Some soldiers said that it was very rash to start attacking this strong city when our numbers were so small and hopped on Montezuma's very great strength. But our captain replied that we had no alternative. We had so constantly asserted and proclaimed that we were going to see Montezuma that any other course was useless. When his opponents heard Cortés speaking with such determination, and realized from our shouts of forward and good luck to us that many of us were ready to support him, there was no more opposition. The men who opposed Cortés in this debate were those who owned property in Cuba. As for me and the rest of us soldiers, we had always devoted our souls to God our Creator, and our bodies to wounds, hardships, and even death in the Lord's service and His Majesty's. When Xicotinga and Maseescaci saw that we were determined to go to Mexico, they were sad at heart. Remaining constantly in Cortés' company, they advised him neither to embark on the expedition nor to put the least trust in Montezuma or any Mexican. He must not, they said, believe in the image Montezuma had offered, or in his very humble and courteous words, or in all the presents he had sent, or in any of his promises, for all was treachery. They warned him that in a single hour the Mexicans would take back everything they had given him, and that he must keep careful watch by night and day, since they would most certainly attack us when we were off our guard. In fighting the Mexicans, they said, we should leave no one alive whom we were able to kill, neither the young lest they should bear arms again, nor the old lest they should give counsel. And they offered us a great deal more advice of this kind. Our captain told these counselors that he was grateful for their warning, and treated them affectionately. He made them some promise, and gave a great part of the fine cloth which Montezuma had sent him as presents to Xicotinga the elder and Maseescaci and the rest. He told them also that it would be a good thing if they could make peace with the Mexicans, for once they were friends the Mexicans might bring them salt and cotton and other merchandise. But Xicotinga answered that a treaty was useless, since enmity was always deeply rooted in their hearts. And such was the Mexican character that under cover of peace they would only practice greater treachery, for they never kept their word, whatever they promised. He begged Cortés to say no more about a treaty, and implored him once more to be on his guard against falling into the hands of this wicked race. There was some discussion about the road we should take to go to Mexico. Montes Ima's ambassadors who had stayed with us and were to be our guides said that the best and this way was through the town of Cholula, since its people were vassals of the great Montezuma, and we should be well looked after. We all agreed there, for that we should go through Cholula. But when the Tlaxcalan chiefs heard that we intended to follow the way the Mexicans recommended, they grew very gloomy, and said once more that at all costs we ought to go by Huexotzinco, where the people were their relations and our friends, rather than by way of Cholula, where Montezuma always kept concealed ambushes. Despite all their talk and advice not to enter Cholula, our captain, in accordance with our decision, which had been well debated, still determined to take the Cholula road. High-Quizand was situated on a fine plain. Indeed, at that time it looked from the distance like our own city of Valladolid in Old Castile, and secondly because it had other large towns all round it, and could provide ample supplies. In the first place, because everyone agreed that it was a large town, with many towers and great, and our friends, the Tlaxcalans, were near at hand. So we decided to stay at Cholula until we could see how to get to Mexico without having to fight, for the great Mexican army was something to be feared. And unless the Lord God by his divine mercy were to interfere on our behalf, we had no other way of entering the city of Mexico. So, after much discussion, it was settled that we should take the Cholula road. Then Cortés gave orders that messengers should be sent to the town to inquire why, being so near to us, they had not come to visit us and pay us that respect which was our due as envoys of our great Lord the King, who had sent us to tell them of their salvation. He requested all the caciques and papas of Cholula to come immediately to see us and offer their obedience to our Lord and King, in default of which he would consider them ill-disposed towards us. While he was giving this message and talking to us and the Tlaxcalan caciques about our departure and matters of war, news was brought to him that 4 ambassadors, all men of importance, had just arrived bearing presents from Montezuma. He ordered them to be summoned, and when they came before him, after paying great reverence to him and to us who were with him, they presented their gift of rich gold jewels of varied workmanship, worth a good 2,000 pesos, and 10 loads of cloth, finely decorated with feathers, which Cortés received most graciously. The ambassadors then said on behalf of their Lord Montezuma that he was very much surprised that we should have stayed so many days among a poor and ill-bred people, who were so wicked, so treacherous, and such thieves that they were not even fit to be slaves. He warned us that some day or night, when we were off our guard, they would kill us in order to rob us. He then begged us to come at once to his city, where he would give us a share of what he had, though it would not be as good as we deserved, and as he would like to give us. Still, though all supplies had to be carried into the city, he would provide for us as well as he could. Montezuma did this in order to get us out of Tlaxcala, for he knew that we had made friends with the people who had clinched the friendship by giving their daughters to Malinche. The Mexicans thoroughly understood that this alliance could them no good. Therefore they plied us with gold and presents in the hope of inducing us to come to their country, or at least to leave Tlaxcala. As for the ambassadors themselves, the Tlaxcalans knew them well and told our captain that they were all lords over towns and vassals. and men whom Montezuma employed to negotiate matters of great importance. Cortés thanked the ambassadors warmly in flattering tones and with demonstrations of friendship. He answered that he would very soon visit there, Lord Montezuma, and begged them to remain a few days with us. At that time, Cortés decided that 2 of our captains, specially chosen for the task, should visit the great Montezuma and talk with him and view the great city of Mexico, its large armies, and fortifications. Pedro de Alvarado and Bernal Díaz de Tapia there, for set out on the journey, while 4 of the ambassadors who had brought Montezuma's present remained behind as hostages. Some others who had grown used to us accompanied the 2 captains on their way, because Cortés was merely trusting to luck when he sent these 2 gentlemen. We objected to his decision. We said that we thought it a bad plan that they should go to Mexico only to see the city and its strength, and asked him to send after them and stop them. He therefore wrote summoning them to return at once, which they did. The ambassadors who had been escorting them gave an account of all this to Montezuma, who asked them to describe the face and general appearance of the 2 tools who had been traveling to Mexico, and to say whether they were captains. They seem to have told him that Pedro de Alvarado was very handsome both in his face and person, that he looked like the sun and was a captain, and in addition they brought a picture of him, with his features sketched very naturally, so they gave him the name of Tenacio, which means the sun or son of the sun, and called him by it ever afterwards. They told Montezuma also that Bernardino Díaz de Tapia was a stout man and very friendly, and a captain as well, and Montezuma was very sorry they had turned back. We chaffed these captains when they returned to camp, saying that it was not a very successful mission on which Cortés had sent them. But let us leave this subject, for it has not much to do with our story, and tell about the messengers whom Cortés sent to Cholula and the reply they brought. On receiving Cortés' summons, the caciques of Cholula decided to send 4 Indians of minor rank to present their excuse and say that they had not come because they were ill. These messengers brought neither food nor anything else, but merely gave this curt reply. The Tlaxcalan chiefs who were present when they arrived told our captain that the Cholulans had sent these men to make a mock of him, for they were common Indians of no importance. So Cortés sent them back at once with 4 Polans to tell the men of Cholula they must send some chiefs, who must arrive within 3 days, the distance being only 15 miles. Otherwise he would consider them rebels. He said that when they came, he would tell them some things that were necessary for the salvation of their souls and their well-being, and receive them as friends and brothers, as he had received their neighbors the Tlaxcalans. But if they decided otherwise and did not want our friendship, we would take measures that would both displease and anger them. When the Cholulan chiefs had listened to this message, they answered that they were not coming to Tlaxcala, because the Tlaxcalans were their enemies, and they knew the latter had maligned them and their Lord Montezuma. They said that it was for us to leave the territory of the Tlaxcalans and come to their city, and that if they then acted wrongly, we could treat them as we had threatened. Realizing that their excuse was very just, we decided to go to Cholula, and when the Tlaxcalan caciques were informed of our decision, they said to Cortés, "So you are going to trust the Mexicans rather than us, who are your friends. We have warned you many times to beware of the Cholulans and of the might of Mexico, and to give you all possible support, we have 10,000 warriors ready to accompany you." Cortés thanked them very warmly for their offer, but after some debate it was agreed that it would be wrong to take so many warriors in a land where we had to seek friends, and that it would be better to take only 1,000. So we asked the Tlascalans for this number, and said that the rest should remain at home. The march to Mexico we started one morning on our march to Cholula, taking every possible precaution, because, as I have said before, we kept much more on the alert when we expected trouble or attack. And that night we slept beside a river less than 3 miles from that city, where the Indians made us huts and shelters. A stone bridge has now been built at this place. That same night the caciques of Cholula sent us some men of importance as messengers to welcome us to their country and bring us supplies of poultry and maize cakes. They told us that all the caciques and papas would come out to receive us in the morning, and asked us to forgive them for not having come immediately. Cortés told them through our interpreters that he was grateful for the food they had brought and the goodwill they showed. We slept there that night after posting sentries and scouts, and as soon as dawn broke we set out towards the city. When we were on our way and already close to the town, the caciques and papas and many other Indians came out to receive us. Most of them wore cotton garments cut like smocks, of the kind worn by the Zapotic Indians. I say this for the benefit of those who have visited that province and seen them, for this is what they wore at Cholula. They came very peaceably and willingly, and the papas carried braziers with which they perfumed our captain and such of us soldiers as were near him. It seems that when these papas and caciques saw the Tlascalans who accompanied us, they asked Doa Marina to tell the general it was wrong that their enemies should enter their city like this, with arms in their hands. When this message had been translated to Cortés, he ordered the captain's soldiers and baggage to halt, and having done so he addressed us. It seems to me, gentlemen, that before we enter Cholula we should put these caciques and papas to the test with a friendly speech and see what it is they want. They are complaining about our friends the Tlascalans, and they have good reason for what they say. I should like to explain to them in fair words why we have come to their city. As you gentlemen already know, the Tlascalans have told us the Cholulans are a turbulent people. It would be a good thing there, for if they could be brought into obedience to his majesty in a peaceful way, which is what I think we should do. Cortés told Doa Marina to summon the caciques and papas to the place where he was on his horse. We were grouped around him. The 3 chiefs and 2 priests then came forward and said, "Malinche, forgive us for not having come to Tlaxcala to see you and bring you food. It was not for lack of goodwill, but because of our enemies, Xicotinga and Mays Iscasi, and the rest of the Tlascalans, who have spoken a great deal of evil of us and our Lord Montezuma, and not satisfied with abusing us, they now have the temerity, under your protection, to come to our city, armed. We beg you as a favor to send them back to their country, or at least to tell them to stay outside in the fields, and not to enter our city like this. But as for yourselves, you are very welcome." When our captain saw the justice of their complaint, he at once ordered Pedro de Alvarado and the quartermaster Cristobal de Olid to ask the Tlascalans to put up their huts and shelters in the fields, and not to enter the city with us, excepting those who were carrying the cannon and our friends from Sempola. He asked them to explain to the Tlascalans that our reason for this order was that all these caciques and papas were afraid of them, and that when we left Cholula on our way to Mexico, we would send for them, and they must not be annoyed by our action. And when the Cholulans saw what Cortés had done, they appeared to be much more at ease. Then Cortés began to make them a speech, saying that our lord and king, whose vassals we were, had very great power, and ruled over many great princes and chiefs, and that he had sent us to these lands to warn and command them not to worship idols or sacrifice human beings and eat their flesh or commit sodomy or other bestialities, and that as the road to Mexico, where we were going to speak to the great Montezuma, passed through their territory, and there was no shorter way, we had come to visit their city, and would treat them as brothers, since other great caciques had given their obedience to his majesty. He concluded it would be as well if they were to do so too. They answered that we had hardly entered their country, yet we were already ordering them to forsake their tools, which they could not do. But as for giving obedience to this king, we spoke of this they would do, and they pledged their word to it, but not before a notary. After this, we at once began our march into the city, and such was the crowd that came out to see us that the streets and roof tops were full, which does not surprise me, for they had never seen men like us, or horses before. They lodged us in some large rooms, which we shared with our friends the Polans and the Tlascalans, who carried the baggage and brought us food that day and the next. Very good food and plenty of it. After the Cholulans had given us this ceremonious reception, with what certainly looked like goodwill, Montezuma, as afterwards transpired, sent orders to his ambassadors, who were still in our company, to range with the people of the city, that they should combine with an army of 20,000 men, which he had sent, and which was ready to enter Cholula to make an attack on us by night or day. Then, when we were driven into a corner, they were to bring as many of us as they could to Mexico in bands. He made them great promises, and sent them many jewels and much cloth, also a golden drum. And he told the papas of the city that they could retain 20 of us to be sacrificed to their idols. All was now prepared. The soldiers whom Montezuma had sent with such speed were hidden in shelters and thickets about a mile and a half from Cholula, while others were posted in the houses, and all had their arms ready. Breastworks had been built on the roofs, holes had been dug in the streets, barricades had been erected to impede the movements of our horses, and in some of the houses they had collected the long poles, leather collars, and ropes with which they were to secure us when they led us to Mexico. So after taking us to our quarters, they gave us food for the first 2 days, and appeared to be most peaceable in their conduct. Nevertheless, we did not relax our usual precautions. On the 3rd day, the supplies of food stopped, and no cacique or papa came to see us. Such Indians as we saw did not approach, but stayed some way off, laughing at us, as if in mockery. In view of this hour, Captain asked the interpreters to tell the ambassadors of the great Montezuma, who were still with us, that they must order the caciques to bring us food. But all they brought was water and fire, wood, and the old men who brought it said they had no maize. This same day, these ambassadors were joined by others from Montezuma, who told Cortés quite shamelessly that their prince had sent them to say we must not go to his city, for he had no food to give us, and that they wished to return immediately with our reply. When Cortés understood the unfriendliness of their speech, he replied most blandly that he was surprised so great a prince as Montezuma should be of so many minds. He begged them, however, not to return to Mexico, since he intended to set out himself next day to see their prince and put himself at his service. I think he gave them some strings of beads, and the ambassadors agreed to stay. After this hour, Captain called us together, and said, I see that these people are greatly disturbed. We must keep very much on the alert, for they are up to some mischief. He then sent for the chief cacique, whose name I now forget, asking him to come himself or send some important persons. The cacique replied that he was ill and could not come. When our captain heard this, he told us to persuade 2 of the many papas who lived in the queue close to our lodging to come to him. We brought 2 of them without doing them any disrespect, and Cortés ordered that each of them should be given a chalchihite. He then asked them in the most friendly way why it was that the cacique and the other chieftains and nearly all the papas were frightened of us. For we had sent to summon them, and they had refused to come. It seems that one of these papas was a very important personage who had charge or command of all the queues in the city, like a bishop among them, and was held in great respect. He answered that the papas were not afraid of us, and that if the cacique and the other dignitaries had refused to come, he would go to summon them, for he believed they would do what he asked them. Cortés immediately told him to go and to leave his companion with us to await his return. The papa went and summoned the cacique and dignitaries, who returned with him immediately to Cortés' lodging. Cortés asked them through our interpreters what it was they were afraid of, and why they did not bring us anything to eat. He said that our presence in the city might inconvenience them, but we intended to leave next day to see and speak with the Lord Montezuma, and he asked them to find porters to carry our baggage, and the tipascos also to bring us food at once. The cacique was so confused that he could hardly speak. He said that they would search for the food, but their Lord Montezuma had sent them orders not to give us any, and did not want us to advance any further, and secretly told Cortés that they had observed close to our lodgings some holes dug in the streets, and covered over with wood and earth in such a way that they could not be seen without close examination. While this conversation was going on, 3 of our friends, the Sempolans, came in. They had removed the earth from above one of these holes, however, and had found that it was full of sharp stakes to kill the horses when they charged. They also said that the roofs had breastworks of dried clay and were piled with stones, and this could be for no friendly purpose, since they had also found barricades of stout timbers in another street. At that moment 8 of the Tlascalans, whom we had left in the fields outside Cholula, arrived and said to Cortés, "Be careful, Malinche, for this city is hostile. We know that they sacrificed last night to their god of war. They offered him 7 persons, 5 of them children, so that he should give them victory over you. And we have seen them moving all their baggage and women out of the city." When Cortés heard this, he immediately sent the Tlascalans back to their captains with instructions to be fully prepared in case we sent to summon them. Then he resumed his conversation with the cacique and the papas and dignitaries of Cholula, telling them not to be frightened or alarmed, but to remember the obedience they had sworn to him, and not violate it, or he would punish them. He reminded them that we intended to depart next morning, and that, like the Tlascalans, they must provide us with an escort of 2,000 warriors from their city, for we should need them on the road. They answered that they would provide the escort, and asked his permission to go at once to prepare it. They departed well pleased, for they thought that trapped between the warriors they were to supply and mount, as Ima's companies which were hidden in the thickets and ravines. We could not escape death or capture, for the horses would be prevented from charging by the breastworks and barricades, which they now instructed their garrison to build in such a way that only a narrow lane would be left, through which it would be impossible for us to pass. They also advised the Mexicans to be fully prepared, since we were setting out next day, and they were providing us with an escort of 2,000 men. So between the two forces our capture seemed certain, for they could catch us and bind us when we were marching off our guard, and they could be certain of this, since they had sacrificed to their war gods who had promised them victory. But let us leave this matter, which they looked on as a certainty, and return to our captain. Wanting further information about this whole plot and what was going on Cortés told Dona Marina to take more Chalchihites to the two papas who had been the first to speak, since they were not afraid, and to ask them in the friendliest way to come back with her, for Malinche wanted to speak to them again. Dona Marina returned to the papas and talked to them as she well knew how, and persuaded by the presents they came back with her at once. Cortés then asked them to tell the truth about what they knew, for they were priests of idols and chieftains, and ought not to lie. He promised them that what they said would not be revealed in any way, for we were going to depart next morning, and he offered them a large quantity of cloth. They said that their Lord Montezuma had known we were coming to Cholula, and that every day he was of many minds, unable to decide what to do about it. Sometimes he sent them instructions that if we arrived, they were to pay us great honor and guide us on to Mexico, and at other times he said that he did not want us to come to his city. And now recently the gods Tezcatlipoca and Huitzilopochtli, for whom they had great devotion, had proposed to him that we should be killed at Cholula or brought bound to Mexico. The papas told Cortés that Montezuma had sent 20,000 warriors on the previous day, half of whom were already inside the city walls, while the other half were hidden in some ravines nearby, and that these men had already been informed that we were going to set out next day. They spoke also about the barricades that had been put up, and the escort of 2,000 men that we had demanded. He said the Mexicans had agreed that 20 of us were to be left to be sacrificed to the idols of Cholula. Cortés ordered these papas to be given a present of richly embroidered cloth, and told them to say nothing about their conversation with us, for if they disclosed the secret, we would certainly kill them when we returned from Mexico. He said that we still intended to leave next morning, and told them to summon all the caciques so that he could speak with them then. That night Cortés discussed with us what should be done, for he had very able men who could give good advice. And as usually happens in such case, some said that it would be better to change our route and go through Huexotzinco, and some that we must preserve the peace at all costs and return to Tlaxcala. Others of us, however, stated our opinion that if we let this treachery pass unpunished, we should meet with worse in other places, and that since we were in this town and amply stocked with provisions, we should fight them there, for they would feel the effect of it more in their homes than in the open fields. We said that the Tlaxcalans should be warned at once to join us, and everyone approved this last plan. These are the details as Cortés had already advised them, that we were leaving next day. We should make a show of tying up our baggage, which was little enough. Then, in the large courts in which we were lodged, which were surrounded by high walls, we should give the Indian warriors the beating they deserved. As for Mont, as Ima's ambassadors, we should conceal our feelings from them, telling them that the wicked Cholulans had planned a treacherous attack, and intended to throw the blame on their Lord Montezuma, and themselves his ambassadors, but that we did not believe Montezuma had given any such orders, and therefore begged them to stay in their apartments, and have no more communication with the people of that city, so that we should have no reason to think that they had any part in this treachery. We would then ask them to go with us as our guides to Mexico. As things turned out, the ambassadors answered that neither they nor their Lord Montezuma knew anything about what we were telling them, and little though they liked it. We put a guard on them, so that they should not go away without our permission, and Montezuma should not find out that we knew it was he who ordered the whole matter. That night we were on the alert and under arms, with our horses saddled and bridled. Though it was always our custom to keep a good watch, we had more sentinels and patrols than usual, for we felt certain that all the companies, Mexican and Cholulan, would attack us that night. Now a certain old Indian woman, a cacique's wife who knew all about the plot and the trap that had been prepared, came secretly to Doa Marina, having noticed that she was a young woman and handsome and rich, and advised her to come to her house if she wanted to escape with her life, because that night or next day we should all be killed, by command of the great Montezuma. The plan was, she said, that the Cholulans and Mexicans should join forces, and that none of us should be left alive, except those who were to be taken bound to Mexico. But knowing of this, and feeling some commiseration for Doa Marina, the old woman had come to tell her she had better collect her possessions and come to her house, where she would marry her to her son, the brother of another youth who accompanied her. When Doa Marina heard her story, she said to the old woman with her usual quick wit, "Edness, O mother, I am indeed grateful to you for telling me this. I would come with you at once, but I have no one here whom I can trust to carry my clothes and golden jewels, of which I have plenty. Wait here a little, mother, I implore you and your son, and we will set out tonight, for now, as you see, these tools are on the watch, and would hear us." The old woman believed what she had said, and remained chatting with her. Doa Marina asked her how they were going to kill us all, and how, when, and where the plot had been made, and the old woman told her exactly what the papas had told us. Then Doa Marina asked her, seeing that the business is so secret, how did you come to know about it? She answered that her husband had told her, for he was captain of one of the clans in the city, and as captain he was now out with the warriors under his command, giving them orders to join up with the great Mont, as Yima's companies in the ravines, where she thought they were already assembling in expectation of our departure, with the intention of killing us there. As for the plot, she had known about it for 3 days, since they had sent her husband a gilded drum from Mexico, and rich cloaks and golden jewels to 3 other captains, as an inducement to bring us bound to their Lord Montezuma. When Doa Marina heard this, she concealed her feelings from the old woman, and said, "I am indeed glad that this son of yours, to whom you want to marry me, is an important person. We have been talking a long while, and I do not want them to notice us, so wait here, mother, and I will begin to bring my possessions, because I cannot carry everything out at once. You and your son, my brother, must look after them, and then we shall be able to go." The old woman believed all she said, and she and her son sat down to rest. Doa Marina burst in the room where Cortés was, and told him all about her conversation with the Indian woman. Our captain ordered the old woman to be brought before him, and questioned her about these treasons and plots, and she told him exactly the same story as he had heard from the papas. He then put a guard on her so that she should not escape. When dawn broke, it was marvelous to see the haste with which the caciques and papas brought in the Indian warriors, laughing with joy as if they had already caught us in their nets and snares. They brought us more warriors than we had asked for, and large as the courtyards are, for they still stand undone. Polished as a memorial of the past, they would not hold them all. Though it was early when the Chololan warriors arrived, we were already quite prepared for what had to be done. Soldiers with swords and shields were stationed at the gate of the great court, so as not to let a single armed Indian escape. When our captain, mounted on his horse, with many soldiers round him for a guard, saw that the caciques, papas, and warriors had assembled, he said, "How anxious these traitors are to see us among the ravines, so that they can gorge themselves on our flesh. But our Lord will prevent it." He then asked for the two papas who had revealed the plot, and was told that they were at the gate of the courtyard with some other caciques who were about to enter. And he sent the interpreter Agal, to tell them to go home, since we had no need of their presence now, for they had done us a good turn, and he did not want to repay it by killing them. Still on his horse, with Dona Marina beside him, Cortés then asked the caciques why they had turned traitors, and decided the night before that they would kill us, seeing that we had done them no harm but had merely warned them against certain things, as we had warned every town through which we had passed against wickedness and human sacrifice, and the worship of idols, and eating their neighbors' flesh and sodomy. All we had done was to tell them to lead good lives and inform them of certain matters concerning our holy faith, and this without compulsion of any kind. For what purpose, he asked, had they recently prepared long stout poles, with collars and many ropes, and stored them in a house near their large queue? And why 3 days ago had they raised barricades and dug holes in the streets, and built breastworks on the roofs of their houses? And why had they sent their wives and children and goods out of the city? Their hostility was plain to see, and their treachery also, which they could not conceal, for they had not even brought us food, but only water and fire, wood as a mockery, and had said they had no maize. He was well aware, he said, that they had many companies of warriors lying in wait for us in some ravines near by, ready to carry out the treacherous attack they had planned, with many other bands of warriors who had joined them the night before in the belief that we should be passing that way on our march to Mexico. So in return for our coming to treat them like brothers, and tell them the commands of our Lord God and the King, they were planning to kill us and eat our flesh, and had already prepared the pots with salt and peppers and tomatoes. If this was what they wanted, he said, it would have been better if they had made war on us in the field like good brave warriors, as their neighbors the Tlascalans had done. He knew very well all that they had planned in the city, and even that they had promised their God, the God of war, to sacrifice 20 of us before his idol. Also that 3 nights ago they had sacrificed 7 Indians to him, so that he might give them victory, which he had promised them. But being both wicked and false, he neither had nor would have any power over us, and all the crimes and treacheries they had planned and carried out were about to recoil on themselves. Dona Marina translated this speech and made it perfectly clear to them. When they heard it, the caciques and papas and captains said that what she stated was true, but it was not their fault, since Mont, as Ima's ambassadors had commanded them to do it, by order of their master. Then Cortés told them that the king's laws decreed such treachery should not go unpunished, and that they must die for their crime. Then he ordered a musket to be fired, which was the signal we had agreed on, and they received a blow they will remember forever, for we killed many of them. And the promises of their false idols were of no avail. In less than 2 hours our Tlascalan allies, who, as I have said, had remained in the fields, arrived after fighting a tough battle in the streets, where the Cholulans had posted other companies to defend the town and prevent their entrance, which had been quickly defeated. However, the Tlascalans went about the place plundering and taking prisoners, and we could not stop them. Next day more bands arrived from the Tlascalan towns, and did great damage too, for they hated the Cholulans. The sight of this destruction roused compassion in Cortés and his soldiers, and we stopped the Tlascalans from doing any more harm. Cortés ordered Cristobal de Olid to summon all their captains, so that he could talk to them, and they very promptly came. He told them to collect their people together, and camp in the fields, which they did, and only the Sempolans remained with us. Just then, certain caciques and papas of Cholula, who belonged to other districts, and claimed to have taken no part in the plot, for it is a large city, and they were a separate party or faction, came and asked Cortés to pardon the treachery that had been plotted against us, now that the traitors had paid for it with their lives. Then the two friendly papas who had revealed the plot, and the old captain's wife who had wanted Doa Marina for her daughter-in-law, also came, and they all begged Cortés to pardon the people. When they spoke to him, Cortés made a great display of anger and ordered Mont, as Ima's ambassadors, who had been kept with us, to be summoned. He said that the whole city deserved destruction, but that out of respect for the Lord Montezuma, whose vassals they were, he would pardon them. Thenceforth, however, they must be of good behavior, for if there were any repetition of the recent happenings, they would pay for it with their lives. Then he summoned the Tlascalans from the fields, and told them to return the men and women they had taken prisoner, since the damage they had done was enough. The Tlascalans, however, protested, saying that the Cholulans deserved far worse punishment for the many treacherous attacks they had made on them. Nevertheless, on Cortés' instructions they surrendered many persons, but they kept a rich store of gold and robes, cotton, salt, and slaves. Cortés went further, however. He persuaded the two peoples to make friends, and from what I have heard I believe their friendship remains unbroken. Furthermore, Cortés ordered the papas and caciques of Cholula to bring the people back to the city, to hold their markets and fairs, and have no fear, for no harm would be done them. They answered that the city would be entirely peopled again within 5 days, since most of the inhabitants were at present hiding in the hills. They said that Cortés would have to choose a cacique for them, since their former cacique was among those who had been killed in the courtyard. He asked them who should succeed to the office, and they said the brother of the old cacique. So Cortés at once appointed him governor till further orders. Afterwards, when he saw that the inhabitants had returned confidently and were holding their markets, he summoned the papas and captains and other dignitaries of the town, and gave them a clear exposition of the principles of our holy faith. He told them to give up worshipping their idols, to stop sacrificing and eating human flesh, to give up robbery and their customary bestialities. He pointed out that their idols were wicked and had deceived them, and reminded them of the lying promises of victory they had made 5 days before, when 7 persons had been sacrificed. All that they told the papas and the people being evil, he begged the Cholulans to throw them down and smash them to pieces, but if they were unwilling, he said we would do it for them. He also ordered them to wash a place rather like a shrine, so that we could put up a cross there. In the matter of the cross, they immediately did what we asked, and they promised to pull down the idols. But although we told them to do so many times, they put it off. Then the Moors, Darien Friar, said that it was too much to expect the chiefs to destroy their idols until they had a better understanding of our faith. And until they saw the outcome of our visit to Mexico, he added that time would show what we ought to do, and that our exhortations and the setting up of the cross were enough. Cholula is situated on a plain with many other towns around it: Tepeca, Tlaxcala, Chalco, Tecamachalco, Huexatzinco, and a great many more. It is a land rich in maize and other vegetables, and in peppers, and in the mag, from which they brew their wine. They make very good pottery in this district, of red and black and white clay, painted in various designs, and they supply Mexico and all the neighboring province is with it, as Talavera or Placentia do in Castile. At that time the city had many lofty towers, which were the temples and shrines in which they kept their idols, in particular the great queue, which was higher than that of Mexico. Although the queue at Mexico was very grand and tall, they had courts also for the service of the queues. We heard that they had a very great idol, the name of which I forget, but they were very devoted to it, and came from many places to sacrifice to it, and hold services like novenas. They gave it offerings of part of their property. Let us now turn to those companies sent by the great Montezuma, which were posted in the ravines beside Cholula, and in portions of the Platte had constructed barricades and narrow lanes to prevent our horses from charging. When they heard what had happened, they returned to Mexico at a quick pace, and gave Montezuma an account of the way things had gone. But though they went fast, the news had already reached him through the caciques who had been with us, and who ran to him post-haste. We learnt on trustworthy authority that when the prince heard the news he was deeply grieved and angry, and that he immediately sacrificed some Indians to his idol Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, in order that the god might tell them what would be the outcome of our journey to Mexico, and whether he should admit us in the city. We even heard that for 2 days he remained shut in at his devotions and sacrifice, is with his 10 principal priests, and that the idol advised him to send messengers to us disclaiming all responsibility for the Cholula affair, and to admit us to Mexico with demonstrations of friendship. For once we were inside, he could either cut off our food and water or raise one of the bridges and then kill us. If he were to attack us, he would put an end to us all in a single day, and he could then offer his sacrifice, is to Huitzilopochtli, who had made this reply, and to Tezcatli, the god of hell. And they could feast on our thighs, legs, and arms, and the snakes, serpents, and tigers that they kept in wooden cages, as I shall relate in due course, could gorge on our entrails and bodies, and all that was left. The news of the plot and of the Cholulans' punishment spread through all the provinces of New Spain. If we had a reputation for bravery before, for they had heard of the battles of Champeton and Tabasco, and of Chingapacinga, and the affair of Tlaxcala, and called us tools after their gods or evil things. From now on they took us for magicians, and said that no plot against us could be so secret as to escape discovery. On this account they showed good will towards us. I think that my readers must have heard enough of this tale of Cholula, and I wish that I were finished with it. But I cannot omit to mention the cages of stout wooden bars that we found in the city, full of men and boys, who were being fattened for the sacrifice at which their flesh would be eaten. We destroyed these cages, and Cortés ordered the prisoners who were confined in them to return to their native districts. Then with threats he ordered the caciques and captains and papas of the city to imprison no more Indians in that way, and to eat no more human flesh. They promised to obey him. But since they were not kept, of what use were their promises? Let us anticipate a little, and say that these were the great cruelties about which the Bishop of Chiapas, Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, wrote, and was never tired of talking. He insisted that we punished the Cholulans for no reason at all, or just to amuse ourselves, and because we had a fancy to. He writes so persuasively that he would convince anyone who had not witnessed the event, or had no knowledge of it, that these and the other cruelties of which he writes took place as he says. Whereas the reverse is true, let the Dominicans beware of this book of his, because they will find it contradicts the facts. I should like to say also that some good Franciscans, who were the first friars His Majesty sent to New Spain after the capture of Mexico, went to Cholula to inquire into the details of this punishment and the reason for it, and examined the actual papas and elders of the city. After questioning them thoroughly, they found the facts to conform exactly with the account I have written, and not with the bishops. If we had not inflicted that punishment, our lives would have been in great danger from the companies of Mexican warriors and Cholulans, and their barricades and breastworks. And if we had been so unfortunate as to be killed, this New Spain of ours would not have been conquered so rapidly, nor would another armada have dared to set out. Or if it had done so, it would have met with greater difficulties, because the Mexicans would have defended the ports, and they would still have remained in a state of idolatry. We had been at Cholula for 14 days, and there was nothing more for us to do. We saw the city full of people again, and the markets being held. We had made peace between the Cholulans and the Tlascalans. We had erected a cross, and we had instructed them in the tenets of our holy faith. But realizing that the great Montezuma was sending spies into our camp to inquire secretly into our plans and learn whether we intended to press on to his capital, for he succeeded in getting a very thorough knowledge of everything from the two ambassadors who were with us, Cortés decided to consult certain captains and soldiers whom he knew to be favorably disposed towards him, and who were not only brave but sound advisers, for he never did anything without first inquiring our opinion. It was agreed that we should send a mild and friendly message to the great Montezuma, saying that in order to fulfill the purpose for which our Lord the King had sent us, we had crossed many seas and distant lands, and all this for the sole purpose of visiting him, and telling him certain things which would be very profitable to him when he understood them. Furthermore, that on our way to his city, his ambassadors had guided us to Cholula, which they said was tributary to him, and that for the first 2 days we spent there, the inhabitants had treated us well, but that on the 3rd day they had treacherously plotted to kill us. But since we were men against whom no trickery or double-dealing or wickedness could be plotted without our immediately discovering it, We had punished some of them who had hatched this design against us, and since our captain knew they were his subjects out of respect for his person, and because of our great friendship for him, we had refrained from destroying and killing all those who had shared in the planning of this treachery. However, the worst of it was that the papas and caciques said it was by his advice and at his command and his ambassadors that the Cholulans had decided on this action. We had refused to believe that so great a prince would give such commands, especially as he had declared himself our friend, and we had inferred from his character that if his idols had put such an evil thought in't his head as to make war on us, he would do it in the open field. However, we did not care whether we were attacked in the open country or in the town, by day or by night, for we would kill anyone who ventured to do so. But as we felt quite certain that he was our great friend, and wished to see and speak with him, we would set out for his city immediately, to give him a very complete account of what our Lord the King had commanded us to do. When Montezuma received this message and learnt that we did not blame him alone for the affair, at Cholula he and his papas resumed as we heard. The fasts and sacrifice is to see whether their gods would now give him different advice about allowing us to enter the city, or would repeat their previous commands. The gods gave them the same advice as before, that he should certainly let us in, and then he could kill us when he chose. Montezuma's captains and papas also advised him that if he tried to prevent our entry, we would fight him in his subject towns, seeing that we had the Tlascalans and all the Toteness of the hills as our friends, and other towns also had accepted our alliance. The best way to avoid these evils, they said, was to follow the advice which his god Huitzilopochtli had given. When the great Montezuma had once more taken counsel with his god and his papas and captains, and they had all advised him to let us enter the city where he could safely kill us. And when he had received our protestations of friendship and our boast that we were not the sort of men against whom plots could be hatched in secret, and that we did not care whether we were attacked in town or country, by night or day, or by any sort of craft, and when, in addition, he had reflected on our wars with Tlaxcala and the affairs of Champeton, Tabasco, and Sampancinco, and the recent events in Cholula, he was not only dazed, but he was also afraid. After much deliberation, therefore, he sent 6 chieftains with a present of gold and jewels of various sorts, which were estimated to be worth more than 2,000 pesos, and also some loads of very rich cloaks, beautifully worked. When these chiefs came before Cor, 'tis with the present they touched the ground with their hands, and addressed him, after the usual prostrations, Malinche. Our lord the great Montezuma sends you this present and begs you to accept it with the great love he has for you and all your brothers. He says that the wrong which the people of Cholula did you grieves him greatly, and that he wish is to visit further punishment upon them, for they are a wicked and lying people, in that they tried to lay the blame on him and his ambassadors for the crime they attempted to commit. Montezuma then assured us that he was truly our friend, and that we could come to his city whenever we liked, for he wished to do us great honor as very valiant men and messengers of one whom we proclaimed to be so great a king, but because he had no food to give us, everything having to be brought in the city by porters, since it was built on a lake, he could not give us a very adequate reception. Still, he would endeavor to do us all the honor he could, and had ordered the towns through which we had to pass to give us everything we might need. When this speech was explained to Cortés, he received the present very graciously, and embracing the messengers, ordered them to be given some twisted glass beads. We captains and soldiers were all delighted with the good news that Montezuma had invited us to the city, for most of us had been fervently desiring this every day, especially those who had left no estates behind us in Cuba, and had come on to voyage is of exploration before joining Cortés. Let us leave this subject and say that the captain gave the ambassadors a good and cordial reply, and ordered 3 of those who had come with the present to remain behind and act as our guides, while the other 3 returned to their lord with our answer and the news that we were already on the way. When the Tlascalan caciques Xicating, the elder and Mazes Gacy, heard that we were going, they were sad at heart. Reminding Cortés of their frequent warnings, they begged him once more to be cautious, and not to enter this strong city in which the Mexicans had so many warriors, for one day or another we would be attacked, and they were afraid that we could not escape with our lives. However, out of their good will for us, they offered to send 10,000 men under valiant captains to accompany us and carry the provisions for our journey. Cortés thanked them warmly for their friendly offer, but answered that it would be wrong to enter Mexico with such a host of warriors, especially as they and the Mexicans were on such bad terms. He said that he only needed 1,000 men to carry the tipascos and the baggage and clear some of the roads, and they immediately sent the 1,000 Indians very well equipped. Just as we were about to set out, the caciques and all the principal warriors whom we had brought from Sempoala, who had marched with us and served us very well and faithfully, came to Cortés and said that they wished to go no nearer to Mexico than Cholula, but to return, since they felt sure that to go to that city would mean certain death both for them and for us. For the great Montezuma would order them to be killed, since they were the leading men of Sempoala and had violated their obedience to him by refusing to pay tribute and imprisoning his tax collectors. When Cortés saw their determination, he replied through our interpreters that they need have no fear of coming to any harm. For as they would march in our company, who would dare to molest either them or us, he asked them to change their minds and stay with us, and promised to make them rich. But although Cortés urged them, and Doa Marina addressed them in the most warm-hearted manner, they still insisted on returning. Seeing that they were resolved, Cortés observed, God forbid that we should take these Indians by force, who have served us so well, and he called for many loads of rich cloaks, which he divided among them, setting aside 2 loads each for our friend the fat cacique, who was lord of Sempoala, and the other great cacique, his nephew. He also wrote to Juan de Escalante, whom we had left behind as captain, giving him news of all that had happened to us, and saying that we were on our way to Mexico. He told him to look after the settlers well and keep a good watch and be alert by day and night. Also to finish building the fortress and to support the natives of those parts against the Mexicans, and see that none of the soldiers under his command molested them. When he had written this letter and the Sempoalans had departed, we set out on our journey, keeping well on the alert. We left Cholula in our usual strict formation, with our mounted scouts and most active foot soldiers prospecting the country ahead, and arrived that same day at some huts which stand on a sort of hill 6 miles from Cholula. I think the place is called Iscalpan, and it is a settlement from Huexotzinco. Here we were soon visited by the caciques and papas of the nearby towns of Huexotzinco, who were friends and allies of the Tlascalans, also by men from other small places on the slopes of the volcano near the border. These dignitaries brought us food and a present of gold jewelry of little value, which they asked Cortés to accept, considering not the paltrines of the gift, but the good will with which it was given. Then they advised him not to go to Mexico, since it was a very strong city and full of warriors, and we should be running a great risk. But if we decided to go, they said, we must look out when we had climbed the pass, for we should find two wide roads, one leading to a town called Chalco, and the second to another called Tlimanolco, both subject to Mexico. One of the roads had been swept and cleared, so that we might be tempted to take it, and the other was blocked by great pines and other stout trees to make it impassable for horses. They said that a little way down the mountain, along the road which had been cleared, and which the Mexicans thought we must choose, they had cut away a piece of the hillside, and made ditches and barricades, and that some bands of Mexicans were waiting there to kill us. They advised us there, for not to take the swept road, but the one which had been blocked by trees, and promised to send us plenty of men, who, together with the Tlascalans, would find it quite easy to remove these obstacles, and clear the way which would take us to Tlamanalco. Cortés accepted their present very graciously, and thanked them for their counsel. With God's aid, he said, he intended to go on, and he would take the road they advised. Early next morning we began our march, and it was nearly midday when we reached the ridge of the mountain, where we found the roads exactly as the people from Huexotzinco had described them. Here we rested a little and began to think of the Mexican bands and the cut in the hillside, and those barricades about which we had been warned. Then Cortés summoned the ambassadors of the great Montezuma, who accompanied us, and asked them how it was that those two roads were in that condition, one very clean and swept, and the other blocked by newly felled trees. They answered that this was in order that we should go by the cleared road which led to a town called Chalco, where we would be well received, since it belonged to their Lord Montezuma, and that they had felled the trees and blocked the other road, so that we should not use it, for there were bad places on it, and it took a rather roundabout way to Mexico by way of another town which was not so big as Chalco. Cortés then said that he wished to go by the blocked road, and we began to climb the mountain with the greatest caution, our allies shifting the stout tree trunks with great efforts to let us pass. Some of them still lie by the roadside to this day. As we came to the top, it began to snow, and the snow caked on the ground. We then marched down the pass. We slept the night in some shacks that are used as a sort of inn or lodging for Indian traders. We supped well, but the cold was intense. Then we posted our sentries, organized our patrols, manned some listening posts, and sent out scouting parties. Next day we started on our march, and at about the hour of high mass, we reached a town which, as I have already said, was called Tlamanal. Here we were well received, and there was no scarcity of food. When the other towns heard of our arrival, people quickly came from Chalco and joined those of Tlimanolco. Some came also from Chimalucan and Amecamica and Ayotzingo, which is their harbor where they keep the canoes, also from some other little towns, whose names I cannot now remember. All of them together brought us a present of gold, 2 loads of mantles, and 8 Indian women. The gold was worth more than 150 pesos. Malinche, they said, accept these presents and think of us hence. Forth, as your friends, Cortés accepted them with great good will, offered to assist the givers in every way, and, seeing them all collected together, told the Moors, Darien friar, to speak to them about our holy faith, and counsel them to give up their idols. The friar spoke to them in the same way, as we had spoken to the people in every town through which we had passed, and they replied that what he said was good, and they would remember it. He also spoke to them of the great power of our Lord the Emperor, and of his purpose in sending us to the country, which was that we should right wrongs and put an end to robbery. On hearing this, all these towns complained about Montezuma and his tax collectors, speaking in private, so that the Mexican ambassadors should not hear them, however. They said these officials robbed them of all they possessed, and that if their wives and daughters were pretty, they would violate them in front of their fathers and husbands and carry them away. They also said that the Mexicans made the men work like slaves, compelling them to carry pine trunks and stone and firewood and maize overland and in canoes, and to perform other tasks, such as planting maize fields, and that they took away the people's lands as well for the service of their idols. They complained of many other things too, which with the passage of time I have forgotten. Cortés comforted them with kind words, which he did not find difficult, but added that at present he had not time to see justice done. If they would be patient for a while, however, he said, he would free them from Mexican rule. He then secretly asked 2 of their chiefs to go with 4 of our Tlascalan allies and inspect the cleared road which the people of Huexotzinco had told us not to follow, and see what breastworks and barricades there were, and whether there were any armed bands. The chiefs answered Inch, there is no point in going to see, because they are all cleared away and leveled now. But you should know they cut away the hill side at a narrow place, and posted so many warriors there that you would not have got by. But we have been told that Huitzilopochtli, their god of war, has now counselled them to let you pass and kill you when you enter the city of Mexico. Therefore we think you should stay here with us, and accept a share of what we have, and that you should give up your journey to Mexico, which is so strong and so full of warriors that you will certainly not escape with your lives. Cortés answered with a cheerful smile that neither the Mexicans nor any other nation had the power to kill us, only God in whom we believed, and that we were going to explain to Montezuma himself and all his caciques and papas what God had commanded. As he wished to set out immediately, he asked them to give him 20 of their leading men to accompany him, and he promised that as soon as we arrived in Mexico, he would do them great service and see that they received justice. Montezuma and his tax collectors would then cease to perpetrate the violent abuses of which they complained. The townspeople smilingly accepted his promise and brought him the 20 men he asked for. Just as we were starting on our march, 4 Mexicans arrived, bringing a present of gold and cloaks from the great Montezuma. After making their customary prostrations, they addressed Cortés to this effect: Malinche, this present is sent to you by our Lord the great Montezuma, who says that he is sorry you have endured so many hardships in traveling from far distant lands to see him, and that he has already sent to tell you that he will give you much gold and silver and many chalche, heights as a tribute for your emperor and yourself and the tools of your company, provided you do not come to Mexico. Now he begs you once more kindly not to advance any further, but to return whence you came, and he will send to the port a great quantity of gold and silver and precious stones for your king. And to you he will give 4 loads of gold, and to each of your brothers 1 load, your entry in Mexico, however, is forbidden. All his vassals are in arms to prevent it. What is more, there is only the narrowest of roads, and no food there for you to eat. And he cited many other difficulties in this message, in the hope that we should advance no further. Although their message grieved him, Cortés most graciously embraced each of the messengers, and accepted the present. I do not know how much it was worth, but in my experience, as I have said before, Montezuma unfailingly sent some gold whenever he sent messengers. But to return to our story, Cortés expressed his amazement that the Lord Montezuma, who had proclaimed himself our friend and was such a great prince, should be so changeable that he said one thing at one time and sent contrary orders at another. As for his promise to send gold for our Lord the Emperor and ourselves, Cortés thanked him for it, saying that any he sent now would be paid for in good deeds in course of time. Yet how could Montezuma think it right that, being so near the city, we should turn back without fulfilling our prince's commands? If Montezuma had sent his messengers and ambassadors to some great lord like himself, and if, after nearly reaching his house, these messengers should turn back without delivering the message they carried, what sort of reception would he give them when they returned in his presence with such a tale? He would consider them a pack of worthless cowards, and our Lord, the Emperor, would undoubtedly think the same of us. So we were determined at all costs to visit his city, and he must make no more attempts to put us off, since Cortés intended to see and speak with him, and to explain the whole purpose for which we had come, which he could only in person. Once Montezuma had heard him, we would return whence we came, if our presence displeased him. As for his excuse that he had not enough food to feed us, we were men who could exist on very little, and we were already on our way to Mexico, for we expected him to welcome us. After dispatching the messengers, we set out. But having been told that Montezuma had consulted his papas and idols as to whether he should allow us to enter or attack us on the road, and that Huitzilopochtli's reply had been that he must let us in and kill us afterwards, we could not get this prospect out of our thoughts, being men who feared death. Since the country is thickly populated, we made very short marches. Commending ourselves to God and our Lady, we discussed ways and means of entering the city, and it put courage into our hearts to think that since our Lord Jesus Christ had vouchsafed to guard us in past perils, he would also protect us from the power of Mexico. We spent the night at a town called Tzapalatingo, where half the house are in the water and half on dry land, and where there is a low mountain, there is an inn there now, and there we had a good supper. Let us leave this and return to the great Montezuma. When his messengers returned with Cortés' reply, he immediately decided to send one of his nephews, Cacom, and the lord of Texcoco, with great pomp to welcome us. So, it being our usual custom to post sentinels and scouts, one of our scouts came to tell us that a large crowd of friendly Mexicans was advancing along the road, and that they appeared to be dressed in rich cloaks. It was very early in the morning when this occurred, and we were just ready to start. But Cortés ordered us to remain in our quarters until we saw what this was about. At that moment, 4 dignitaries arrived, bowed deeply to Cortés, and announced the imminent approach of Cacom, in the great lord of Texcoco, a nephew of the mighty Montezuma, who begged us kindly to await his visit. We had not long to wait. Caco, soon arrived with greater pomp and splend, or than we had ever beheld in any Mexican prince. He came borne on a litter, most richly worked in green feathers, with much silver decoration and precious stones set in tree designs that were worked in the finest gold. His litter was carried by chieftains, each of whom, as they told us, was ruler of a town. When they came near the house where Cortés was lodged, they helped the prince out of his litter, swept the ground, and removed the straws from his way. Then as they came before our captain, they made a deep bow and cacum. And said Malinche, we have come here, I and these chieftains, to place ourselves at your service, and to see that you receive everything you require for yourself and your companions, and to install you in your home, which is our city. For so we have been commanded by our Lord the great Montezuma, who asks you to pardon him for not coming with us himself. It is on account of ill health, and not from lack of very good will towards you, that he has not done so. When we beheld such pomp and majesty in these chiefs, and even more in Mon, as Ima's nephew, we were greatly impressed. If this cacique is so magnificent, we said to one another, how grand will the great Montezuma himself be? When Cacamatzin had made his speech, Cortés embraced him, and was very attentive to him and the other chieftains. He gave them 3 beads called margaritas, which are streaked with different colored veins, and to the rest of the chiefs he gave blue glass beads, and he expressed his thanks to them, saying that when he was able, he would repay the Lord Montezuma for his daily favors to us. When this conversation was over, we immediately set out, and as these chiefs had brought many followers with them, and people had come out to see us from the many towns in the district, all the roads were full. Next morning we came to a broad causeway and continued our march towards Iztapalapa. And when we saw all those cities and villages built in the water, and other great towns on dry land, and that straight and level causeway leading to Mexico, we were astounded. These great towns and quays and buildings rising from the water, all made of stone, seemed like an enchanted vision from the tale of Amadis. Indeed, some of our soldiers asked whether it was not all a dream. It is not surprising there, for that I should write in this vein. It was all so wonderful that I do not know how to describe this first glimpse of things never heard of, seen, or dreamed of before. When we arrived near Iztapalapa, we beheld the splend, of the other caciques who came out to meet us, the lord of that city, whose name was Quillahuc, and the lord of Culucan, both of them close relations of Montezuma. And when we entered the city of Iztapalapa, the site of the palaces in which they lodged us, they were very spacious and well built, of magnificent stone, cedar wood, and the wood of other sweet-smelling trees, with great rooms and courts, which were a wonderful sight, and all covered with awnings of woven cotton. When we had taken a good look at all this, we went to the orchard and garden, which was a marvelous place both to see and walk in. I was never tired of noticing the diversity of trees and the various scents given off by each, and the paths choked with roses and other flowers, and the many local fruit trees and rose bushes, and the pond of fresh water. Another remarkable thing was that large canoes could come in the garden from the lake through a channel they had cut, and there crews did not have to disembark. Everything was shining with lime and decorated with different kinds of stonework and paintings, which were a marvel to gaze on. Then there were birds of many breeds and varieties which came to the pond. I say again that I stood looking at it, and thought that no land like it would ever be discovered in the whole world, because at that time Peru was neither known nor thought of. But today all that I then saw is overthrown and destroyed, nothing is left standing. The caciques of that town and of Coyocan brought us a present of gold worth more than 2,000 pesos and car. Tez thanked them heartily for it, and he showed them great kindness, telling them through our interpreters something about our holy faith, and declaring to them the great power of our Lord the Emperor, but there were too many conversations for me to describe them all. The entrance in Mexico, EARLY. Next day we left Iztapalapa with a large escort of these great caciques, and followed the causeway, which is 8 yards wide and goes so straight to the city of Mexico that I do not think it curves at all wide, though it was so crowded with people that there was hardly room for them all. Some were going to Mexico and others coming away, besides those who had come out to see us, and we could hardly get through the crowds that were there, for the towers and the quays were full, and they came in canoes from all parts of the lake. No wonder, since they had never seen horses or men like us before. With such wonderful sights to gaze on, we did not know what to say, or if this was real that we saw before our eyes on the land side. There were great cities, and on the lake many more. The lake was crowded with canoes at intervals along the causeway. There were many bridges, and before us was the great city of Mexico. As for us, we were scarcely 400 strong, and we well remembered the words and warnings of the people of Huexotzinco and Tlaxcala and Tlimanolco, and the many other warnings we had received to beware of entering the city of Mexico, since they would kill us as soon as they had us inside. Let the interested reader consider whether there is not much to ponder in this narrative of mine. What men in all the world have shown such daring? But let us go on. We marched along our causeway to a point where another small causeway branch is off to another city called Coyocan, and there, besides some tower-like buildings, which were their shrines, we were met by many more caciques and dignitaries in very rich cloaks. The different chieftains wore different brilliant liveries, and the causeways were full of them. Montezuma had sent these great caciques in advance to receive us, and as soon as they came before Cortés, they told him in their language that we were welcome, and as a sign of peace they touched the ground with their hands and kissed it. There we halted for some time while Cacamats, the lord of Texcoco, and the lords of Iztapalapa, Tacuba, and Coyocan went ahead to meet the great Montezuma, who approached in a rich litter, accompanied by other great lords and feudal caciques who owned vassals. When we came near to Mexico at a place where there were some other small towers, the great Montezuma descended from his litter, and these other great caciques supported him beneath a marvelously rich canopy of green feathers decorated with gold work, silver, pearls, and chalchi, heights which hung from a sort of border. It was a marvelous sight. The great Montezuma was magnificently clad in their fashion, and wore sandals of a kind for which their name is coat, arras, the soles of which are of gold, and the upper parts ornamented with precious stones. And the 4 lords who supported him were richly clad also in garments that seemed to have been kept ready for them on the road, so that they could accompany their master, for they had not worn clothes like this when they came out to receive us. There were 4 other great caciques who carried the canopy above their heads, and many more lords who walked before the great Montezuma, sweeping the ground on which he was to tread, and laying down cloaks so that his feet should not touch the earth. Not one of these chieftains dared to look him in the face. All kept their eyes lowered most reverently, except those 4 lords, his nephews, who were supporting him. When Cortés saw, heard, and was told that the great Montezuma was approaching, he dismounted from his horse, and when he came near to Montezuma, each bowed deeply to the other. Montezuma welcomed our captain, and Cortés speaking through Doa Marina answered by wishing him very good health. Cortés, I think, offered Montezuma his right hand, but Montezuma refused it, and extended his own. Then Cortés brought out a necklace which he had been holding. It was made of those elaborately worked and colored glass beads called margaritas, of which I have spoken, and was strung on a gold cord, and dipped in musk to give it a good odor. This he hung round the great Mont, as Ima's neck, and as he did so attempted to embrace him. But the great princes who stood round Montezuma grasped Cortés' arm to prevent him, for they considered this an indignity. Then Cortés told Montezuma that it rejoiced his heart to have seen such a great prince, and that he took his coming in person to receive him, and the repeated favors he had done him as a high honor. After this Montezuma made him another complimentary speech, and ordered 2 of his nephews, who were supporting him, the lords of Texcoco and Coy, Ocan, to go with us and show us our quarters. Montezuma returned to the city with the other 2 kinsmen of his escort, the lords of Quilla, and Tacuba, and all those grand companies of caciques and dignitaries who had come with him returned also in his train. And as they accompanied their lord, we observed them marching with their eyes downcast, so that they should not see him, and keeping close to the wall as they followed him with great reverence. Thus space was made for us to enter the streets of Mexico without being pressed by the crowd. Who could now count the multitude of men, women, and boys in the streets, on the roof tops, and in canoes on the waterways, who had come out to see us? It was a wonderful sight, and as I write it all comes before my eyes as if it had happened only yesterday. They led us to our quarters, which were in some large house, is capable of accommodating us all, and had formerly belonged to the great Mont, as Ima's father, who was called Axayacatl. Here Montezuma now kept the great shrines of his gods, and a secret chamber containing gold bars and jewels. This was the treasure he had inherited from his father, which he never touched. Perhaps their reason for lodging us here was that, since they called us tools and considered us as such, they wished to have us near their idols. In any case, they took us to this place, where there were many great halls, and a dais hung with the cloth of their country for our captain, and matting beds with canopies over them for each of us. On our arrival, we entered the large court, where the great Montezuma was awaiting our captain. Taking him by the hand, the prince led him to his apartment in the hall where he was to lodge, which was very richly furnished in their manner. Montezuma had ready for him a very rich necklace made of golden crabs, a marvelous piece of work, which he hung round Cortés' neck. His captains were greatly astonished at this sign of honor. After this ceremony, for which Cortés thanked him through our interpreters, Montezuma said, "Malinche, you and your brothers are in your own house. Rest a while." He then returned to his palace, which was not far off. We divided our lodgings by companies, and placed our artillery in a convenient spot. Then the order we were to keep was clearly explained to us, and we were warned to be very much on the alert, both the horsemen and the rest of us soldiers. We then ate a sumptuous dinner, which they had prepared for us in their native style. So, with luck on our side, we boldly entered the city of Tenact, Titlan or Mexico on 8 November in the year of our Lord 1519. The stay in Mexico. WUHEN, the great Montezuma had dined, and was told that our captain and all of us had finished our mill some time ago. He came to our quarters in the grandest state, with a great number of princes. All of them his kinsmen. On being told of his approach, Cortés came in the middle of the hall to receive him. Montezuma then took him by the hand, and they brought chairs made in their fashion, and very richly decorated in various ways with gold. Montezuma requested our captain to sit down, and both of them sat each on his own chair. Then Montezuma began a very good speech, saying that he was delighted to have such valiant gentlemen as Cortés and the rest of us in his house and his kingdom, that 2 years ago he had received news of a captain who had come to Champerton, and that last year also he had received a report of another captain who had come with 4 ships. Each time he had wished to see them, and now that he had us with him, he was not only at our service but would share all that he possessed with us. He ended by saying that we must truly be the men about whom his ancestors had long ago prophesied, saying that they would come from the direction of the sunrise to rule over these lands, and that he was confirmed in this belief by the valor with which we had fought at Champerton and Tabasco, and against the Tlascalans, for lifelike pictures of these battles had been brought to him. Cortés replied through our interpreters that we did not know how to repay the daily favors we received from him, and that indeed we did come from the direction of the sunrise, and were vassals and servants of a great king called the Emperor Charles, who was ruler over many great princes. Having heard news of Montezuma, and what a great prince he was, the emperor, he said, had sent us to this country to visit him, and to beg them to become Christians like our emperor and all of us, so that his soul and those of all his vassals might be saved. Cortés promised to explain to him later how this could be, and how we worship the one true God, and who he is also many other good things which he had already communicated to his ambassadors, Tendil, Peitel, Pitoque, and Quintalbur. The great Montezuma had some fine gold jewels of various shapes in readiness, which he gave to Cortés after this conversation. And to each of our captains he presented small gold objects, and 3 loads of cloaks of rich feather work, and to us soldiers he gave 2 loads of cloaks, each all with a princely air, for in every way he was like a great prince. After the distribution of presents, he asked Cortés if we were all brothers and vassals of our great emperor, and Cortés answered that we were brothers in love and friendship, persons of great distinction, and servants of our great king and lord. Further polite speeches passed between Montezuma and Cortés, but as this was the first time he had visited us, and we did not want to tire him, the conversation ended. Montezuma had ordered his stewards to provide us with everything we needed for our way of living, maize, grindstones, women to make our bread falls, frit, and plenty of fodder for the horses. He then took leave of us all with the greatest courtesy, and we accompanied him to the street. However, Cortés ordered us not to go far from our quarters for the present, until we knew better what conduct to observe. Next day Cortés decided to go to Montezuma's palace, but first he sent to know whether the prince was busy, and to inform him of our coming. He took 4 captains with him, Pedro de Alvarado, Juan Velázquez de Lin, Diego de Ordaz, and Gonzalo de Sandoval, and 5 of us soldiers. When Montezuma was informed of our coming, he advanced in the middle of the hall to receive us, closely surrounded by his nephews. For no other chiefs were allowed to enter his palace or communicate with him except upon important business. Cortés and Montezuma exchanged bows and clasped hands. Then Montezuma led Cortés to his own dais, and setting him down on his right, called for more seats, on which he ordered us all to sit also. Cortés began to make a speech through our interpreters, saying that we were all now rested, and that in coming to see and speak with such a great prince we had fulfilled the purpose of our voyage and the orders of our lord the king. The principal things he had come to say on behalf of our Lord God had already been communicated to Montezuma through his 3 ambassadors. On that occasion in the sandhills, when he did us the favor of sending us the golden moon and sun, we had then told him that we were Christians and worshipped one God alone, named Jesus Christ, who had suffered his passion and death to save us, and that what they worshipped as gods were not gods but devils, which were evil things, and if they were ugly to look at, their deeds were uglier. But he had proved to them how evil and ineffectual their gods were, as both the prince and his people would observe in the course of time, since, where we had put up crosses such as their ambassadors had seen, they had been frightened to appear before them. The favor he now begged of the great Montezuma was that he should listen to the words he now wished to speak. Then he very carefully expounded the creation of the world, how we are all brothers, the children of one mother and father, called Adam and Eve, and how such a brother as our great emperor, grieving for the perdition of so many souls as their idols were leading to hell, where they burnt in living flame, had sent us to tell him this, so that he might put a stop to it, and so that they might give up the worship of idols and make no more human sacrifice, is for all men our brothers, and commit no more robbery or sodomy. He also promised that in the course of time the king would send some men who lead holy lives among us much better than our own to explain this more fully, for we had only come to give them warning. Therefore he begged Montezuma to do as he was asked. As Montezuma seemed about to reply, Cortés broke off his speech, saying to those of us who were with him, "Since this is only the first attempt, we have now done our duty." "My lord Malinche," Montezuma replied, "these arguments of yours have been familiar to me for some time. I understand what you said to my ambassadors on the sandhills about the 3 gods and the cross, also what you preached in the various towns through which you passed. We have given you no answer, since we have worshipped our own gods here from the beginning, and know them to be good. No doubt yours are good also, but not trouble to tell us any more about them at present. Regarding the creation of the world, we have held the same belief for many ages, and for this reason are certain that you are those who our ancestors predicted would come from the direction of the sunrise. As for your great king, I am in his debt, and will give him of what I possess. For as I have already said 2 years ago, I had news of the captains who came in ships by the road that you came, and said they were servants of this great king of yours. I should like to know if you are all the same people." Cortés answered that we were all brothers and servants of the emperor, and that they had come to discover a route and explore the seas and ports, so that when they knew them well, we could follow. As we had done, Montezuma was referring to the expeditions of Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba and of Grijalva, the first voyages of discovery. He said that ever since that time he had wanted to invite some of these men to visit the cities of his kingdom, where he would receive them and do them honor, and that now his gods had fulfilled his desire, for we were in his house, which we might call our own. Here we might rest and enjoy ourselves, for we should receive good treatment. If on other occasions he had sent to forbid our entrance into his city, it was not of his own free will, but because his vassals were afraid. For they told him we shut out flashes of lightning, and killed many Indians with our horses, and that we were angry tools, and other such childish stories. But now that he had seen us, he knew that we were of flesh and blood, and very intelligent, also very brave. Therefore he had a far greater esteem for us than these reports had given him, and would share with us what he had. We all thanked him heartily for his signal good will, and Montezuma replied with a laugh, because in his princely manner he spoke very gaily Malinche. I know that these people of Tlascala with whom you are so friendly have told you that I am a sort of god or tool, and keep nothing in any of my house that is not made of silver and gold and precious stones, but I know very well that you are too intelligent to believe this, and will take it as a joke. See now, Malinche, my body is made of flesh and blood like yours, and my houses and palaces are of stone, wood, and plaster. It is true that I am a great king, and have inherited the riches of my ancestors, but the lies and nonsense you have heard of us are not true. You must take them as a joke, as I take the story of your thunders and lightnings. Cortés answered also with a laugh that enemies always speak evil and tell lies about the people they hate, but he knew he could not hope to find a more magnificent prince in that land, and there was good reason why his fame should have reached our emperor. While this conversation was going on, Montezuma quietly sent one of his nephews, a great cacique, to order his stewards to bring certain pieces of gold, which had apparently been set aside as a gift for Cortés, and 10 loads of fine cloaks, which he divided the gold and cloaks between Cortés and the 4 captains. And for each of us soldiers 2 gold necklace, each worth 10 pesos, and 2 loads of cloaks. The gold that he then gave us was worth in all more than 1,000 pesos, and he gave it all cheerfully like a great and valiant prince. As it was now past midday, and he did not wish to be importunate, Cortés said to Montezuma, My lord, the favors you do us increase load by load every day, and it is now the hour of your dinner. Montezuma answered that he thanked us for visiting him. We then took our leave with the greatest courtesy, and returned to our quarters, talking as we went of the prince's fine breeding and manners, and deciding to show him the greatest respect in every way, and to remove our quilted caps in his presence, which we always did. The great Montezuma was about 40 years old, of good height, well proportioned, spare and slight, and not very dark, though of the usual Indian complexion. He did not wear his hair long but just over his ears, and he had a short black beard, well shaped and thin. His face was rather long and cheerful. He had fine eyes, and in his appearance and manner could express geniality, or when necessary, a serious composure. He was very neat and clean, and took a bath every afternoon. He had many women as his mistress, the daughters of chieftains, but 2 legitimate wives, who were caciques in their own right. And when he had intercourse with any of them, it was so secret that only some of his servants knew of it. He was quite free from sodomy. The clothes he wore one day he did not wear again till 3 or 4 days later. He had a guard of 200 chieftains lodged in rooms beside his own, only some of whom were permitted to speak to him. When they entered his presence, they were compelled to take off their rich cloaks, and put on others of little value. They had to be clean and walk bare, foot with their eyes down, cast, for they were not allowed to look him in the face, and as they approached they had to make 3 obeisance, is saying as they did so, Lord, my great Lord. Then, when they had said what they had come to say, he would dismiss them with a few words. They did not turn their backs on him as they went out, but kept their face is towards him and their eyes down, cast only turning round when they had left the room. Another thing I noticed was that when other great chiefs came from distant lands about disputes or on business, they too had to take off their shoes and put on poor cloaks before entering Ima's apartments. And they were not allowed to enter the palace immediately, but had to linger for a while near the door, since to enter hurriedly was considered disrespectful. For each meal his servants prepared him more than 30 dishes cooked in their native style, which they put over small earthen, where braziers to prevent them from getting cold. They cooked more than 300 plates of the food the great Montezuma was going to eat, and more than 1,000 more for the guard. I have heard that they used to cook him the flesh of young boys. But as he had such a variety of dishes made of so many different ingredients, we could not tell whether a dish was of human flesh or anything else, since every day they cooked fowls, turkeys, pheasants, local partridges, quail tame and wild duck, venison, wild boar, marsh birds, pigeons, hares and rabbits, also many other kinds of birds and beasts native to their country, so numerous that I cannot quickly name them all. I know for certain, however, that after our captain spoke against the sacrifice of human beings, and the eating of their flesh. Montezuma ordered that it should no longer be served to him. Let us now turn to the way his meals were served, which was like this. If it was cold, they built a large fire of live coals made by burning the bark of a tree, which gave off no smoke. The smell of the bark from which they made these coals was very sweet. In order that he should get no more heat than he wanted, they placed a sort of screen in front of it, adorned with the figures of idols worked in gold. He would sit on a soft low stool, which was richly worked. His table, which was also low and decorated in the same way, was covered with white tablecloths and rather long napkins of the same material. Then 4 very clean and beautiful girls brought water for his hands in one of those deep basins that they call sickles. They held others like plates beneath it to catch the water, and brought him towels. 2 other women brought him maize cakes. When he began his meal, they placed in front of him a sort of wooden screen richly decorated with gold, so that no one should see him eat. Then the 4 women retired, and 4 great chieftains, all old men, stood beside him. He talked with them every now and then, and asked them questions, and as a great